The story begins in a game within the forest of Woldberry, which initially appeared peaceful and brightly lit. A wounded man comes into view, visibly exhausted and breathing heavily, with signs of fatigue and injuries etched across his face. The situation was dire as the man was surrounded by a group of fighters, while several bodies lay on the ground, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place. The leader of the opposing group appeared tense and anxious, worried about someone who had yet to arrive despite all efforts. He asked his companion what they should do next. His companion responded coldly and firmly, insisting that the man be killed immediately. One of the burly fighters charged forward to carry out the command, launching a powerful attack. In this critical moment, the injured man braced himself, fearful of what was about to come. Suddenly, a young man appeared at high speed, intervening just in time to stop the blow and save the wounded man from what would have been a fatal strike. With a swift motion, the newcomer flung the attacker away, completely eliminating the threat. The wounded man's companions immediately felt a sense of relief upon seeing the young man and gratefully called out his name, Jae-hyun, thankful for his timely arrival and rescue. On the other hand, the opposing fighters began shouting that Hercrived, urging one another to attack him together in unison to overwhelm him. However, Jaehyun proved to be extremely powerful, effortlessly repelling them and wielding his sword with remarkable speed and agility. As a result of his swift counterattack, the enemies fell to the ground defeated. Jae-hyun stood tall, smiling confidently, and told them that attacking him all at once would change nothing. They simply could not defeat him. It became clear that his real name was Anion, and his title was the Hero Slayer. Jin's comrades, filled with regret, apologized for getting him involved in such a dangerous fight. They confessed they had never expected the enemies to set a trap, but Jin rejected their apology, assuring them that they were not to blame for what had happened. He then extended his hand to their leader, helping him get back on his feet. The leader looked at Jin in surprise, touched by his gesture. The others around him repeated Jin's name with heartfelt gratitude for what he had done, while Jae-hyun again told them that none of it was their fault. Jae-hyun went on to explain that the real problem was someone else, someone who was always late due to their lack of skill, which had endangered the entire group. His words were clearly aimed at Chae. He then turned to her with a mocking smile and asked if she agreed with him, deliberately provoking her. At that moment, Chae interrupted, mocking Jin and his companions. She described their relationship as a fake friendship overflowing with emotion. Continuing her mockery, she claimed that no matter how many weaklings joined forces, it wouldn't make a difference in the end. Chae's true identity was soon revealed. Her full name was Kyolian, a member of a group called the Thunder Hunters, and her title was the Thunder Queen. Jae-hyun began mocking her once more, pointing out how she was always angry, attacking recklessly, and losing time and again to those she deemed trash. Chae responded with clear anger, warning him not to push his luck or he would regret it later. But Jae-hyun merely smirked and pulled out a mysterious object from his hand, sarcastically questioning regret, making it clear he was not afraid of her at all. In that instant, John activated something called the First Slot, which caused a drastic change in his appearance. A powerful and distinctive battle outfit emerged on him. After transforming, he smiled confidently and told Chae that regret was a feeling only the weak like her would ever know. Chae's rage intensified, and she shouted, calling him an arrogant bastard before ordering her group to eliminate him immediately. Still, Jin stood there, smiling defiantly, and declared that no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to kill him. Surprise began to show on Jin's face as he stood in shock at what had just happened. It became clear that he had been stabbed forcefully from behind, and standing behind him were the very comrades he had once trusted. Warnings started flashing across his screen, alerting him that his health points were rapidly dropping and his movement was now restricted. In disbelief, John asked, barely able to speak, how such a betrayal could happen, to which one of his companions apologized, admitting that they had deceived him. The group's leader then explained their betrayal, claiming they all needed the money and asked Jin not to hate him for it. Jae was overwhelmed with anger and disbelief, unable to comprehend such treachery from those he had considered his closest friends. At that moment, Che appeared, laughing cruelly and clearly taking pleasure in the situation as if it were some sort of entertainment. She mocked John for his naivete and believing in a fake bond of friendship with his teammates, emphasizing that such emotions meant nothing when compared to money. She then approached him, telling him that she would now make sure to remove him from the game permanently. Continuing her humiliation, Che said that if she kept killing him like this every time he logged in, he wouldn't even be able to take a single step forward in the game. She reminded him of his own past words, in which he had confessed that he was a worthless nobody in real life and that the game was all he had. With a vicious and mocking smile, she told him that he had now returned to being that pathetic person once again. Unable to bear the insult, Giant erupted in anger and lunged at her, demanding that she be silent. However, his attack was in vain. He was struck down easily, and his blood spilled across the ground as everyone stood around him. Che thanked them all for helping her get rid of him. In his final moments, Jae, filled with rage and deep pain, asked why they had betrayed him despite everything he had done for the team. One of his former comrades shouted at him to just die already, explaining that someone had paid them hundreds of millions to kill him and asked what he had expected them to do in the face of such a sum. The shock was immense for Jian. All this pain and betrayal just for money, even though he had given them so much in the past. He reminded them of their past words when they had claimed they were like family, reproaching them for such a devastating betrayal. Their faces showed fake expressions of guilt and fear of the consequences, but by then, it was already too late. The game's notification soon appeared, declaring that he had died, and the word dead flashed repeatedly on the screen. The game officially informed him that he was dead and could not log in again for 48 hours as a death penalty. Jae awoke in the real world, drained and physically exhausted from the trauma he had just experienced inside the game. At that moment, he broke down sorrowfully, admitting to himself that he had lost everything. Information about the game Warlord was then displayed, highlighting its status as one of the world's most popular and successful games. A livestream clip followed, showing players fighting a powerful red dragon amid excited reactions from viewers. The game was built on cutting-edge virtual reality technology and generated unbelievable amounts of money. It was the one thing John had ever been good at in real life. He had always been labeled as worthless or trash in the past. When John first demonstrated his exceptional skills in the game, one impressed player had approached him, astonished by his abilities, and asked about his level. That person, smiling, then offered to team up with him, and in that moment, Jin felt a rare sense of belonging. John began reflecting sorrowfully on what had happened to him, and for a moment, he decided he would forgive those who had betrayed him. But within moments, a wave of intense anger swept over him, and his resolve shifted. He made up his mind to hunt them down and kill every one of them in revenge for what they had done. As he fumed over all the pain and sacrifices he had made for them, he placed a call to someone named Dong Su. Lost in thought as he walked down the street, he failed to notice the pedestrian light turning red. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He found himself wishing he had known things would end up this way. He would have stopped caring about anyone from the very beginning. He tried to run, but a speeding truck struck him with great force. The scene was soon covered in blood from the impact. People nearby screamed in panic, shouting that someone had just been run over. Jin lay on the ground, struggling between life and death, and heard his phone announcing that the number he dialed was unavailable. A cruel irony struck him that out of all things, he had been hit by a garbage truck. With great difficulty, he repeated to himself that he couldn't die now. A painful memory resurfaced in his mind, his former comrades shouting at him to die quickly, revealing that they had been paid hundreds of millions to kill him. He also recalled Che's mocking expression as she defeated him in his final moments. He vowed that he would have his revenge, merciless and brutal. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, as if a mysterious connection was being established, followed by a notification indicating that a connection was being verified. Another message then welcomed him back into the game under his alias, Herkan, leaving him shocked. He found himself facing a challenge: survive an encounter with the legendary beast Minotaur, Lord of the Labyrinth, as part of a tutorial stage in the game. Jin was stunned by the nature of this tutorial and questioned what was going on. One of the new players, frustrated, shouted at him to pull himself together and help fight the terrifying giant monster attacking them. They quickly realized that defeating the creature alone was impossible and proposed working together. During the conversation, John expressed disbelief at seeing a monster that had been removed from the game 5 years ago due to its difficulty. His teammate, confused, responded that the game warlord had only been released 10 months ago. Jin stood there, repeating in astonishment that it had only been out for 10 months. His teammates noticed his strange behavior and asked what was wrong, clearly puzzled by his reaction to this new information. One of them urged him to focus and get ready, instructing him to wait for the signal to move. However, Giant ignored the instructions and began walking away from the group without a word, confusing his teammates, who called out to him, asking where he was going. He continued advancing in silence, increasing their bewilderment. They shouted in disbelief, thinking his actions were reckless, especially with the powerful monster standing in his way. At that moment, the beast charged at Giant with incredible ferocity, aiming to kill him. His teammates yelled out warnings, telling him he would die if he kept this up. But Giant showed no hesitation. He faced the monster head-on, brimming with confidence and resolve. With a single swift and powerful strike, he delivered a fatal blow to the creature, revealing an astonishing and overwhelming strength. The beast let out a fierce roar as Giant delivered a devastating blow that swiftly brought it down. The two other players were stunned, utterly amazed that John had defeated the monster with a single strike. They both looked at him in astonishment and attempted to speak to him. One of the players stepped forward with a smile, openly praising Jin's incredible talent, and expressed his desire to have him join his team. He extended his hand toward Jae Hyen in a gesture eerily reminiscent of a past moment etched in Jin's memory, when he had once been betrayed. In that instant, Jin's expression changed, and anger lit up in his eyes. He coldly told them that he had already made his decision moments ago. Confused, the two players asked what decision he was referring to. Without warning, Jin launched a powerful strike at them, his eyes blazing with fury as blood splattered around him. Jae Hyen told himself grimly that if he ever trusted anyone again in this life, he would be no better than a dog. A message appeared, declaring the return of Herkan, the hero slayer, to the past. Jin then suddenly awoke in a strange place, removing a virtual reality helmet from his head. He looked around in confusion, trying to figure out where he was. He realized that he was inside a gaming store, specifically a gear shop that sold virtual reality equipment. As memories came flooding back, John recalled that 5 years ago, he had been poor and used to play in this store because he couldn't afford his own gear. He wondered seriously if he had truly returned to the past. Once that thought settled in, he immediately resolved that if this was really the case, there was much he needed to do. He moved quickly, darting through the crowded store, thinking rapidly. He reminded himself that he now had 5 years' worth of future knowledge and experience. He knew that if he used this advantage, he could carry out his revenge without hesitation. He approached a store clerk, handed her his payment card, and requested the base of gear unit. The clerk appeared slightly flustered but told him she would assist him right away. A wave of excitement and anxiety washed over John as he began planning the next steps to level up quickly in the game. But the clerk soon surprised him by stating that his balance was insufficient to complete the purchase. Jin was taken aback, shocked by this unexpected setback. He smiled bitterly, realizing that his financial situation in the past truly had been dire. He stood there, deeply frustrated, blaming himself for forgetting that he had no money and remembered that the only reason he had played here in the first place was because he couldn't afford to buy his own device. The pressure began to mount, and he wondered what he could do now, whether he should try to earn money quickly, though he knew he couldn't afford to waste time waiting. At that moment, an image of Che appeared on a nearby advertisement screen. part of a campaign for the game. The ad posed a question: "What are you waiting for?" Her words were bold and direct, declaring that the strong do not fear challenges and that hesitation was a luxury no one could afford in the middle of battle. Jin stood silently before the advertisement, watching as Che, the Thunder Queen, appeared on screen, calling upon everyone to become true masters of war. He remained in front of the massive display showing the game's title, Warlord, as the bold caption urged him to start immediately. Lost in thought, Jae-hyun reflected on his current situation, weighing what his next move should be. The image of Che's mocking face returned to his mind, along with her scornful words telling him he had become nothing more than worthless trash again. Determined, Jin resolved that he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He knew that hesitation was a luxury he could no longer afford. As the sun began to set, the scene shifted to a modest, simple apartment, Jin's home. There, a VR gaming system had just been delivered and installed in his room. The technician informed him that the setup was complete and promptly left, to which Jin replied with a brief dismissive response. He stood in thought, holding a card in his hand, and told himself that the fastest way to get money was through that card. It was an advertisement for a quick and easy loan service. Not long before, he had sat across from a man and requested a loan of 10 million. The man had casually assured him that it could be arranged. However, the man then paused and ominously added, unsettling Jin. In a sudden and violent motion, the man stabbed a knife into the card on the table, issuing a clear and direct threat. He warned Jae-hyun that if he failed to repay the money, his life would become an unbearable hell. Though shaken and anxious, Jin said nothing in response. Despite the risks, he made the decision to take the card, affirming to himself that he didn't care about the consequences. He began putting on the VR headset, assuring himself that he was ready to risk everything, even descend into hell, if it meant getting a chance to avenge those who had betrayed him. The faces of the traitors flashed in his memory, and his resolve to take revenge had never been stronger. Filled with fury and anticipation, he ordered the system to begin the connection immediately. The system quickly recognized him and confirmed his login to the game. Ji-hyun entered the game world as his character, Hurkan, and received a formal welcome to the universe of Warlord. He stood silently, waiting for a particular character to appear and assist him, struggling to recall her name. At that moment, a girl with blonde hair, radiating golden energy, appeared before him, introducing herself as Ariadne. She told Jin she was there to guide him on his journey, and he recognized her identity instantly. Ariadne extended her hand and began explaining the game's rules, inviting him to select one of the basic available classes. She went on to clarify that he would need to choose one starting class from a set of 3. She emphasized that the skills he chose to develop now would determine the specialized path he would follow later in the game. The first class she described was the warrior, who fights on the front lines using direct combat weapons. Jin considered the class and realized he could probably level up quickly with his prior experience, but ultimately rejected the idea, knowing it would become too difficult to progress solo later on. Ariadne then introduced the second class, the cleric, a support role focused on healing and assisting others. Jin dismissed it instantly, without hesitation. Jin told Ariadne plainly that he had no intention of protecting or supporting others, making it clear that only one option remained for him. Ariadne smiled and wished him an enjoyable adventure as she began preparing to activate his selection. Golden strands of magical energy began flowing from her hands as she initiated the process to transport Giant to the next stage. The energy surrounded him entirely, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A system message appeared before him, informing him that he had selected his base class and would now be transported to the tower corresponding to his choice. Jin arrived at the tower and was greeted by a commanding voice that welcomed him as a young seeker of knowledge. The voice belonged to someone named Gulko, the guide responsible for training players who chose the mage class. Gulko asked Jin what type of magic he wanted to study, and without hesitation, Jin replied that he wanted to learn dark magic. Gulko was stunned by the answer, pausing for a moment as he struggled to process what he had just heard. He tried to convince himself that he had misheard due to his age and asked if Jonin had meant earth magic instead. But Jin firmly repeated his desire to learn dark magic. Gulko's expression shifted, and concern took over his features. He warned Jae-hyun that dark magic was extremely dangerous and could potentially destroy the user's soul. But Jin replied with clear resolve, stating that he understood the risks and had deliberately chosen this path. Gulko began trembling, shaken by Jin's bold decision. Suddenly, Gulko transformed into a terrifying shadowy figure in front of John, assuring him that everything would proceed smoothly. His appearance changed entirely. He now resembled a skeletal being. He spoke to Jin with a mocking tone, remarking that it had been a long time since anyone had chosen this path. He told Jin that if he was truly ready, he should place his hand on the skill book that had appeared before him, warning him to choose wisely and with caution. Without hesitation, Jin placed his hand on the skill book immediately, despite Gulko's warning that this path was too dangerous for the reckless. Jin smiled with great confidence and declared that he was not the kind of person who could be called reckless. Gulko burst into loud laughter, impressed by Jin's confidence and daring choice. He admitted that John was truly fascinating and that he hadn't encountered someone like him in a very long time. Jae-hyun then recalled a famous video from his past life featuring a player who used necromancy, the art of summoning the dead. In that video, the lone player had managed to defeat a powerful boss without any help. At that moment, Jaehyun realized how desperately he needed a power similar to that one. A system message appeared, confirming that he had officially become a necromancer, granting him the title Novice in Necromancy and a skill called Skeleton Shard. With a confident smile, Jaehyun repeated the name of his new skill, Skeleton Shard. He activated the skill, and a glowing shard of the skeleton began to materialize from magical energy before him. A message appeared, explaining that a skeletal warrior consumed magical energy in order to fully manifest. Jin stood silently, watching the skeleton form in front of him, and declared to himself with determination that in this life he would become a necromancer. The skeleton fully took shape, signaling the completion of Jin's transformation into a true necromancer. With a confident smile, John declared that it was time to level up. Then, he asked himself where the training dungeon was located. He turned to glance at the skeleton he had summoned, only to be met with a bizarre scene. The skeleton was amusing itself by bouncing its own skull like a ball. Jin stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to fully process what he was seeing. Without wasting more time, he stepped into a glowing portal that had appeared before him, emerging into the beginner training dungeon. Concerned, Jin began questioning the skeleton's odd behavior. It certainly wasn't acting the way he remembered from his past life. He opened the skill window to review the details of the Skeleton Shard skill. As he read through the description, he assumed the strange behavior was due to his low mastery level of the skill. This realization made him determined to increase his level quickly. Deep in thought, a loud growl suddenly echoed around him. A group of creatures, coal wolves, appeared, and their arrival seemed perfectly timed for a practical test. Though not particularly strong, they were fast enough to pose a decent challenge for the summoned skeleton. Jaehyun immediately cast Skeleton Shard with force toward the incoming enemies. Magical energy began to form rapidly, preparing to summon the skeleton once again. The skeleton materialized fully and was ready for battle, automatically assuming a combat stance upon sensing the presence of foes. The wolves cautiously began approaching, gearing up to strike. With a confident smirk, Jaehyun commanded the skeleton to kill them. The skeleton charged forward, attacking the wolves with surprising strength. To Jaehyun's astonishment, the skeleton performed far better than expected. He realized that at this rate, he might reach the top level in a short time. However, his surprise quickly turned into shock when the skeleton's bones suddenly scattered in every direction. Jaehyun stood frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. The skeleton's skull fell to the ground, bearing an almost comically sad expression. Overwhelmed with confusion, Jaehyun fell stunned and unsure what he had witnessed. He quickly called for the skill window, desperate to find out what had gone wrong. As he read further, he discovered that he had forgotten to assign a combat mode for the skeleton. The skill included an AI system that learned from battle experience and offered 3 modes: defense, offense, and a special mode. Resting his hand on his head with a sigh, Jian realized the root of the problem and calmly admitted that he hadn't set a mode yet. He decided to activate the defensive mode first. As soon as it was activated, a bright gleam appeared in the skeleton's eyes. However, what followed only deepened his disappointment. The wolves began dragging the skeleton around and tearing it apart with ease, as if it wasn't resisting at all. Once again, Jian stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that what he was witnessing was supposed to be defensive mode. In a shaky voice and with growing desperation, he decided to activate the 3rd mode, the special mode, hoping it might finally work. It turned out that the skeleton had started dancing. Jian realized the situation had become disastrous after witnessing the skeleton's performance. Tears welled up his eyes as he blamed himself for how things had turned out. He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed with despair, muttering that he was on the verge of losing his mind. He tried to delete the character he had selected, but received a system message stating that accounts less than 3 months old could not delete characters. Sitting on the ground in hopelessness, he lamented that he couldn't even change the class he had chosen. He remembered that loan payments were set to begin the following month and sarcastically thought that maybe he should get run over again. He began to wonder why his luck was so terrible, especially since things had only just begun to improve slightly. He then looked at the useless skeleton, which wasn't helping at all, deepening his frustration and anger. He began scolding the skeleton, telling it was driving him insane and ordering it to stay still. Then, he suddenly remembered a skilled necromancer from his previous life and wondered how that person had dealt with skeletons like this one. An idea struck him. He reopened the skill description window and discovered something important he had previously overlooked. The summoned creature was equipped with a deep learning system that allowed it to gain experience through combat. That was when Jae-hyun realized the skeleton had been observing him during his battles with the coal wolves and learning from him. Standing beside the skeleton, he decided to make full use of this information. With a confident smile, he spoke to the skeleton to get its attention. The skeleton turned toward him, looking slightly confused. Jae-hyun began to speak with confidence, telling the skeleton that it was incredibly lucky to have a master like him. He added that despite appearances, people used to consider him a genius and that he had trained all his former team members until they reached the top. He told the skeleton to remember one core rule in combat, then suddenly lunged at it, landing a strike as he shouted, "The rule is, if you can't dodge the attack, you die." The skeleton took a hard blow and collapsed to the ground instantly. Jae-hyun struck again, knocking it down once more. Unrelenting, he told it to get ready for another attack. He continued striking it with a relentless series of blows. With every strike, the skeleton fell again, but Jae-hyun showed no mercy in his training. Then he began giving it important combat advice, telling the skeleton not to just stand there foolishly after being hit, but to think about how to counterattack after dodging. Jae-hyun asked if it understood what he was saying. The skeleton stood in a ready stance, showing that it had understood. After some time passed, the coal wolves returned and launched another attack on the skeleton. This time, the skeleton quickly began applying what it had learned, skillfully dodging the wolves' attacks. Seizing a good opportunity, it delivered a powerful blow to one of the wolves. The skeleton continued fighting with impressive skill, while Jae-hyun watched in astonishment. Suddenly, the skeleton stopped and looked at Jae-hyun with deep admiration, prompting him to gently scold it, reminding it that he had warned against losing focus during battle. However, Jae-hyun smiled slightly and told it that its last move hadn't been bad at all. Jun's skeleton shard skill began to improve rapidly as he continued fighting and training. He felt a sense of joy and satisfaction when a message appeared before him, informing him that his player level had increased. He then moved on to the beginner's village, known as Vigo's Castle, which was bustling with new players. While walking through the village among the other players, Jae-hyun reflected that the skeleton was indeed worth all the effort and that with just a few more days of training, it would be able to clear the training dungeon with ease. He then began to think that the real challenge was about to start, and that his first step would be reaching level 10. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Hey!" Jae-hyun turned toward the voice and saw a large man standing in front of him with his followers, scolding him aggressively for bumping into his shoulder without apologizing. Jae-hyun thought to himself that these guys looked like nothing more than third-rate thugs. Annoyed at having his precious time wasted, he seriously considered killing them on the spot. Just as one of the men was about to attack him, someone else appeared, dressed in strange clothing, and effortlessly stopped the attack. The stranger smirked and told the attacker that it wasn't right to hit people like that. The large man responded angrily, demanding to know who this stranger was and whether he was with Jae-hyun. But the newcomer replied that he wasn't exactly with him. Jae-hyun instantly recognized who the stranger was. It was Matador Chief, a very powerful warrior from his previous life. He noticed the man's massive muscles and his signature odd attire. Jae-hyun vividly remembered that Matador had been a first-class warrior and the strongest player in his past life. He felt confused and uneasy, wondering why such a legendary warrior was here in this place. Meanwhile, Matador stood there, expressing his disapproval of the attacker's behavior in a sarcastic tone. The thug tried to justify himself by claiming Jae-hyun had hit him first and insisted that Matador had no right to intervene if he didn't even know who Jae-hyun was. Matador calmly smiled and quoted an old saying, "An eye for an eye," implying that Jae-hyun had every right to retaliate. At that moment, he released a fiery combat aura that terrified the attackers. The large man froze in fear as Jae-hyun watched the situation closely. Then, Matador, still calm and sarcastic, remarked that the man had struck his palm with a fist first. With a terrifying grin, he added that it was only fair to return the favor. One of the thug's companions suddenly screamed, warning him that the man before them was Matador Chief, known for his overwhelming strength. That companion explained in horror that Matador was the leader of the Red Bulls Guild, one of the top 30 guilds, and was famous for his obsession with fighting. He reaffirmed that Matador was the renowned fighter known as the Killer. The attacker was shocked and questioned in deep fear why someone as famous as Matador would get involved in such a trivial matter. Matador then walked toward him menacingly and asked in a chilling tone, "What's your response now?" The man froze in place, unable to utter a word. Then, he and his companions took off running, screaming apologies in sheer terror at Matador's power. Matador smiled with satisfaction, saying he was truly pleased that the situation had been resolved with words alone. While the attackers fled in terror and shock at his remarks, he then turned to Jae-hyun with a friendly smile and asked if he was all right, advising him not to pay attention to people like that. However, Jae-hyun quietly stepped away from Matador, leaving him puzzled by the reaction. Jae-hyun turned toward him and coldly stated that he no longer needed his help. He then walked away, leaving Matador standing in surprise at his response. Matador chuckled quietly to himself, remarking that Jae-hyun was quite a cold individual. As Jae-hyun moved further away, he felt angry at himself and frustrated by the sense of helplessness he had felt in front of Matador's overwhelming strength. His hand trembled from the intensity of that power, and he admitted to himself that he had felt fear in that moment. Resolutely, he decided that the next time he met Matador, he would be a completely different person. His expression was stern and filled with determination as he committed to that vow. The scene then shifted back inside the training dungeon, where flames burned gently along the walls. Jae-hyun sat there alone, thinking about the vast gap in strength between himself and powerful players like Matador. He recalled both Matador and another figure named Shuru, realizing that their powers were very close. If he wanted revenge, he would have to become much stronger than he currently was. Suddenly, a powerful beast resembling a tiger appeared and launched a fierce attack on him. Jae-hyun's skeleton companion quickly intervened, striking the tiger with great efficiency using its newly acquired skills. The skeleton maintained its aggressive assault, managing to deal heavy damage to the beast. After a swift battle, a system notification appeared before Jae-hyun, informing him that the skeleton had successfully killed the tiger and that his level had increased once again. Despite the success, Jun was not satisfied. He had taken 3 days to reach level 10, which was longer than he had expected. He looked at the skeleton, which appeared tired and worn out after the fight, and found its condition somewhat amusing. A message then appeared, congratulating Jae-hyun for finally reaching level 10 and informing him that the training dungeon was now cleared of monsters. The beginner's mark was removed from his profile, and the rewards began to transfer to him, which brought him great joy. A device called the War Watch appeared on Jae-hyun's wrist. It contained various features such as status, quests, map, inventory, and also served as a communication device. Jae-hyun was delighted to be using this device again after such a long time, and he requested to display his status window. The status window appeared, showing his updated information: name, Herkan, level 10, class, necromancer. He had allocated points in strength, endurance, intelligence, and mana. A message then appeared, asking him to distribute his available stat points. Jun began to think seriously, telling himself that this was his first time allocating points, so he needed to be wise in his decision. It would be natural for a necromancer to invest in mana or intelligence, but Jae-hyun smiled confidently and, in a surprising move, chose to put all his points into strength. After assigning all the points, a message appeared confirming that his strength had increased by 50 points. He then looked at his hand with determination, and another window confirmed that his total strength was now 53 points, leaving him completely satisfied with his choice. The skeleton stared at him with wide, blue, disappointed eyes, seemingly believing that Jae-hyun had given up on the idea of being a necromancer when he increased his strength stat. Noticing this, Jae-hyun grew irritated and asked the skeleton what it was doing. He then gently tapped it on the head and explained that he hadn't abandoned his path as a necromancer. Instead, he was trying to teach it and help it grow stronger. Jae-hyun began to explain that even if he raised his mana or intelligence, it wouldn't make much of a difference at this stage. On the other hand, if he boosted his physical strength, he would be able to pass on all the combat techniques he had mastered at the peak of his former power. Speaking with serious conviction, he said he was betting his life on the skeleton's development, urging it to focus on its training. Then, with a confident smile, he added that there were other ways to make up for the lack of stats. Jae-hyun then made his way to the Adventurers Guild building in the Vigo's Castle branch. There, he found a group of eager new adventurers excitedly waiting to receive quests. The place was crowded and lively, with adventurers bickering over who would claim the quest first. Jae-hyun realized that the available quests at this stage weren't particularly great, but everyone's enthusiasm was clear. They were still beginners, after all. He approached one of the guild staff and told them that he, too, wanted to take on a quest, requesting to see the quest list. The staff member looked at him with surprise and explained that the remaining quests were quite difficult and that no one wanted to take them. He then asked Jae-hyun if he was really sure about choosing something like that. Jae-hyun paused and carefully examined the available quests, silently admitting to himself that they were indeed terrible. But at that very moment, a confident expression appeared on his face, and he declared to himself that he had found the hidden card he had been looking for. The quest he chose was titled Mount Bema Cave. The objective was to eliminate all low-level monsters in the vicinity of Mount Bema, and the reward was 10 gold coins. The guild staff member asked with concern if Jae-hyun was sure about accepting a low-level quest with such a small reward. Jae-hyun replied confidently that he was absolutely certain. Jae-hyun smiled as he thought to himself that if he managed to complete this tedious quest before reaching level 15, he would earn a very rare title called Prospect. He recalled that acquiring titles significantly boosted a character's stats, and the Prospect title, in particular, increased stats by a percentage, making it incredibly powerful. With great confidence, he declared to himself that obtaining this title would mark the beginning of his journey as a truly overpowered character. He then moved forward with the next step of his plan, enthusiastically announcing that his first move would be to prepare the necessary equipment. Jae-hun arrived at the area near Mount Bima, where the quest was to take place. Then, suddenly, a look of shock and deep frustration appeared on his face as he saw his reflection. It turned out that the gear he had obtained was ridiculous and completely unsuitable. He was wearing brightly colored, comically strange clothes. He felt immensely embarrassed by his bizarre appearance, which was entirely inappropriate for the task at hand. He became overwhelmed with anger and frustration about how terrible he looked and screamed internally in sheer irritation. He then remembered that he hadn't had enough money to buy decent equipment, having spent most of his funds on gear for the skeleton, and had been forced to settle for these low-quality items. Determined to change that, he made up his mind to complete the quest quickly in order to earn enough money to buy proper clothes. Jae-hun moved through the forest, reaffirming to himself that he would complete his mission as quickly as possible. After he left, a blood-soaked hand reached out from the bushes, as if its owner was pleading for help before collapsing unconscious. The scene then revealed a wounded young man crawling through the grass, his voice barely audible as he called for help, with blood covering his face. His voice gradually faded into the forest while his trembling hand remained on the ground as a sign of despair. A group of boys with sinister expressions stood nearby, whispering and laughing gleefully, seemingly enjoying their victim's suffering. Elsewhere in the forest, a young player shouted in delight, announcing that he had finally reached his destination. The young man, named Multi, stood proudly in his gleaming armor, proclaiming that his adventure was about to begin at Mount Bima. He boasted that he had reached level 11 and might soon rank among the top players. But his thoughts were interrupted by a nearby cry for help. He rushed toward the sound and found a man carrying his bloodied friend, begging for assistance and claiming that the creature which attacked them was unlike anything they'd seen before. When Multi asked for details, they explained that they had barely escaped and had no healing potions left after the unexpected ambush. The wounded man added that they had fled by sheer luck, but without healing potions, his friend couldn't recover. Multi reassured them that he had a few potions on him and began digging through his bag to offer one. The gray-haired man thanked him excitedly and tearfully, promising they would repay the favor one day. But as soon as Multi turned around, the two men suddenly struck him from behind with a surprise attack. Cruel smiles stretched across their faces as blood splattered, instantly filling the scene. In a single decisive blow, Multi collapsed to the ground, gasping as blood drenched him while the traitors mocked his gullibility, saying it had made him an easy target. One of them declared that they would make full use of his belongings, ignoring his faint groans. Multi weakly protested that they had deceived him, but they called him a coward and blamed him for being naive. Their leader laughed mockingly, saying only a fool would fall for such a cheap trick. A system notification appeared, announcing the death of the player Multi and the extinguishing of his aura. Another message followed, showing the player's watch dropping to the ground as loot for the thieves. The gang gathered around the fallen watch, laughing as one of them remarked that tormenting beginners was a never-ending source of fun. Their leader smiled viciously and urged the group to go find the next victim, proudly displaying the emblem of the deadly Ralph family guild. In another part of the forest, Jae-hyun's skeleton stood ready, facing two massive tree beasts growling in the shadows. The wooden wolves lunged at him with glowing eyes, their red fangs blazing like embers. Jae-hun raised a finger, declaring the activation of attack mode, and the skeleton's eyes lit up with a piercing blue glow. The skeleton lunged forward, cutting through the air with his glowing sword shimmering with a cold gleam. Its initial strike tore through one of the wolves, while the claws of the other shattered against the blade. A stream of notifications appeared on screen, confirming that the skeleton had slain the ancient tree wolves and earned hundreds of experience points. Jae-hun smiled faintly, acknowledging that equipping his servant first had indeed been the right decision from start. Jae-hun looked at his odd clothing, telling himself that appearance didn't matter at all as long as it served its purpose. Meanwhile, the skeleton stood with its hands on its head in a comical gesture of embarrassment, as if it felt sorry for its master. Jae-hun told it to stop acting so strangely and get ready, since they needed to level up quickly to complete their mission in the area. The skeleton picked up its weapon and prepared to move, but suddenly, an arrow shot through the air at high speed from a distance, hitting the skeleton in the head and causing it to freeze in place, stunned. Jae-hun was caught off guard by the sudden attack and looked around cautiously, trying to identify where the arrow had come from. Two men approached, and one of them began apologizing for firing the arrow by mistake, claiming he had thought they were monsters from a distance due to their appearance. The men came closer, trying to explain the situation while the skeleton remained on guard, ready to protect its master. Jae-hun accepted the apology coolly, but began to feel suspicious of the two men due to their odd expressions. He quickly noticed a player's watch on one of their wrists and a blood-stained knife hidden behind the other's back, which deepened his doubts about their intentions. Jae-hun muttered to himself, scoffing at their nerve, and immediately realized they were planning to deceive him. But then he suddenly smiled and told them he might be willing to forgive the incident if they gave him just one mana potion as compensation. The two men pretended to be embarrassed and claimed they didn't have any mana potions, but offered to help him level up as a way to make up for their mistake. Jae-hun asked if they were sure they wanted to help, and they quickly confirmed that it was the least they could do after what had happened. At that moment, the roar of beasts echoed through the forest. One of the men smiled, saying it was the perfect time to start leveling. They explained their plan to Jae-hyun. They would attack and weaken the monsters, and all he had to do was land the final blow to earn the experience points. Jae-hyun agreed, still watching them cautiously, while the two men whispered among themselves, reaffirming their malicious plan. The large warrior stepped forward and provoked the wooden wolves, drawing their rage just as they had planned. The mage accompanying him cast a spell that enhanced the monster's attack power, causing their claws to glow with a terrifying purple energy. Then, he deliberately pushed one of the wolves toward Jae-hyun, pretending it was an accident as part of their trap. Jae-hyun was surprised to see the wolf charging directly at him and raise his arms, preparing for the attack. From a distance, the group watched, expecting Jae-hyun to be easily overwhelmed by the sudden assault. But Jae-hyun swiftly defeated the wolf with the help of his skeleton. He then turned to scold the skeleton for reacting too slowly. Smiling confidently, he gave the group a thumbs up and told them to continue their experiment, leaving them stunned by his unexpected strength. The two men began to grow anxious and afraid, questioning Jae-hyun's true level and abilities. They quickly decided to come up with a new plan to eliminate him. They chose to send a larger wave of monsters at once in an attempt to overpower him. During the group attack, the warrior took advantage of Jae-hyun's distraction and lunged at him from behind, aiming to ambush him. He raised his heavy hammer high and shouted that this time he wouldn't miss his finishing blow. With full force, he launched the attack, completely confident that it would hit its mark. But to his utter shock, Jae-hyun dodged the strike with perfect timing, leaving the man screaming in disbelief as he watched his attack fail before his eyes. Jae-hyun moved with astonishing speed, sliding his sword beneath the arm of his massive opponent, slicing through his body, and forcing the man to stagger backward as blood burst from his torn chest. While the skeleton attacked from another angle, the remaining two watched in shock, and one of them shouted in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Jae-hyun ordered the skeleton to launch the attack, prompting its eyes to glow blue in preparation for the command. The two of them dashed forward at incredible speed, closing the distance in seconds. One of the thieves began screaming and begging them to stop so they could talk, but Jae-hyun ignored him entirely. Together, Jae-hyun and the skeleton delivered a swift double strike that landed powerfully, knocking both of their opponents to the ground amid cries of pain. The two were flung through the air by the force of the blow, while Jae-hyun and the skeleton stood firmly in place within a wave of blue energy they had unleashed. Jae-hyun turned away and coldly stated that he knew exactly what kind of people they were. He continued, saying they always betrayed those who trusted them and robbed them of everything. Then he slowly stepped toward one of them and said that such a trick might have worked on him in the past, but no longer. The wounded man began to plead, promising to give Jae-hyun everything he had in exchange for mercy in his life. But Jae-hyun ended the discussion with just 2 words, declaring that he no longer trusted humans. Without hesitation, he struck the man with a finishing blow, ending him completely. A notification appeared on the screen, announcing that the player Ralph had died and that 8 weriches had been dropped without an owner. Jae-hyun said that in the current situation, there was only one logical choice: to make the most of these spoils, starting with the clothes. Meanwhile, the skeleton was aggressively kicking the corpse of the massive opponent, seemingly venting its rage. Though blood covered its bones, the skeleton appeared moved as it looked at June with a distinct expression, prompting Jae-hyun to gently ask if it wanted something for itself. Jae-hyun approached and reached out, enveloping the skeleton in a magical blue light that healed its injuries. The skeleton then lifted its sword high with excitement, now wearing a new pair of pants, standing proudly like a true warrior. Jae-hyun laughed and asked if it really liked its new look that much. Then, in a calm tone, he remarked that appearance didn't matter in a game. What truly mattered was the core of one's strength. Despite that, he started showing off as he walked in his newly acquired outfit. He chuckled slightly, whispering to the skeleton that the war watches they obtained were a true treasure. He explained that when a player's war watch is sold, a random item from its inventory is dropped. Those items range from rare pieces like the Black Goblin pants and a sword infused with the essence of an ancient tree to cursed skill books and even money, which made Jae-hyun laugh greedily and describe it all as a real stroke of luck. Jae-hyun said these spoils had allowed him to create something new at an unexpectedly fast pace. He raised his hand to reveal a uniquely designed golden mask, then commented that he had finished crafting it even faster than expected. He declared that from now on, he would begin recording his gameplay and needed to build a strong identity to suit that purpose. He affirmed to himself that creating a distinctive persona was crucial for the next stage. At that moment, his expression changed as he recalled talking about something like this before. Jae-hyun sat proudly before a guild member, enthusiastically proposing a unique idea. He said that if all guild members wore the haha mask, it would make them spread like wildfire. The man agreed after some thought, prompting Jae-hyun to smile excitedly and announce that the new guild would be named Haha Mask. He then looked at the mask in his hands and reflected that he had considered creating a completely different identity, but ultimately chose to stick to this path. Lifting the mask into the air, he infused it with glowing blue magical energy, stating that he no longer wanted anyone stealing his achievements or belongings. Anger flashed across his face, and he whispered with determination that he would use this mask to prove the legitimacy of his decisions and his worth. After putting on the mask, he told the skeleton it was time to go. His expression now serious, his energy fueled by anticipation. The scene shifted to a cracked mountainous region resembling ancient ruins, with a gate at its center. Jae-hyun and the skeleton stepped through the gate, triggering a message that confirmed they had entered the Bema mountain cave dungeon. Inside, Jae-hyun walked slowly along the stone walls, noting that he expected to encounter blue werewolves in this place. He added that the dungeon wouldn't be easy, but he felt confident now that his gear had improved and aimed to complete it in just 10 minutes. He shouted with excitement as he ran through the dungeon's narrow passageways, the skeleton following close behind in full readiness. But after several hours had passed, Jae-hyun was shown lying on his back, staring upward in exhaustion, wondering why no monsters had appeared yet. Suddenly, he sat up, shouting in confusion, asking if there were no monsters in here at all. He began muttering angrily, saying the situation was strange and that if someone had already cleared the dungeon, a message should have appeared. He began to suspect it might be a system glitch. Then his eyes froze, and he stood still, having noticed something on the wall. He quickly moved closer to touch a swirling mass of glowing purple energy, remarking in astonishment that it was something different. The vortex rapidly expanded and began drawing in the surrounding air as though opening a new gate. A message appeared, informing him that he had discovered an instant dungeon called Theater and asking whether he wanted to enter. June knew that instant dungeons appeared randomly inside regular ones, and that progress in the original dungeon would pause until the instant dungeon was completed. He also knew that these dungeons were more difficult and offered better rewards, but came with greater risk. The catch was that one had to either clear the dungeon or die trying. There was no third option. Jae-hyun thought it would be smarter to back out, since dying would lock him out of the game for 2 days, and he could spend that time doing other missions instead. But in the next moment, his expression shifted, and he clearly said to himself, but he then continued walking into the portal, declaring that all he needed was to complete it. As soon as he entered, a blinding light forced him to raise his hand over his eyes. He then realized he was standing in a vast arena reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum, with himself and the skeleton at its center. Jae-hyun looked around and wondered if this was an arena duel. He admitted he felt nervous and asked what kind of opponent they might be facing. The ground began to shake gradually, prompting Jae-hyun to glance around and ask what was going on. Then, a massive werewolf-like creature appeared, standing tall before them, glaring and ready to strike. The giant werewolf stood before Jae-hyun, roaring with a terrifying sound, while a label appeared above it, stating "Corrupted Werewolf," with no level displayed. Jae-hyun took a step back in disbelief, repeating the word "corrupted" and wondering why such a powerful monster would appear in a place like this. The beast charged at them with immense fury, launching its first attack, which caused a violent shockwave to ripple through the arena. The force of the blow struck Jae-hyun directly, flinging his body backward and slamming him into the ground in pain. Meanwhile, the arena was clouded in dust and smoke, and the skeleton stood amidst it, startled by what had just happened to Jae-hyun. It planted its feet firmly and raised its sword, emitting a low sound that signaled its readiness to defend to the end. Although the situation seemed dangerous, Jae-hyun stood back up again, smirking sarcastically as he chuckled at how absurd things were becoming. He then laughed loudly, as if the surprises wouldn't stop today, remarking that corrupted monsters were usually tied to main quests, making him lucky to have encountered one now. He ordered the skeleton to prepare for battle, joking that if they didn't defeat this monster, there'd be no dinner tonight. With a confident grin, he charged directly at the beast to begin the fight. The skeleton followed, and together, the two advanced quickly and cautiously toward their opponent. The skeleton raised its sword, which Jae-hyun used as leverage to push himself into the air and leap high. The corrupted werewolf looked up in surprise, watching Jae-hyun as he prepared to strike from above. Excitement flickered across the werewolf's face, as though it were about to enjoy a delicious meal. At the same time, Jae-hyun began preparing a new skill to unleash on the beast. He summoned a dark purple energy from within himself and merged it with his weapon, declaring the skill's name, Devil's Curse. As soon as the skill activated, the dark energy coiled around the werewolf, and a look of shock spread across its face. The attack struck directly, causing the beast to stumble back with a cry of pain as Jae-hyun's blow successfully severed its arm. A message appeared on the screen, confirming the activation of the skill Devil's Curse, noting that the enemy's attributes had decreased by 10%. June confidently remarked that the skill wasn't bad at all for a first-time use. But the monster wasn't finished. It resumed its attack and launched a furious punch at Jae-hyun, who braced himself for impact. A new notification appeared, announcing that the corrupted werewolf had entered a berserk state and that all status effects had been completely removed. Jae-hyun sarcastically commented that it was foolish of him to think an instant dungeon would be that easy. At that moment, he decided to use a special skill he had been saving for later, but now realized the time had come. He raised his hand and said, "Slot on," then pressed the device on his wrist to activate the new ability. A surge of immense blue energy erupted from his body, enveloping him and spreading as a powerful wave throughout the area. A spiral of energy formed around him and shot into the sky, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. Then the energy burst all at once, and light flooded the entire arena. When the glow faded, Jae-hyun stood revealed in a new set of armor, cloaked in dark energy, as he declared with confidence, "All right, let's start the fight." This was the effect of his special skill, Slot On, one of the unique features in the game Warlord, which temporarily granted the user enhanced power drawn directly from the game's world. The effect of this skill was the activation of an enhanced form that granted the player temporary supernatural strength. This form varied from one player to another. Each had their own appearance and unique enhancements, making the experience completely individual. Because of this variation, players had collectively agreed on a single name for the form, Final Mode. Jae-hyun stood in his new form, enveloped in a blue aura, raising his hand with confidence as he declared he was ready for whatever came next. On the opposite side, the corrupted werewolf let out a horrifying roar, baring its massive fangs and threatening its opponent with savage intensity. The werewolf lunged at tremendous speed, while Jae-hyun prepared to face it, cloaked in the dark blue energy that intensified as the enemy closed in. The beast dashed sideways, raising its claws to strike with a powerful blow. It unleashed a series of attacks, but Jae-hyun dodged skillfully. Though one swipe came dangerously close and nearly hit him. Seizing the moment, he quickly leapt away, avoiding another vicious strike that smashed into the ground and left a large crater behind. Jae-hyun realized then that this wasn't just any monster. Its speed and raw power made it a serious threat. If he took just 4 hits, the battle could easily end in the creature's favor. As the werewolf prepared to attack again, Jae-hyun smiled to himself, saying he had another plan. He unleashed a sharp blue wave from his sword, aimed at the beast, attempting to interrupt its next attack and force it back. The monster roared in pain as the wave struck it, sending its body reeling backward while Jae-hyun stood firm, ready for more. Jun smiled calmly, saying that this was exactly what made the game fun, facing challenges like this. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up in shock as the beast had leapt into the air and came crashing down with enormous force, prompting Jae-hyun to retreat quickly to evade the impact. As he dodged, he remembered that the beast was now in its berserk state, a phase in which its power increased dramatically. He turned and found the werewolf standing right behind him, its glowing red eyes locked on him, ready to strike. Falling toward the wolf, Jae-hyun mocked it, asking whether it too had forgotten something. At that moment, the skeleton appeared between Jae-hyun and the beast, raising its sword with determination. It delivered a direct and powerful strike, successfully severing the wolf's arm, creating an opening for Jae-hyun to regain his footing. Jae-hyun shouted to the skeleton that it was time to execute the move they had trained on together. The werewolf was taken aback when it saw the two of them rushing toward it at incredible speed, unable to react. Jae-hyun and the skeleton landed their strike with precision. The beast's body began to tear apart under the force of the double attack, breaking down into multiple small pieces without resistance. A message appeared, confirming the corrupted werewolf had been slain, followed immediately by a notification stating that the slot-on feature had been deactivated. Jae-hyun smiled after the battle and calmly said the result wasn't bad at all. A quest card appeared, confirming the completion of the Purge the Beasts of Bama Mountain Cave mission, with a reward of 10 high-tier gold coins. Additional notifications followed, confirming that the skeleton had defeated a powerful monster and that its skill had been upgraded to rank B. They also earned 865G, along with the werewolf skull and pelt as loot. Jae-hyun cheerfully pointed out that the rewards were truly valuable. After the battle ended, a system message appeared before Jae-hyun, informing him that he had obtained the rare necklace Corrupted Tracker Necklace. It belonged to the unique Chronicle-type item class and increased all stats related to classification by 18 points. Jun was surprised by the item's high rank and wondered how it could be non-tradable yet superior to standard unique items. Realizing then just how rare it was, he noticed the name Corrupted Tracker on the item, which made him pause and wonder if it was connected to what he suspected about the main quest. Immediately afterward, 3 glowing windows appeared, announcing the registration of 3 new titles on his account. The first was Promising Newcomer, which granted a 3% increase to both intelligence and magic, exactly what he had been aiming for. The second was Challenger of Heroes, which boosted his endurance by 3 points. Jae-hyun found that fitting, considering he had completed the instant dungeon solo. But what shocked him most was the third title, Corrupted Tracker. He hadn't expected that at all and was genuinely astonished. He confirmed to himself that this was the title of the first chapter of the main quest line, called Corruption Counter, increasing the significance of everything he had just obtained. This main quest line formed the backbone of the Warlord game world, tied to a vast narrative involving central characters and major bosses. Due to the exceptional rewards it offered, every player aspired to take part in it, making it the most sought-after content in the entire game. Jae-hyun recalled his past life, where he had barely reached Chapter 4 of the quest line. Now, however, he had managed to unlock its beginning at a much earlier stage, prompting him to say that what was happening couldn't simply be luck. Smiling with joy, he raised his voice and declared that he had found a real treasure, then initiated the log-out sequence, still in disbelief over his achievements. In the next scene, he returned to the real world. At that moment, breaking news was being broadcast on screen. The Guild Hydra had officially entered the Neutral Generator dungeon, aiming to complete it within 3 months. Jae-hyun sat silently before the screen, a cup in hand, his face marked by deep contemplation. Then he sarcastically commented on his fortune, saying, "The real treasure, nonsense," clearly showing signs of intense frustration. He banged his head on the table in regret, lamenting that someone had already reached the final chapter of the quest, and that if he entered now, there'd be nothing left for him to achieve. He began to wonder aloud if he should stop trying for now and instead prepare for the next chapter later on. But after a moment of silence, a look of inspiration crossed his face, and he suddenly said, "Wait, maybe this is my chance." He realized that the entire world was currently focused on the Corruption Counter quest, which was nearing its conclusion. As the first major quest in the game, it occurred to him that releasing a video about the quest at this time would go viral, making it a golden marketing opportunity. He began to imagine the number of views he could rack up, picturing himself as a king sitting on a throne, surrounded by wealth and success, laughing in triumph. He told himself it was fortunate he had recorded every moment of his gameplay and that he would now edit and upload it immediately to WT. He added that editing was the key and that he couldn't entrust this task to just anyone. It needed someone who knew how to make a video shine professionally. He decided to reach out to someone known in his past life as the god of editing and told himself that this had to be the right person. The scene shifted to a girl with pink hair and glasses, eating noodles while watching something on her phone. She was known as Editor Romani. She received a notification requesting video editing for a dungeon clear video under the name Hurcan, who was listed as level 15. She was surprised by the request and laughed sarcastically, questioning what kind of video a newbie like that could possibly offer after clearing a dungeon, assuming he was just some rich beginner trying to show off online. But suddenly, her expression changed. She jumped up from her seat, screaming as if she had found something completely unexpected. She leaned toward the screen, eyes fixed with intensity, and quietly said, "I found it." Rumini, the freelance video editor known by the nickname Mouth of Hell, was holding her phone, staring at it in awe and astonishment, shouting with excitement that she had found her inspiration. Meanwhile, in another place, a woman stood in her luxurious apartment, overlooking the city, holding a tablet as she gazed calmly outside. An employee rushed into the room, addressing her as director and asking if she had called for him. She informed him that a new video related to the Corruption Counter quest had just been uploaded. She began explaining that the video was particularly intriguing because it showed a level 15 player defeating a corrupted werewolf alone, something that had never happened before. The employee looked shocked. He later clarified that their team had also reviewed the footage and confirmed that the player's level was indeed low, so there was no real need to give it much attention. Still, he admitted that he personally enjoyed the video. The woman smiled and said confidently that she wanted this player. Then she added that she wanted him now and ordered that he be brought to her immediately. Her identity was then revealed. She was Chai, the top figure in the financial world and the ace of the massive Thunder Group in the world of Warlord. However, she was known as Siri the Thunder. Jaehyun feels stunned as he checks the post he uploaded earlier that day. The view count has surged far beyond anything he anticipated, reaching 6,000 views in just a few hours. The number leaves him speechless, especially when he remembers how long it took him in his previous life to reach a similar milestone. Back then, it took him several months of effort and consistent uploads to see numbers like this. Now, he's hit the same mark effortlessly, and he can hardly believe how quickly things are progressing. As he continues observing the post, he notices something else, something unexpected. A message has been left by Ramani, the first person to reach out to him. Jaehyun immediately recognizes the name, and it surprises him even more. Ramani, known for being a reserved and enigmatic figure, rarely initiates contact with others. In fact, in his past life, Ramani was considered the type who kept a low profile and maintained a mysterious image. For someone like that to reach out first was unusual. What caught Jaehyun's attention even more was that Ramani didn't just comment. She expressed curiosity about when he would be posting his next video. That's when Jaehyun begins to realize he doesn't even have a next video planned. He hadn't expected this kind of attention so soon, and he certainly hadn't thought ahead to future content. He also knows that finding another monster like the corrupted werewolf, a rare and high-level enemy that made his video so captivating, won't be easy. But after thinking about it for a while, he starts forming an idea, determined to come up with something else worth recording. Meanwhile, on the other side, a raider named Shev finds himself completely absorbed in Jaehyun's video. He's replayed it several times already, each time drawn in by the smoothness and precision of Jaehyun's movements. There's something about the way he moves, the way he handles combat, that Shev finds difficult to look away from. Even after watching it again and again, he still doesn't get tired of it. As he continues viewing the video, Shev begins to take a closer look at Jaehyun's face. There's something oddly familiar about it. He can't place where he's seen him before, but the face keeps nagging at his memory. It feels like someone he should recognize, but the exact connection refuses to come to mind. Curious and a bit unsettled, Shev decides to share the video with someone else. Yahello watches the video, but doesn't seem as affected. She brushes off Shev's concerns, suggesting that he's simply watched the video too many times, and that's probably why Jaehyun's face now seems familiar to him. Shev considers the possibility, but something doesn't sit right with him. There's a detail about Jaehyun that continues to stand out. For someone who should be a beginner, Jaehyun's movements lack any sign of hesitation or awkwardness. Shev admires many things about Jaehyun and always sees him as someone very special. He even compares Jaehyun to powerful necromancers and skilled experts, thinking of him as a true genius. Because of this, Shev really wants to have a duel with Jaehyun. However, he feels unsure if Jaehyun would ever agree to it. While Shev is thinking about this idea, Yahello interrupts him and stops him from continuing to talk about Jaehyun. She reminds him that they have a live video session starting in just a few minutes, and that he should go and get ready. Shev had completely forgotten about the live event, so he rushes off quickly when he hears Yahello mention that over 200,000 people have already bought his love ticket. With that number in mind, he becomes determined to give his fans the best performance he can. Soon after, the live video starts, and Shev is welcomed by the loud support of his fans. They are happy to see him arrive, and they begin to cheer and call out his name. Shev is ready to enter the dungeon as the gate appears and opens for him. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is already at the Figus Castle branch of the Raiders Association. He has come there to collect a quest, but the staff informs him that there are no quests available at the moment. He expected that there might only be a few quests, but he did not imagine there would be none at all. He feels disappointed and begins to think that he might have to stop making videos for now because of the situation. While Jaehyun is sitting at a table with his head resting on it in frustration, Hogan comes out to the front area and notices him. Hogan quickly recognizes Jaehyun as the adventurer who cleared the dungeon in Baima Mountain. When Jaehyun hears someone speaking, he lifts his head and also remembers that Hogan was the one who gave him that quest. Hogan introduces himself to Jaehyun and asks if he can have a few minutes of his time so they can talk. Jaehyun agrees, and Hogan begins to explain that he heard Jaehyun discovered a mutant inside the Bima Mountain Cave. Jaehyun is surprised because he does not remember any quest mentioning a mutant. Still, he tells Hogan that he did see a werewolf with strange eyes during his time there. Hogan believes Jaehyun's words and starts to wonder if the creature Jaehyun saw was possibly affected by the dark power of the Corrupt One. Jaehyun tries to understand what Hotan means by the word corruption, but Hotan explains that even the Raiders Association has not yet been able to clearly identify what those corrupted beings really are. Still, Hotan is very sure that the strange power coming from those corrupt ones is the reason why many monsters have been going wild lately. He believes that this dark power is what's causing chaos in different parts of the land, and he warns that many people may have already become victims without even realizing it. Because of this growing danger, Hotan tells Jaehyun that the Raiders Association has decided to place a bounty on these corrupted beings, hoping that brave adventurers can stop them. Before Hotan can finish everything he wants to say, Jaehyun steps forward with a strong will and grabs Hotan's hand. He tells Hotan that he wants to help, and that he sees this mission as a hidden quest one worth taking. Although Hotan thinks it is still too early for Jaehyun to get involved with something so dangerous, Jaehyun doesn't care. He insists that he wants to do it anyway. Seeing Jaehyun's determination, Hotan finally agrees, deciding to give him a chance based on how well he performs in the future. Hotan then tells Jaehyun about a person named Ahimbri, who lives in Bangsu Castle, which is known as the East Figus Castle. He explains that Ahimbri is the one who can train Jaehyun properly and prepare him for the real dangers ahead. Hotan also promises to write a letter of recommendation for Jaehyun to take to Ahimbri. Once Ahimbri receives the letter, he is expected to give Jaehyun a rare skill book to help him grow stronger. Without wasting any time, Hotan writes the letter and gives it to Jaehyun. As soon as Jaehyun gets it, he becomes filled with joy. He doesn't wait a single second longer. He rushes out of the building, filled with excitement. He can hardly believe what is happening. The thought of becoming Ahimbri's student makes him extremely happy, because Ahimbri is not just any teacher. He is one of the 7 disciples of the great mage Boken, and is highly respected in the world of magic. Ahimbri is known for providing rare and powerful skill books, and many mages dream of meeting him. Because of this, Ahimbri is considered to be a very important NPC in the world Jaehyun lives in. Jaehyun thinks to himself that if he trains well under Ahimbri, he will no longer need to worry about having enough content or material for his future videos. This new path could change everything for him. But as Jaehyun is running toward Bangsu Castle to meet Ahimbri, he suddenly remembers that there is something important he needs to do first. He quickly stops and changes direction, heading to a quiet place where he can focus. Once there, he summons his skeleton fragment, which he has not had time to check since his last big battle. He plans to use one of the rewards he got from that fight, a special skill that he didn't sell. This skill came from the werewolf with strange eyes. Jaehyun decides to use this skill on the skeleton fragment. As soon as he applies it, the system informs him that the skeleton warrior has now gained the special trait of werewolf toughness, making it much stronger and more durable in battle. Next, Jaehyun takes out another item from his inventory, the necklace of the corrupted tracker. Instead of using it on another creature, he applies it to himself. Right away, his stats increase, including his strength, agility, and other class-related attributes. As he sees that he is done with all the preparations he needs to make, he then duplicates his skeleton fragment into 3 copies. He gives them instructions to always fight together as one team whenever a battle starts. He also tells them to get along and work together without any problems. Just as he is about to leave, he suddenly notices a monster nearby. He feels surprised and starts to wonder what kind of monster would appear in a place like that. In a dense forest, a bear of level 25 suddenly launches an attack toward Jaehyun. He manages to dodge the strike just in time, but this only causes the beast to become more aggressive. Realizing this, Jaehyun quickly signals one of his skeletons to retaliate. The summoned skeleton rushes in for a fast assault, but the forest bear counters it with a powerful swipe, sending the skeleton flying and crashing into the ground. Watching this, Jaehyun becomes visibly annoyed. He had expected better and internally scolds the skeleton for attempting such a direct and obvious approach. He had clearly instructed it to attack from the bear's blind spot, not head-on. Without delay, Jaehyun gives a command to another skeleton. This one charges in as well, but the bear once again reacts swiftly, slashing with its claws and sending the second skeleton tumbling to the ground just like the first. Jaehyun's irritation grows. He had given specific instructions, yet the second skeleton repeats the same mistake. He is frustrated that neither of them had learned from the failure of the other. A third skeleton then steps forward, appearing overly confident, as if it believed it could succeed where the others had failed. Jaehyun watches with a sliver of hope, thinking perhaps this one might be different. But the result is no better. The skeleton lunges at the forest bear only to be struck down just as easily. Once again, the attack is too predictable, and Jaehyun is left more frustrated than before. Later, the three skeletons are kneeling on the ground in front of Jaehyun, each holding its own skull as if ashamed of their failure. They carefully place their skulls back onto their necks as Jaehyun lectures them. He explains in clear and simple terms that when a monster is attacked, it will naturally turn to face the direction of the attack. That is exactly why they need to approach from its blind spot, not charge in directly where it can see them. As he reflects on the situation, Jaehyun remembers that his skill rank has increased. Thanks to the necklace of the corrupted tracker, he is now able to summon 3 skeletons instead of just 1. But despite that advantage, a new problem has emerged. They cannot function as a team. Although they share the knowledge he gives them, they have no understanding of teamwork or how to coordinate in battle. They cost 3 times the mana to maintain, yet their performance is worse than before, which leaves Jaehyun feeling disappointed. Still, there is one small win: he has reached level 20, just as he had planned. Because of that, he considers taking a break from making combat videos for a while. However, he knows he can't afford to sit back and relax just yet. He then gives the order for the skeletons to stand up. They will be training continuously until they reach Bangsu Castle. Jaehyun had originally hoped that he could leave the fighting to his summoned minions and enjoy a laid-back lifestyle, the way a necromancer should. But the reality is far different. He understands now that, for the time being, he must remain on the front lines. Inside the Bangsu Castle branch of the Raiders Association, the atmosphere is loud and restless. The building is packed with raiders, each eager for their next opportunity. When a lone raider steps out from one of the side hallways, the crowd quickly swarms him. Dozens rush toward him all at once, hungry to know what quest he had been given. The energy is frantic, as if the crowd is desperate to grab whatever scraps they can. Jaehyun stands off to the side, silently observing the chaos. To him, the raiders look like hyenas scrambling over a carcass, desperate and greedy. He finds their behavior pathetic, especially since many of them seem to rely on others rather than putting in any effort themselves. Without giving them another glance, he turns and walks toward the staircase. As he begins to ascend, one of the raiders tries to strike up a conversation, but Jaehyun immediately shuts him down with a cold response. He knows he must keep his true intentions hidden, especially the fact that he is there for the Ahimbri quest. It's a hidden quest, and if anyone finds out, they might try to interfere. To avoid drawing more attention, he pulls out a sealed letter. On the staircase, he hands it to a raider on duty, saying that he has come with a letter of recommendation from Hotan. The raider reads it briefly, nods in recognition, and directs Jaehyun to proceed to the second floor. Without delay, Jaehyun climbs the stairs, even as the other raiders begin shoving and pushing behind him, shouting that they want to be in his party. Security manages to block them before they can follow. As Jaehyun walks toward the designated room, his thoughts shift to the potential reward. Since this is a hidden quest, he wonders if Ahimbri has something truly valuable to offer. His hope is to establish a lasting connection with a man, someone who might become a valuable ally in the future. However, when he opens the door to Ahimbri's office, Jaehyun is stunned by what he sees. The room is a complete mess. Piles of books, scrolls, documents, and strange magical items are scattered everywhere. The air is thick with dust, and the only sign of life is a figure slumped behind a stack of books. A Himbri is asleep, half buried under the weight of his own research. As Jaehyun steps inside, the noise of the door stirs the man awake. Confused and disoriented, a Himbri looks around and mutters that he doesn't remember having any appointment scheduled for the day. Jaehyun introduces himself calmly using his alias, Herkin, and presents the letter of recommendation from Hotan. A Himbri lazily takes the letter, reads it over, and raises an eyebrow. He comments that Jaehyun still looks like a trainee black mage, but supposes there must be some level of skill involved if Hotan went through the trouble of sending him. Jaehyun gives a short, modest response, stating that he simply got lucky. His only real concern right now is receiving the reward. A Himbri eventually hands over the promised rewards, prompting a notification from the system interface. Jaehyun watches in stunned silence as the screen displays the rewards: a skill book titled Bone Armor and another called Madness Helm. Both items emit a faint glow, marking them as rare and possibly high-tier skills. Jaehyun stands frozen, hardly believing that not one, but two valuable skill books were handed to him just like that. His mind races, overwhelmed by how significant this reward is for a single hidden quest. As he stares in disbelief, a Himbri casually remarks that their business is finished. The system interface follows with a confirmation *** the teachings of a Himbri * quest has been completed. Jaehyun, still recovering from the surprise, finds it hard to believe that the quest ended so abruptly. He had expected a longer series of tasks, or at least a continuation, but instead, he's already being dismissed. The scrolls and books around the room begin to float and flutter with an unseen magical force, subtly guiding Jaehyun toward the exit. Desperate not to let the opportunity slip, Jaehyun shouts out that he's willing to do anything. He hopes his words will buy him another chance to deepen his relationship with a Himbri. Just as he's about to be pushed out, a Himbri reaches out and grasps his hand firmly. A strange smile appears on his face, one that carries a mixture of amusement and mischief. With a low voice, he asks if Jaehyun truly means that. At that moment, the system interface pops up again. A new quest appears, titled Bring the Egg from the Nest. The description is short and vague, and most notably, it clearly states that there will be no reward. That's when Jaehyun realizes he's been tricked. A Himbri had deliberately baited him into accepting another task without even knowing the risks or the details, using his own eagerness against him. Meanwhile, outside the Raiders Association, a heavily armored raider, clad in a full set of night gear, approaches a separate building with a calm but heavy step. His presence draws attention from the passers-by. As he stops in front of the building, he mutters to himself that this must be the place where Haho Mask is located. Jaehyun looks moody after realizing he's been scammed by an NPC. He thinks a Himbri will give him a quest related to the main storyline, and he's even more annoyed that the quest he receives doesn't offer any reward. At that moment, one of the nearby raiders hears his comment about the quest, prompting multiple raiders to charge at him. Jaehyun, having completely forgotten about them, hesitates, wondering what he should do next. Then, an armored knight appears in front of him, claiming he wants to talk to Jaehyun somewhere quiet. Jaehyun doesn't recognize the man and prepares to refuse, but the knight suddenly addresses him as Mr. Haho Mask, causing Jaehyun's expression to turn serious. Later, in a quiet alley, the two stand face to face. The armored knight apologizes for the trouble, explaining that he didn't think they could talk properly with people around. He removes his helmet, revealing his face. From his gear, Jaehyun can tell that this man is at least a ranker, yet he still can't place him in his memory. Jaehyun wonders who this guy is and how he knows him. The man asks if he is Haho Mask. Jaehyun, deciding to play dumb, claims he followed him out here only because he wanted to talk that he doesn't know who Haho Mask is. The knight then asks if he received a quest from an NPC named a Himbri. In response, Jaehyun challenges him, asking why he should share any information. He even provokes the man, daring him to put his account on the line and kill him. Jaehyun acts the way he does because he wants to see what the armored knight will do next. After a short pause, the man suddenly bows deeply and stretches out his hand, offering a handshake. He seems regretful and tries to apologize for his earlier behavior. Jaehyun accepts the handshake, saying through his actions that he will let it go just this once. After that, he turns around and begins to walk away. But the armored knight does not move. He stays in the same place, watching quietly. A few seconds later, another person steps out from the shadows. This new figure says that he does not believe Jaehyun is the person they're looking for. The armored knight agrees, adding that Jaehyun clearly lacks the skills of a top-level player. He says that if Jaehyun had been playing the warlord class for any length of time, he would never have made the mistake of carelessly stretching out his arm with the war watch clearly visible. As he speaks, the knight wipes his palm with a handkerchief, his face showing clear disgust. The man in the shadows then talks about their surveillance of a Himbri. He mentions that the corrupt count quest is almost finished, and even if someone discovers their involvement now, there would be nothing anyone could do about it. The armored knight disagrees, saying that the Egg of the Nest quest is part of the main storyline. Because of this, he believes they cannot afford to take any unnecessary risks. With that, the man in the shadows says he will return to his position. The armored knight watches him go and quietly says goodbye, planning to meet him again later. It turns out that Jaehyun is not with the armored knight and the man in the shadows at all. Instead, he watches them carefully from the window of a nearby building. He stays hidden, pressing close to the wall, his eyes narrowed as he studies their body language and listens to their words. Now that he sees the two of them together, it becomes clear that they are part of a group and organization of some kind. Their coordination and the way they speak to each other without needing full explanations tell him that much. Jaehyun silently notes that if they had belonged to a normal player guild, they would have introduced themselves properly or at least offered some sort of negotiation when they thought he was Haho Mask. Instead, they stayed vague and suspicious. That alone tells him they're not just regular players. They are hiding something, and they likely belong to something more secretive and dangerous. He doesn't know who they really are, but one thing is clear: they are not average. Later, Jaehyun is seen far away from the city, deep within a quiet forest. He stands alone, leaning against a tree while lost in thought. Around him, his summoned skeletons are busy training, moving through the drills he set up for them. The clacking of bones and the soft rustle of grass are the only sounds that fill the air. Even as his undead companions continue their routines, Jaehyun's mind remains focused on what happened earlier. He thinks about the nest egg quest he received from a Himbri. At first, it had seemed like a pointless or unrelated quest, but now he knows better. There is something deeper behind it, something that the armored knight and the man in the shadows know. It becomes obvious to him that they must have seen his video, the one where he, as Haho Mask, interacts with a Himbri. That must be how they knew to track him. But the fact that they let him go without trying to confirm his identity or stop him makes him uneasy. This can only mean one thing: they don't care who Haho Mask really is. They are more interested in the quest itself. That realization makes Jaehyun uneasy. He mutters to himself, his voice low and bitter. He doesn't know exactly what is going on with this strange quest, but something tells him that if he keeps going down this path, he will keep running into those people. He even concludes that he might have to stop uploading videos for a while, at least until he understands what he's dealing with. His frustration builds as he mutters again, wondering why his life keeps getting tangled up with insane people. It's always one problem after another. He thinks about Seal Yin, the woman who's already too much for him to deal with, and clenches his fists. Everything feels like it's getting out of hand. Meanwhile, far from the forest, Seal Yin is seen emerging from her high-tech gaming pod. The chamber opens with a faint hiss, and a soft light bathes the room. Her secretary, Park Soo-ji, greets her immediately and hands her a bottle of water, complimenting her on her hard work. She asks how the guild entrance exam went. Seal Yin takes the bottle without much enthusiasm. Her expression is distant and cold. She casually replies that the whole test was a waste of time. Everyone she saw was useless. Not a single applicant met her expectations, and it frustrates her. Her mood grows darker as she sits down, tapping her fingers against the armrest in irritation. She then asks Suji if there are any new updates on Haho Mask the Mask player she had asked her to look into. Suji hesitates slightly before replying that it seems the person may have entered another guild, but they haven't responded or made any moves since then. At her secretary's vague response, Seal Yin's expression turns sharp and dangerous. A cold, terrifying pressure fills the room. Suji, now visibly nervous, quickly adds that she'll look into it again right away. She stammers slightly, promising to bring back confirmed information as soon as possible. Seal Yin gives a nod and stands up, brushing past her without another glance. Her voice is low but firm as she tells Suji not to come back until she has something concrete. Just before walking out, she turns back slightly and asks what the president had to say. Suji swallows and nervously replies that the president hasn't said anything yet. Seal Yin stands still after hearing Suji's nervous response about the president. Her eyes narrow slightly, and her voice comes out calm but laced with cold sarcasm. She says that the president is staying quiet not because he agrees with her actions, but because Warlord, the game, is performing extremely well right now. She points out that when she first told him about wanting to play this game, he tried to arrange a marriage for her without her consent, as if her future and value had nothing to do with her own will. His silence now is not approval, it's profit-driven patience. She knows this well. Without waiting for further discussion, Seal Yin gives Suji a new order. She tells her to gather a completely fresh batch of applicants and report back to her by tomorrow morning. The order comes suddenly and without any room for negotiation. Suji's face turns pale with shock at the impossible deadline. Her lips part as if to protest, but she quickly catches herself. She mutters under her breath, barely audible, that Seal Yin really does have a terrible personality. Jaehyun arrives at the lizard swamp with his skeleton warriors. He thinks about a Himbri, who is now in Bangsa Castle, and guesses the quest must be nearby. Since the quest is about finding an egg, he figures the monster must be a bird, reptile, or insect type. Based on his level, the only place he can explore is the lizard swamp. He tells one of his skeletons to move ahead, remembering that the monsters here are strong. So, he uses the skill he learned earlier Madness Helm. When he activates it, the skeleton's eye sockets glow red, and it gives off a violent red aura. Jaehyun is surprised by how powerful it looks. Curious, he tells the skeleton to attack him to test the skill, but there's a risk. The skill might make the summon go insane. Jaehyun issues a mental command to the skeleton, expecting it to follow orders with mechanical obedience. Instead, the creature convulses and erupts into a sudden frenzy, its movements erratic and wild. Reacting with swift precision, Jaehyun delivers a heavy punch that connects with the skeleton's skull, sending it hurtling into the sky. The cranium spins through the air before disappearing beyond the treetops. Unmoved, Jaehyun studies the aftermath with narrowed eyes. The berserk behavior seems unnatural, perhaps an unintended consequence of the summoning system or a flaw in the skill itself. The enhancement appears to yield no significant results, and the instability only adds to his skepticism. A sense of dissatisfaction settles over him as he considers the possibility that he has been deceived by a poorly implemented ability. Before he can reflect further, movement stirs behind him. From the thick mists of the swamp, a figure emerges. A lizard man, towering and reptilian, steps out of the muck with a guttural growl. Its scaled body glistens with dampness, and its claws flex in anticipation. The creature's predatory gaze falls on Jaehyun, who acknowledges its presence with a glance, viewing the encounter as a timely opportunity to test his skills. He extends his hand, channeling magical energy into the remaining skeletons. The enhancement spell takes hold, dark energy pulsing through their frames as strength and aggression flood their limbs. A second spell, Bone Armor, manifests as jagged bone plating wraps around their forms, reinforcing their fragile structures with a layer of defense. The transformation complete, he directs the skeletal warriors toward the enemy. The skeletons charge forward, their movements erratic but purposeful. They descend upon the lizard men without restraint, unleashing a torrent of violent blows. The sound of cracking bones and tearing flesh echoes across the swamp as the skeletal fighters overpower their foes. Despite the chaos, their assault remains relentless. Within minutes, 3 lizard men lie motionless in the muck, their bodies broken under the ferocity of the attack. A surge of energy rushes through Jae-yun as a notification confirms his advancement. The increase in strength reinvigorates his focus, solidifying his determination. He resolves to continue the hunt over the next week, scouring the swamp in search of the elusive egg. Should the region prove to be unrelated to the quest, he plans to relocate without hesitation, driven by the same relentless resolve he expects of his summoned warriors. Unseen by Jae-hyun, a pair of observant eyes watches from the distance. Perched on a moss-covered rock, a female player observes the scene unfold. Known as Ilya, she is recognized not only for her beauty, but for the ease with which she manipulates those around her. Throughout her life, she has moved with confidence, accustomed to admiration and assistance without effort. The illusion of control defines her experience, and she seldom encounters resistance. However, fate chooses an inconvenient moment to humble her. As she shifts position to get a better view, her foot slips on the slick terrain. She loses balance and falls face first into a shallow puddle of swamp water. Muck splashes across her figure, coating her carefully maintained appearance in grime. Rising slowly, she seethes with frustration, the filth clinging to her in thick layers. Her disdain for the environment intensifies, and resentment lingers in her eyes as she takes in the surroundings, now more miserable than before. It turns out that Ilya's presence in the lizardman-infested swamp is the result of another's failure. One of her subordinates, a self-proclaimed slave who insisted on escorting her to this region for the sake of leveling up, had died almost immediately after they arrived. His incompetence cost him his life, and now she finds herself stranded in a hostile environment far beyond her current capabilities. The local monsters are aggressive and of significantly higher level, and the thick swamp terrain makes movement difficult for someone unaccustomed to combat and discomfort. Stuck and unable to escape on her own, Ilya begins scouting for a new solution. Her eyes soon land on Jae-hyun, who stands out not just for his combat efficiency, but for his composure and strength. The skeletal warriors by his side obey without question, and his expression remains calm even amidst violence. Ilya, calculating and opportunistic, sees in him the perfect candidate for her next act. In her mind, he becomes her new potential slave, just another player to manipulate. She approaches him with a practiced limp, clutching at her leg with a pained expression. Her posture is fragile, her demeanor submissive. She projects the image of a wounded beauty in need of help, confident that no man would turn down such a figure, especially not one like her. In her experience, appearances always win, but Jae-hyun doesn't even spare her glance. Without a word or gesture of acknowledgement, he calmly turns and walks away. His indifference cuts deeper than any rejection she's received before. Ilya freezes in disbelief, lips parting slightly, her thoughts scrambling to make sense of the moment. When the realization finally settles in that she has been ignored, her expression shifts. Anger simmers beneath the surface, and she bites her lower lip in frustration, barely restraining the urge to lash out. Jae-hyun, meanwhile, continues his progress through the region, dispatching more monsters with his skeleton warriors. Each encounter is swift and efficient, the undead cutting through enemies with mechanical precision. Yet no matter how far he goes, Ilya persists. She follows him at a distance, still limping, still clutching at her supposed injury. Her performance is unwavering, but Jae-hyun's patience is wearing thin. He is not oblivious to her presence, far from it. Her continued shadowing, despite being clearly ignored, begins to grate on him. This is a game, he thinks, and she should be playing it properly. Instead, she clings to an outdated belief that someone else will carry her forward, that her presence alone should be enough to draw assistance. His silence has been a form of resistance, a refusal to entertain such laziness. But her persistence leaves him no choice. The delay she causes is becoming an obstacle to his progress. Eventually, he halts, turns toward her with narrowed eyes, and demands to know what she actually wants. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, Ilya softens her posture. Her voice is quiet, fragile, as she claims to have dropped her sword in one of the nearby swamp pits while trying to hunt. The story is simple, but crafted carefully to invoke sympathy without appearing too dependent. She insists she cannot retrieve it herself and needs his help. Jaehyun agrees coldly, without ceremony. He informs her that once the weapon is retrieved, she is to leave him alone. His tone carries no warmth, no hint of kindness. Ilya, however, masks her satisfaction behind a sweet smile and a breathy thank you. Internally, her thoughts are triumphant. To her, this small victory is enough. She believes she has broken through his cold exterior, manipulating the situation to her advantage. Soon, Jaehyun and Ilya arrive at the swamp where her lost sword is supposedly located. The murky water bubbles slightly with the occasional ripple of submerged creatures passing through. Without wasting time, Jaehyun issues a command to his skeleton warriors. They immediately move forward, stepping into the sludge with jerky precision, scanning the area. One of them reaches into the muck and pulls out the blade she described rusted slightly, but intact. As Ilya begins to express her gratitude in soft tones, her expression shifts ever so subtly. Behind her smile is a calculating thought. She reasons that necromancers are only as dangerous as their summons, and once separated from them, they are fragile, vulnerable. This belief emboldens her, and without warning, she lunges forward to strike Jaehyun while his attention appears to be elsewhere. Her attack, however, is embarrassingly slow. Before she can even get close, Jaehyun reacts. With one smooth motion, he grabs her wrist, halts the swing, and hurls her effortlessly into the same swamp her sword had been retrieved from. The splash is loud and messy, and Ilya's surfaces drenched, sputtering, and furious. Her voice trembles with rage as she declares that he won't get away with this, that her elite bodyguards will arrive soon and reduce him to ashes. Jaehyun remains still, expression unreadable, before lazily pointing behind her. Ilya, confused and disoriented, turns her head only to find several lizard men emerging from the thickets of vines and muck. Their eyes glint with hostile intent, and their low growls vibrate through the humid air. Ilya screams, scrambling to gain footing in the slippery swamp as the monsters begin closing in. Jaehyun watches with detached amusement. He remarks that if she intended to scam someone, she should at least have tried harder. Her act had been transparent from the start. With a final glance, he orders his skeletons to move out, muttering that she had wasted enough of his time. As the group starts to leave, Jaehyun notices something strange. A few of the skeletons lag behind, their posture oddly expressive. They appear to be practicing charm techniques, gestures that resemble poses or antics often associated with seductive magic. Jaehyun's eye twitches slightly in irritation, and he barks at them to stop learning strange, unnecessary things, warning that he will personally destroy them if they continue. Moments later, a notification flashes across his system interface. It informs him that Ilya has died. Curiously, he also receives experience points for her death, despite not having dealt the killing blow himself. He raises an eyebrow, but doesn't question it too deeply. The swamp monsters had simply finished what he didn't care to start. As for her claims about bodyguards, he dismisses them with ease. A person like her, he reasons, is all bark and no bite. The threat was empty. Unbeknownst to him, however, a group of well-armed players are watching the entire sequence unfold through a shared recording interface. These are the very bodyguards Ilya spoke of, her actual subordinates, scattered across different regions, but monitoring her remotely. Their faces are unreadable as they replay the footage of Jaehyun commanding his skeletons. Deep in the forest, Jaehyun stands over a kneeling man, his sword stabbed into the man's chest. The man turns out to be one of Ilya's former slaves, still muttering about taking revenge for her. Jaehyun, irritated and confused, asks why he's going so far for Ilya. What does he expect to gain? Maybe he thinks Ilya will go out with him if he avenges her. But the man just laughs hysterically, his eyes wide with obsession as he claims he loves Ilya. Without another word, Jaehyun delivers the killing blow. He recalls how Ilya had constantly tried to manipulate him, which is why he got rid of her. He never paid much attention to her threat that her bodyguards would come after him, but now, it turns out she wasn't bluffing. Ilya plays the victim, stirring up her fans with her act. Because of that, Jaehyun keeps running into them every day. He's growing more and more frustrated. Not only is he anxious from not being able to find quests, but now he also has a pack of obsessed fans hunting him down. He briefly wonders if he should just find Ilya and kill her again, but quickly dismisses the thought. It would probably land him in even more trouble. At that moment, he picks up the loot from his opponent. The system interface displays his rewards: an ownerless war watch, 5,011 gold, goblin leather boots, and the rare necklace of promise. Jaehyun remembers that the necklace can be sold for 800,000 won. He and his skeleton companion are thrilled. For once, it looks like he'll finally be able to afford a fancy dinner tonight. At that moment, another one of Ilya's fanatics catches sight of Jaehyun. Sensing an opportunity to provoke, Jaehyun boldly claims responsibility for killing Ilya, hoping to draw the lone opponent into a quick fight. However, his confidence quickly fades when he notices the sheer number of people emerging from the trees, dozens of them, all armed and radiating hostility. His smug expression hardens into alarm as the full scope of the situation sinks in. He and his skeleton companions turn on their heels and flee, the angry crowd immediately surging after them with relentless determination. As he runs, Jaehyun feels a mixture of disbelief and frustration. He hadn't expected so many to be so deeply obsessed with Ilya, especially to the point of forming what looks like a small army. Hoping to slow them down, he sends his skeletons to intercept the pursuers. However, the brief glimmer of hope fades the moment one of the enemies effortlessly crushes his summoned undead with a single powerful strike. In that instant, Jaehyun realizes the truth. They aren't just emotionally charged fanatics, they're experienced high-level players. And there are far too many of them. Recognizing that a direct fight would be suicidal, he sprints deeper into the forest, his thoughts consumed with survival. Eventually, Jaehyun comes to a stop in a different part of the deep forest, his breath ragged and chest heaving. His body aches, but his mind races even faster. It's proving nearly impossible to shake off the group, not only because of their persistence, but because he's simply too underleveled in comparison. Even running seems to be only delaying the inevitable. Despite his exhaustion, he forces himself to keep moving, hoping the sheer distance or an environmental advantage might save him. It's only after several minutes of running that he starts to look around and realize something is off. The area he stumbled into doesn't resemble any part of the lizard swamp that he remembers. The trees are taller, older, the fog denser, and the sounds of wildlife eerily muted. He spent days exploring this region, combing through every corner in search of quests or loot, yet he's never seen this area before. A flicker of realization crosses his face as he finally understands that he must have crossed into a hidden or previously inaccessible part of the map. Meanwhile, the group pursuing him also arrives in the vicinity, their eyes scanning the dense surroundings for any sign of their target. One of them eventually spots Jaehyun's skeletons ahead in a clearing. Curiously, instead of fighting or running, the skeletons appear to be dancing awkward, eerie movements that seem to mock the group's efforts. The hunters come to a halt, confused and momentarily speechless. Then, one of them, overcome with rage, interprets the display as a personal insult and charges forward, sword in hand, ready to destroy the mocking summons. However, as he crosses the clearing, the ground trembles slightly, and before he can react, an enormous tongue lashes out from the shadows and grabs him. In a flash, he is yanked into the darkness. The others freeze in horror as a monstrous creature slithers into view, towering, scaled, and exuding a suffocating presence. Recognition dawns on one of the pursuers, who stammers out the identity of the beast. A dragon lizard, level 40, the boss monster of the lizard swamp. Jaehyun is currently hiding behind a large tree, watching the scene unfold in front of him. At first, he never imagined that this place would turn out to be the nest of the dragon lizard. The dragon lizard is a powerful boss monster known for its extremely high defense, massive health pool, and deadly attacks. It usually takes a full party of around 20 players, all around level 40, just to defeat it with great difficulty. From what Jaehyun has heard before coming here, the raid on the dragon lizard was already completed some time ago, so the boss monster should not be present in this field anymore. However, if someone who is involved in a related quest steps into the area, the dragon lizard will reappear. Since the monster is here now, Jaehyun becomes certain that this location is where the quest given by a Himbri is meant to take place. As he stays hidden, he can't stop thinking about how a Himbri has sent him to complete a dangerous mission that involves defeating such a terrifying creature and retrieving its egg, even though Jaehyun is only a level 20 player. The thought frustrates him, and he feels irritated by a Himbri's expectations. Fortunately, the situation allowed him to gather a few capable teammates, so things might still go well in the end. Meanwhile, one of the opponents suggests to the others that the dragon lizard is too strong and that they should retreat. But Jaehyun doesn't plan to let that happen. He quickly uses his enhancement skill to strengthen his summoned skeletons and orders them to block the path, preventing the opponents from escaping. Not long after, the dragon lizard attacks again and takes down one of them. In the confusion, Jaehyun breaks into a run, and the others spot him and begin to chase after him. Using the distraction to his advantage, Jaehyun rushes into the now empty nest, hoping to find the dragon lizard's egg. However, when he reaches the center of the nest, there is no egg in sight. He looks around carefully and eventually finds a strange-looking stone with a purple mark on its surface. It doesn't look like an egg at all, more like a mysterious stone, but something about it catches his attention. At that moment, he receives a system notification that one of his skeleton warriors has been destroyed. He immediately realizes that the dragon lizard must be on its way back after sensing an intruder in the nest. Jaehyun knows he is out of time and has no chance to keep searching. Still hiding behind a tree close to the nest, he watches as the dragon lizard returns and lets out a loud screech. Now certain he can't search the nest any further, Jaehyun decides he has no choice but to take the strange purple marked stone, even though it isn't an egg, and bring it back to a Himbri. All of the opponents are now lying on the ground, defeated, their bodies scattered across the swamp. Jaehyun calmly walks up to one of them, who appears to be on the verge of death. He looks down at the weakened player, his expression unreadable, and makes a quiet remark to himself about how Warlord is such an interesting game filled with all kinds of strange people who act bold and reckless just because there is so much to gain. Without hesitation, Jaehyun bends down and picks up the opponent's war watch, which has now become ownerless due to the defeat. The opponent tries to muster the strength to respond, but Jaehyun draws his sword and drives it into the ground with force. His tone turns cold and serious as he makes it clear that until now, he has been playing along with them as if everything was a game or a joke. But in truth, he has a lot at stake in this world. He warns that if they ever bother him again, there will be no leniency. This is not just a message for them, but also for Ilya, the one connected to their group. After saying this, Jaehyun steps onto the fallen bodies, using them as support to cross the swamp without sinking into the thick, sticky mud. While walking away, he begins to think more seriously about the consequences. If they come after him again, even after this clear warning, it will not be a small skirmish next time, it will be an all-out war. With this in mind, he contacts the Bangsu Guild, calmly claiming that he has just spotted the dragon lizard within the lizard swamp. He offers to sell the exact location of the boss monster for 100,000 G, knowing that this kind of information is valuable to high-level guilds. Later, Jaehyun is seen delivering the strange, purple-marked stone to a Himbri. His steps are tense and cautious. He is hoping that this is the correct item, as he really doesn't want to search the vast map all over again. Ahimbri takes the stone and examines it closely, his expression unreadable for a long moment. Finally, after the silence stretches uncomfortably, Ahimbri confirms that this is exactly the item he was looking for. Jaehyun feels a wave of relief and excitement rush over him as the pressure lifts from his shoulders. Ahimbri, still holding the stone, comments that Jaehyun is faster than expected. He admits that he thought it would take someone like Jaehyun much longer to complete the task. Jaehyun almost loses his temper at the comment, his frustration bubbling up, but he forces himself to stay calm. With a composed expression, he responds that he gave it everything he had. Then, without wasting any time, he asks Ahimbri to give him the next quest. Ahimbri looks at Jaehyun with a serious expression and begins to explain the true nature of the item he brought. He asks Jaehyun if he is aware of what he has delivered, then reveals that during every investigation of areas where mutated monsters appeared, this strange item was always found nearby. Because of this recurring pattern, he has temporarily named it the Corruption Stone. As Jaehyun listens, a realization dawns on him. This must be the reason those mysterious players were chasing him earlier. The Corruption Stone is clearly an important item tied to the main quest line, and they wanted to make sure no outsider could interfere with its influence on the progression of the story. At first, Jaehyun had been convinced that the quest he received from Ahimbri was a scam, just another time waster, but now he understands that it was connected to something far more important. It wasn't a side mission. It was part of the main quest. Ahimbri then offers an apology, saying that he knew the task was far too difficult for someone like Jaehyun, but with their world currently threatened by an unknown and powerful enemy, he needed to test Jaehyun's determination and willpower before trusting him with anything greater. With a more serious tone, Ahimbri asks if Jaehyun is prepared to fight against the force known as corruption. Jaehyun, feeling the weight of this golden opportunity, prepares to answer. However, before he can speak, Ahimbri cuts him off with a smirk and says not just yet. He adds that Jaehyun must have already seen how powerful the corrupted monsters are, and based on that, he doesn't believe someone so inexperienced should be carrying such responsibility right now. Jaehyun is stunned and can hardly believe what he's hearing. But then, Ahimbri adds a condition, his expression turning mischievous. He says that if Jaehyun politely asks to become his disciple, then he might consider helping him prepare for the greater challenges ahead. Though clearly annoyed, Jaehyun understands he has no real choice if he wants to stay on the main quest path. Soon after, Jaehyun is seen leaving Ahimbri's office. A system interface appears before him, confirming that he has completed the quest egg of the nest. It also notifies him that he has obtained a new title, Ahimbri's disciple, and that his training under Ahimbri's teachings will now begin. As he walks away, Jaehyun can't help but feel deeply irritated. To him, Ahimbri seems like nothing more than a clever scammer hiding behind the title of a quest giver. Elsewhere, a group of players is shown celebrating after defeating the dragon lizard with a powerful barrage of flames. They are clearly excited, and their fatigue is visible after the intense battle. The captain gathers the group, telling everyone to rest and then meet up again. After checking on the team, the captain walks up to the armored knight who helped them during the raid. He expresses his gratitude, saying the knight was much stronger than they had expected. The armored knight responds humbly, saying that it was all thanks to the excellent support provided by their party. But the captain shakes his head and insists that if it had only been their group without outside help, at least 5 of them would not have made it out alive. He explains that he had been skeptical at first when he heard about players being hired as paid helpers for boss raids, but after seeing the result, he is glad he called on one. As a gesture of thanks, the captain offers additional rewards beyond what was agreed upon. However, the armored knight refuses the offer. His tone becomes colder, and a dark expression settles on his face. He states firmly that this is not part of the promised compensation, and that he does not like violating the rules, implying that taking more than what was agreed upon goes against his code. The captain lowers his head slightly and apologizes, admitting that he had assumed the armored knight was only helping out for the money. He adds that it had seemed strange to him for a well-known ranker to show up at a low-level raid like this. Without offering a reply, the knight simply walks past him, stating that he will be collecting every item from the nest as promised in their agreement. The captain, slightly confused, calls out that there shouldn't be anything valuable left in the nest. But the knight doesn't even glance back. He keeps walking, his steps firm and determined. Inwardly, the knight is feeling a surge of luck. He never imagined he would stumble upon a chance to claim the corruption stone. When he first heard that the dragon lizard had respawned, he had grown nervous, fearing that Mastihian's in-game alias was already progressing through the quest. But since the dragon lizard was still alive when the raid started, he figured that Mask must have failed to clear the challenge. As he lands inside the nest, he already has low expectations for Mask's survival, assuming no solo player could handle a boss of that magnitude. The knight's excitement builds as he approaches the nest. All he has to do now is retrieve the corruption stone and make sure Mask never completes the main quest. However, as he searches the area, his expression darkens. The nest is completely empty. There is no stone nothing left behind. His eyes scan every corner, but it's clear that someone got here before him. Frustrated and furious, he curses loudly, the sound echoing across the ruined battlefield. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is seen sitting in his dimly lit room. A quiet, serious expression is on his face as he murmurs to himself that the time has finally come. He begins to reflect on everything, on the long days filled with pain and frustration, on all the moments he endured while telling himself that if he could just hold on a little longer, things would start to improve. That belief, that stubborn hope, was the only thing that kept him going. Now, he smiles slightly as he decides to treat himself. He eagerly declares that he'll order beef tonight, a luxury he's been denying himself for a long time. Until now, he's been living as frugally as possible, cutting food costs to the bare minimum in case of emergencies. But with the main quest now in his hands, and a new path open before him, he figures it's time to enjoy a small reward. He even receives some unexpected extra money converted from a donation sent by Ilya's fan club, totaling 1,200,144 won. With that added to his account, his balance now stands at 1,400,858 won. The number makes him genuinely excited. For a brief moment, everything feels worth it. But that moment doesn't last long. One by one, system notifications start to pop up on his phone, debit alerts from unpaid debts, overdue utility bills, and rent. His excitement fades into disbelief as he watches his balance shrink rapidly, until all that remains is a pitiful 856 won. He leans back, frustrated, realizing that he can't even afford a basic meal now, let alone the steak dinner he had just promised himself. As he sits there in silence, another notification appears. It's a message from Ramani, asking if he has decided to quit WTube entirely. Jaehyun picks up his phone, guilt washing over him as he remembers that he never updated anyone about his situation. He hasn't had the time or energy to make new videos, and there are people, strange, dangerous ones, actively targeting him now. He starts to type a response, but stops midway, thinking deeply. He wonders if it even matters anymore whether people like that are worth fearing when he's literally about to starve. The pressure, the fear, the expectations, they all feel meaningless now. He's tired of playing it safe, tired of living in fear. If the world wants to throw monsters and freaks at him, then he'll face them all his way. In a dark and eerie place filled with crooked tombstones and an unsettling silence, Jaehyun is seen once again. Surrounded by his summoned skeletons, he steps forward with steady resolve. The system interface appears before him, cold and emotionless, as it confirms that he have entered the forest of the dead. Jaehyun enters the field, forest of the dead. The place remains unsettling, no matter how often he visits. Still, he knows it offers the best opportunity for gaining experience points, and its eerie atmosphere works well for drawing attention to his videos. He summons a new ally, a skeleton mage, named Magic, intending to add it to his usual group of 3 skeleton warriors. The skill to summon magic comes from a Himbri, allowing access to more advanced spells as his mastery improves. Although the ability consumes a significant amount of mana, he decides to proceed with today's hunt regardless. At that moment, a level 33 skeleton monster suddenly bursts out of the ground. Jaehyun's skeleton warriors freeze in confusion, unsure of how to react to the unexpected enemy. Staying calm, Jaehyun quickly commands them to go and attack the monster. As he gives the order, he explains that once the battle begins, they will understand that undead monsters behave differently from normal ones that don't respond to pain and are harder to stop. However, instead of charging in as they usually do, the skeleton warriors seem frightened. They even take a few steps back, clearly shaken by the presence of the stronger undead. Jaehyun becomes irritated and snaps at them, telling them to stop wasting time because they still have a lot of work to do. Suddenly, one of the skeleton warriors gathers the courage to rush forward and attacks the enemy skeleton. Its strike is powerful, slicing off half of the monster's upper body. But even after suffering such damage, the undead creature refuses to fall. It keeps moving and tries to counterattack. The sight of the monster still fighting scares the skeleton warrior so much that it jumps back in fear. Watching the situation closely, Jaehyun realizes that ordinary attacks won't be enough to take this creature down. Without wasting time, he summons a rare grade weapon, a powerful item that boosts his strength by 35 points. He swings the weapon with full force, landing a solid blow that sends the undead flying. He feels proud and a little impressed by how strong his hit was. After that, he turns to his skeleton warriors and asks if they saw how he attacked. But instead of responding with excitement, they all look somewhat nervous and unsure. Deciding to motivate them, Jaehyun declares the goal for the day. They must hunt down 100 skeleton-type undead monsters within the next 100 minutes. If they fail, he warns them that he will leave them behind in the forest. As soon as they hear this, the skeleton warriors instantly rush off to begin the hunt, driven by both fear and determination. Before long, Jaehyun begins receiving system notifications that he has slain multiple skeletons, eventually leading to a level up. His skeleton warriors are seen moving swiftly and efficiently, dispatching the undead with surprising speed and coordination. Jaehyun watches with growing satisfaction, impressed by how quickly they have adapted. He originally thought it would take them a while to get used to their new weapons, but they are performing much better than expected. Feeling confident that this footage will make for a successful video, he considers contacting Ramani to let her know, though he stops mid-thought. Without warning, a massive undead warrior, marked as a level 35 monster, suddenly appears before him. Jaehyun immediately recognizes it as a rare monster that spawns randomly in the field. Wasting no time, he charges forward, his skeleton warriors following closely behind. He feels a rush of excitement, already thinking about what he might eat afterward, imagining a good meal as a reward. As he closes in on the rare monster, it suddenly slams its fist down with terrifying force. Jaehyun reacts just in time, leaping backward to dodge the blow. The sheer impact of the attack leaves him shaken. It was so powerful that he nearly died before even getting a chance to fight. Regaining his composure, he quickly retaliates, managing to land a hit on the monster's arm. The force of his attack causes part of the bone to crack. The undead monster, refusing to back down, prepares another strike. Jaehyun and his skeleton warriors coordinate their attacks, this time aiming for the monster's pelvis. They manage to land a powerful combined blow, but the enemy still stands, refusing to fall. It attempts to counterattack Jaehyun once again. Remaining calm, Jaehyun watches as his skeleton mage begins to gather energy. The air heats up as the mage prepares a high-level spell, summoning a massive fireball. The fiery sphere is released with precision, engulfing the monster completely. The powerful flames consume the undead warrior, reducing it to ash. A system notification appears, confirming that Jaehyun has gained experience points from the kill. Feeling accomplished, he assumes this moment alone should be enough to earn at least 10,000 views on the video. Then his stomach growls, and he casually mentions feeling hungry, thinking he'll grill some beef once he's done. But just as he begins to relax, a sudden red system alert flashes across his interface. It warns that the field boss has detected the death of one of its underlings and has located the intruders. The message ends with the chilling notice: the boss is awakening. Almost instantly, a massive golden magic circle appears in the sky, glowing brightly. From within it, the field boss begins to emerge, its overwhelming presence filling the area. Jaehyun stands frozen in place, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. The boss monster begins to emerge from the golden magic circle, a towering golden skeleton, radiating a terrifying presence. It is a level 40 undead, known as the Boss of the Dead, and it stands apart as the first mage-class boss monster Jaehyun has ever encountered. Its reputation is well known among adventurers, especially as a brutal opponent often called the newbie killer due to how many lower-level players it has wiped out. Only then does Jaehyun realize the condition for its appearance defeating a large number of skeleton monsters in a short time. His aggressive hunting spree has unknowingly triggered the boss's summoning. Now standing before this formidable enemy, Jaehyun feels a wave of uncertainty. He doesn't know if he can actually defeat it, but he also knows that if he somehow manages to win, it would be a massive victory jackpot in terms of experience, loot, and content for his video. Trying to stay calm, Jaehyun begins to formulate a plan. He considers fully buffing his skeleton warriors, thinking that with the right strategy and enhancements, he might be able to hold his ground. But just as he prepares to act, he notices something critical: his skeleton warriors are gone. He quickly checks his status and realizes the worst. His mana has dropped too low, and the summoning spell has been canceled. The skeleton warriors have vanished because he no longer has enough energy to sustain them. Shocked, Jaehyun stares at the boss, unable to believe he's now facing the golden skeleton alone. Jaehyun quickly recalls that he had summoned all 4 of his skeletons earlier, including the mage, and even had the mage cast multiple spells during the battles. It now makes perfect sense. There's no way he would have any mana left after all that. Accepting the reality of the situation, he takes a deep breath and tells himself it's time to warm up his own body for the first time in a while. He activates his ownerless watch, a unique item that responds only to him. In a flash, his personal weapon materializes in his hand as he shifts into full combat mode. No sooner has he prepared than the golden skeleton boss begins to attack. Multiple magical circles form behind it, each launching deadly magical projectiles in rapid succession. Recognizing the danger, Jaehyun charges forward without hesitation. He knows that even one of those attacks would be enough to kill him instantly, yet the boss is firing them repeatedly without pause. Now he fully understands why it has earned the title Newbie Killer. If he allows it to continue casting at this pace, he'll be overwhelmed in seconds. Determined to stop the barrage, Jaehyun leaps into the air and brings his hammer crashing down on one of the golden skeleton's hands. The strike connects hard, and the moment it does, the magic circle behind the boss flickers and fades. From this, Jaehyun deduces that the golden skeleton spells are directly linked to its hands. If he can destroy both, he might just cut off its casting ability entirely. However, just as he begins to build a plan around that, the golden skeleton turns its glowing eyes toward him. A system notification appears, informing him that the field boss has now analyzed him and is actively assessing his skill level. The skeleton's hands come together in a complex and precise gesture, forming an unfamiliar hand seal. A chilling purple aura begins to rise and swirl around the boss, signaling a change in its behavior. Jaehyun watches closely, unsure of what's coming next. Then, without warning, the golden skeleton unleashes a massive beam of concentrated purple light straight at him. Jaehyun dashes out of the way in a nick of time. The beam obliterates the ground where he had just stood, reducing it to molten debris. But the attack doesn't stop there. The beam follows him with uncanny precision. He's forced to move faster, jumping and diving farther just to stay ahead of it, narrowly avoiding instant death each time. His mind races as he tries to understand what he's dealing with. He wonders if the golden skeleton has a hidden attack pattern, or if this behavior is the result of a balance update, something similar to what the developers did with the Minotaur boss a few years ago. but no clear memory surfaces. It's already been years since he last hunted a golden skeleton. Jaehyun feels a wave of frustration rising inside him as he tries to figure out how he's supposed to defeat the golden skeleton. The boss is far stronger than anything he's faced recently. Just as he's caught in that thought, the golden skeleton sends out a streak of violet lightning straight at him. He reacts instantly, dodging the attack by a narrow margin. He decides that overthinking won't help now heal, just throw everything he has at it and see what sticks. He charges forward once again, staying alert to every movement. Thanks to observing the pattern of attacks so far, he's able to read the trajectory of the magical strikes. Still, dodging each one takes all his focus and speed, leaving him with no opening to counterattack. He knows that unless he can find a blind spot or a flaw in the boss's rhythm, he won't be able to land a meaningful hit. But before he can reposition, the golden skeleton suddenly catches him in its grasp. Jaehyun feels a jolt of panic and helplessness. It feels as though this monster has an endless number of attack patterns, and he can't keep up with all of them. However, things are not over yet. He still has one last trump card left. He activates a special debuff skill, a demon curse that weakens the enemy's stats. The curse lands successfully, and the golden skeleton's overall stats drop by 13%. Using that brief advantage, Jaehyun twists free from its grip. This moment, he knows, is the best chance he'll get. Without wasting another second, Jaehyun launches a powerful punch with all his strength behind it. The impact is immense, generating a massive shockwave that blasts outward with incredible force. The golden skeleton stumbles and collapses, finally defeated. A series of notifications appear before him. He's gained experience points, earned a total of 97,964 G, and unlocked a new title, Skeleton Destroyer. His level has also increased. He's now level 36. The victory feels incredible, and Jaehyun breathes out in relief. It was a close call, but he pulled through. He quickly deactivates the battle slot system and opens his status window to check the changes. His excitement is evident, but it's short-lived when he notices a critical issue. His mana has dropped to 141, which isn't a dangerously low number, but considering he barely invested any stat points in a mana, it's not enough to keep fighting this way for long. Up until now, Jaehyun had been managing to get by using the advantages of his titles and fast leveling. These benefits gave him just enough power and flexibility to survive tough fights. But now that he has unlocked more skills and abilities, he's starting to realize that his current mana pool just isn't cutting it anymore. He had invested in increasing his strength to support his summoned skeleton warriors, but when he needed them the most, they had vanished due to his lack of mana. He already collected all the mana-boosting titles available at this stage of the game, so there's not much more he can do in that area for now. He knows that to really improve, he needs to get better gear, especially equipment that increases mana or improves mana efficiency. Unfortunately, his current funds aren't enough to afford what he needs. Still, Jaehyun chooses not to dwell on that problem just yet. Instead, he decides to send the raw footage of his boss fight to Ramani. His next goal is to keep pushing forward until he reaches level 40. And of course, he's also looking forward to eating the beef he promised himself after all this is over. Meanwhile, Ramani is shown watching the footage Jaehyun sent her. Her eyes widen with excitement as she sees Jaehyun take down a boss monster that was one level higher than him without taking a single hit. The most impressive part is that he managed to pull it off without any rehearsal or trial runs. She's clearly impressed, smiling to herself and commenting on how naturally talented he is. Because the raw footage is already so strong and exciting, Ramani realizes she doesn't need to do much editing. She prepares to send the final version of the video back to Jaehyun. As she wraps up her work, she thinks about what title to give the video. After a brief pause, she decides on a name that perfectly captures his solo heroics, Emperor of Solo Play. Jae-hyun returned to the Raiders Association branch at Banksa Castle without delay. He made his way into a Himri's office and formally stated his return. He had reached level 40, just as previously requested. A Himri turned to face him, and unlike before, His expression now carried a note of expectation in place of the earlier dismissiveness. However, upon seeing Jin's battered and unkempt appearance, Ahimri gave a dry remark about how he looked like a homeless wanderer. Uninterested in small talk, Jae-hyun brushed it aside and directly asked for his reward. Inwardly, he blamed the state of his appearance entirely on his teacher. With a simple motion, Ahimri summoned a skill book, announcing that it was the promised reward. Jin accepted it, the agreed reward for becoming a Himbre disciple and achieving level 40. A notification immediately confirmed the completion of the second stage of his quest. The reward was a skill book titled Skeleton Studies, an ultra-rare passive necromancer skill nearly impossible to find on the market. It was exactly what he needed, offering reduced mana consumption when summoning skeletons. His expression brightened, clearly elated, and he wasted no time in using the skill book. But Ahimri wasn't finished. He took out another item, this time a ring. It was called the Corrupted Tracker's Ring, forged using the corrupted stone Jian had brought back. The ring channeled the power of the Corrupt One itself. When equipped, it granted a massive stat boost, with further enhancements if paired with the necklace of the Corrupted Tracker. The sheer value of the reward took Jin's breath away. He hadn't expected something of this caliber. The realization struck hard. This was a rare item he remembered from his previous life, one given only to the first person to complete the main quest line. His heart leapt as he reached eagerly to claim it. But Ahimri suddenly pulled the ring back, holding it out of reach, leaving Jae-hyun visibly confused. With a thoughtful expression, Ahimri muttered that perhaps he couldn't just hand it over so easily after all. Then, without further explanation, he turned away and walked off, leaving Jae-hyun in baffled silence. Moments later, Ahimri turned back with a mischievous glint in his eye. He stated that Jae-hyun could have the ring only if he managed to catch him. The absurdity of the condition made it seem like Ahimri was simply trying to bring some levity into his otherwise solitary life. Jin let out a resigned sigh, understanding the ring would be his eventually, without wasting time. He activated his War Watch's ability and launched into pursuit. Annoyance simmered beneath his expression. His patience was wearing thin, while the old man clearly found amusement in the chase. Eventually, Jin claimed the ring, darting through the area while catching his breath. He could only wonder what was truly wrong with his teacher. If Ahimri weren't just an NPC Jim used, he might have killed him already out of sheer frustration. Despite the ordeal, he now had the ring in hand, and more importantly, had received the next quest. Ahimri explained that all contact with an agent named Miji had been lost and suggested that Jin head to Suriryu Castle to investigate. Anger shimmered beneath the surface of Jin's thoughts, yet he decided to let it go without consequence. It wasn't worth the energy, not now. Internally, he calculated his next step, noting that the area around Suriryu Castle was high-level territory. If he was to venture there, he needed to raise his level a bit more along the way. Just then, his War Watch emitted a chime, signaling an incoming message from Romney. She mentioned that she had urgent news to share, having uploaded the Golden Skeleton's solo raid footage to the platform. She urged him to check it out for himself. When he did, he found himself staring in disbelief. The video had gone viral, amassing nearly 2.4 million views. Positive comments flooded in, along with an overwhelming wave of donations. His eyes widened in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scale of it all. The sheer amount of money flowing into his account made his breath hitch. It was as if he'd been struck by a truck. The realization hit so hard that his legs gave way, and he landed on the ground in a daze. He stared at the figures on the screen, counting and recounting the deposits to confirm whether this was real or a hallucination. As reality sank in, he began muttering to himself about dinner, steaks, fish, and all manner of high-quality meats he'd long gone without. His eyes lit up with excitement as the images of those meals danced in his mind. Saliva gathered at the corners of his lips while he silently marveled at the sheer stroke of luck he had. He had anticipated a good reaction to the video, but what he received had far exceeded anything he imagined. With the giddy joy of unexpected success pulsing through him, he decided it was time to log out and reward himself. After all, he had earned it. Just then, another notification arrived, this time a donation of 1 million gold. Alongside it came a message requesting Jin's attention. It was a guild invitation sent by the scouting manager of the Thunder Hunters Guild. Recognition dawned immediately. That guild belonged to none other than his old nemesis, Celian. Memories of his past life surged to the surface. Even then, the Thunder Hunters Guild had been relentless in trying to recruit him. Celian herself had extended the offer back in those days when Jin's identity wasn't hidden. Members of the guild had hunted him across every corner of the map, hounding him with pleas to join them as if their own lives depended on it. Now, he dismissed the message without a second thought. Frustration leaked into his voice as he voiced his resolve. He wouldn't join them, not even if his life depended on it. Yet, even as he said it, he remembered having said the same thing once before. The bitterness of betrayal returned. His former teammates, once bound by loyalty, had eventually caved in to the Thunder Hunters' offers despite Jay Hyan's repeated rejections. The guild's persistence remained unmatched. Worse still, he had already been part of another guild at the time. He could still recall one of his teammates saying how fortunate he was. The Thunder Hunters Guild, after all, was among the best, ranked within the top 30. One of them had remarked that the Thunder Hunters leader came from a wealthy family, which meant that joining them would guarantee a 6-figure salary. Another chimed in, claiming it made perfect sense that a player of Jin's caliber would be on their radar. He noted that in every one of their uploaded guild raid videos, the comment sections were filled with praise for Jin alone. That teammate seemed pessimistic, almost resentful, wondering how someone so skilled ended up in a lesser-known guild like theirs. Jin had cut them off sharply. He made it clear that no amount of money or salary would tempt him into joining the Thunder Hunters. Becoming the strongest guild would eventually bring the money anyway, so there was no need to jump ship for a shortcut. He preferred to remain with his current guild to grow stronger alongside his teammates. Someone let out a nervous laugh. It suggested that perhaps the Thunder Hunters had already begun laying the groundwork. They were simply waiting for the perfect moment to make their move. In hindsight, that conversation echoed bitterly in Jay Hyan's mind. He had placed absolute trust in his team, giving his all without reservation, only to realize too late that they never held the same loyalty. Regret settled deep in his chest as he acknowledged the truth. It made sense why they were swayed so easily. While he had outperformed them, the gap in skill had only grown wider, leaving them to fall behind and reach for an easier path. Shaking the thoughts from his mind, Jun slapped both cheeks to collect himself. Now wasn't the time to lose his head over money. He rose to his feet with renewed purpose, telling himself there was still so much to do, and it was far too early to feel content. The best way to use this windfall was to invest the money he earned in becoming stronger. With that thought, he summoned his skeleton squad. Blue flames twisted into form as the undead warriors emerged one by one. The original skeleton's eyes burned with unwavering resolve, while the others stood tall and intimidating. Without delay, they all struck a battle-ready pose, clearly prepared to face the golden skeleton again. But Giant immediately shut down their enthusiasm, grumbling that the golden skeleton had already been taken care of. A slew of annoyed curses followed as he waved them off. He then laid out new instructions. From this point forward, it would be hardcore training. Optimal movement patterns would be drilled, and they wouldn't be allowed to repeat the same mistakes as before. With a slightly irritable expression, he asked if they could handle it. The memory of his former teammates surfaced. He had said the same thing once back then. One had begged for rest, claiming everyone was exhausted. Another had whined about the intensity of training, insisting they couldn't keep up with someone like Jean. In contrast, the skeletons now stood in silence, raising their hands in agreement. No complaints, no hesitation. They would follow any plan. Jin's lips curled into a faint smile as he reflected on that stark difference. This was the new reality. And unlike before, this team wouldn't betray him. With a rare skill he'd just acquired from a Himri, Jean wasted no time. He ordered the skeletons to begin the hunt at once. He had started this journey with a single clumsy skeleton barely able to stand straight. Now, every step he took was flanked by 3 hardened skeleton warriors and a skeleton mage, each following closely behind as he marched toward his goal of becoming the strongest bloom amidst the battlefield. Abruptly, Jin stopped in his tracks and turned to face them. He announced that their next destination was Suriryu Castle and casually added that they should squeeze in some training along the way. The skeletons, as if understanding his point, simultaneously nodded in agreement. But in truth, not one of them knew what kind of training he meant. Confusion flickered in their hollow eyes. Jae-hin then pulled a club from his inventory, holding it up as he explained the simplicity of their training plan. No drills, no combat, just a long run to their next destination. And if any of them lagged behind, they'd be reminded of their mistake with the business end of that club. Without delay, he took off after them, chasing the confused undead with manic determination. Threatened by blunt force discipline, the skeletons sprinted in panic, a tragic consequence of their low intelligence stats. Together, they charged toward Suriryu Castle as if fleeing a deranged coach. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the game world, Celian sat in still silence, lost in thought. A fellow guild member approached her and asked what was on her mind. She didn't reply. She had just finished a brutal hunt, leaving behind a mountain of dragon corpses, and now sat atop them, unmoved and brooding. The guild member, Hachi, reminded her that the meeting was about to begin. Descending from her throne of carnage, Celian finally spoke, asking for an update on the corrupted Count quest line. But he reported that nothing new had been uncovered. They still hadn't found a way to trigger the next phase of the quest. No progress in the quest, and the trail had gone cold. A trace of irritation surfaced in Celian's expression as she muttered how absurd it was that the Hydra Guild was currently ahead of them in the main quest. The thought was humiliating for her. Hachi attempted to reassure her. He mentioned the upcoming meeting with the leaders of the top 30 guilds, assuming that some new information would emerge. But Celian dismissed the idea immediately. No gathering of overconfident elites was going to solve anything. Half joking, Hachi called her cold and reminded her to be careful. After all, Celian wasn't just part of the top 30 guilds. She led the very best among them. And if even she couldn't find the way forward in the main quest, she doubted anyone else had ETH. After acquiring a substantial fortune, Jin momentarily struggled against the pull of indulgence. Fortunately, restraint prevailed, and he chose a different path. The shift was largely due to the invitation from the Thunder Hunters Guild, which had triggered memories of betrayal in his past life. Memories that still lingered from the life he lived before his untimely death and subsequent regression. From that moment, he committed himself to the path of a relentless predator, pouring every fraction of money he earned back into the game. The first task was to repay all outstanding debt, including the interest, entirely in cash. The loan shark who had originally provided the funds sat speechless, unable to believe that Jae-hin could clear such a massive loan in a single sum. Next, Jin invested in an array of rare skill books, specifically chosen to bolster the weaknesses in his offensive capabilities. For a fleeting moment, pride welled within him. He had earned this money through effort and managed to reclaim control over his life. But when reality took hold, a sense of despair followed. His bank account was empty. Every last coin had been funneled into preparation. The tears that followed were not from regret, but from the weight of sacrifice. Nearby, the skeletons he had summoned stood bewildered, unsure of why their master alternated between satisfaction and sorrow. Even after some time had passed, the sting of having spent everything remained sharp. Yet, as the rare skill books floated before him, he set aside the pain. The moment of transformation had arrived. He placed his hand on the first book. A surge of light flared outward, followed by a notification confirming he had acquired the new skill, skin stitching. This passive ability fortified his skin using monster parts, providing a boost to his defense. To test it, he summoned the horn of a skeleton warrior and activated the skill, and his defense stats climbed by 5. He observed the changes intently, lifting his hand and watching faint glimmers flicker across his skin. Intent on examining its effects personally, he drew his sword from his inventory. With no hesitation, he brought the blade down on his own hand. The skeletons watched in shock as their master committed what appeared to be self-harm. Yet, Jan only smirked, displaying his unharmed arm with pride. Emboldened, he moved on to the next book. Another pulse of light was accompanied by a notification. The curse of sloth had been acquired. This active skill would allow him to impose a slowing curse upon his target. Upon reviewing the skill's description, he considered how well it would complement the already sluggish movements of his skeletal allies. Turning toward the original summoned skeleton, he lifted his hand with a peculiar gesture. The skeleton appeared confused, unable to grasp its master's intentions. He cast the spell instantly. The skeleton's motions slowed, as if caught in thick syrup. Pleased, Jin reflected on its potential utility in future combat scenarios. Only one book remained. Repeating the activation process, he placed his hand upon it. A final burst of light signaled the acquisition of the summoned skill. A grin tugged at his lips. Of all the skills, this one had been the most difficult to obtain. He initiated the spell to test it, musing internally that this was the power he had most longed for. As he cast it, the ground quivered briefly before the force surged upward. The tremor fractured into the air, coalescing into a new form. Anticipation surged as Jean whispered to himself that the task was finally complete. Before him stood a towering golem. Its form was 5 times taller than its summoner. A wave of satisfaction swept over him as he considered how fitting it was for a necromancer to command a golem. Its sheer bulk offered far greater reliability than most tanks in combat. More importantly, he was aware that this particular golem possessed a rare function, the ability to mirror its master's movements. A trail of light extended from his hand to the golem, forming a visual bond that confirmed their connection. This feature, called copy mode, allowed Jin's actions to be mimicked by the golem. The potential thrilled him. With his technique and the golem's immense size, the resulting synergy held limitless promise. To test this, he executed a punch, expecting the golem to replicate it. However, instead of a synchronized motion, the golem continued performing Ji-Hin's previous movement at an agonizingly slow pace. Nearby, the summoned skeletons exchanged anxious glances, concerned about their master's dismay. Frustrated, Jin tapped at his war-in confusion, suspecting a malfunction. Panic stirred in his thoughts. A bug? Something broken? Only when he raised his gaze did the golem complete the punch, precisely mirroring the action, but at its maximum slow speed. Realization struck. The sluggish pace was the best the golem could manage. The bitter truth prompted a hollow laugh from Jian, who muttered in defeat that nothing seemed to be going in his favor. Tears followed soon after, lamenting the addition of a slow golem to his now empty bank account. In the background, the golem mimicked his crying pose, adding a comedic undertone to the otherwise tragic scene. Elsewhere, far from Jan's comedic misfortunes, a serious discussion took place among elite players at a discreet location chosen specifically for secrecy. Top-ranking guild leaders gathered to deliberate over the main quest line. Nurgle, representing Guild Ares, opened the meeting with a formal thank you to those in attendance. Shev, also known as Matador Shev of the Red Bulls, laughed heartily, openly pleased to see familiar faces around the table. Burke of the Guild Big Smile showed little interest in pleasantries and focused solely on acquiring useful information. The Thunder Queen of the Thunder Hunters Guild remained silent throughout, offering no comment as the others exchanged remarks. Such a high-level gathering was rare in Warlord. It was far more common for the top 30 guilds to clash over conflicting interests than to cooperate. Nurgle acknowledged this, stating that normally there would be no cause for a meeting like this. However, he revealed that Guild Hydra had uncovered the identity of the corrupt Count and was organizing a final raid scheduled to take place in 1 month. Shev expressed surprise, recognizing the magnitude of the revelation. According to him, No other guild had even come close to solving the mystery. If Hydra succeeded in executing the raid, the benefits would be immense. Unable to contain his frustration, Burke slammed the table. He warned that if Hydra defeated the corrupt Count, they would seize exclusive control over future main quests. The resulting monopolization would grant them dominance over advertisements, sponsors, and narrative content. With a sharp and commanding tone, Celian silenced the room. Her displeasure with Hydra's progress simmered beneath the surface. If any of the guild leaders were too frightened to act, she declared, then they should step aside and refrain from spoiling the atmosphere with defeatist talk. Burke responded with unmistakable hostility, summoning a spectral claw into his hand. The challenge in his stance was evident as he asked if Selenian wished to settle the matter directly then and there. Before tensions could escalate further, Shev stepped in, raising his voice to urge calm. The purpose of the meeting, he reminded them, was negotiation, not bloodshed. Nurgle nodded in agreement and elaborated further, noting that any infighting would only provide Hydra with greater freedom to act unopposed. Seizing the opportunity to redirect focus, Nurgle laid out a formal proposal for an anti-Hydra alliance. From this moment until the Corrupt Count chapter came to an end, the 4 guilds present would abide by a pact. No physical hostilities among them, and full cooperation in the sharing of information tied to the Corrupt Count. He then asked whether anyone objected. Although clearly disliking the notion of cliques or alliances, Shev conceded that it was necessary this time. Burke dismissed semantics altogether, stating bluntly that unless Hydra was stopped, every other guild would face complete collapse. Though inwardly seething at the compromise, Celian acknowledged the futility of resistance. With the Corrupt Count already lost, she knew she lacked the standing to argue. Without offering another word, she let the proposal pass, allowing the meeting to conclude in silent accord. Once the gathering had ended, she logged out of the game and immediately retreated to the shower. The hot water did little to ease the sting of what she perceived as humiliation. It felt degrading to be forced into collaboration with those she considered rivals or inferiors. The idea that her guild had failed to defeat even a Chapter 1 boss gnawed at her sense of pride. And yet, despite the sting, she knew the decision was necessary. The Corrupt Count had slipped away, and there would be no second opportunity. She had to act with strategy, not ego. Drying off and regaining composure, she returned to her role as a guild leader. Orders were swiftly dispatched. From this point forward, every member of her guild was to monitor Hydra's activities relentlessly. Even the smallest detail was to be reported. Her message to her operatives was absolute. No matter the cost, no matter the difficulty, the Corrupt Count would belong to them. It would not be denied again. Meanwhile, in the world of the game, Jaehin arrived at the Raider Association's Suryu Castle branch. Upon speaking to the attending staff member, he was quickly met with a directive that left him stunned. Upon learning that Jaehin had been sent by a Himri, the staff explained the situation. Agent Miji had gone missing while investigating the corrupt stones. The last known location, the perilous Bobber Forest. Jaehin immediately expressed disbelief, stating that the forest was filled with level 70 monsters. Entering such a zone at his current level would mean certain death. But the staff remained resolute, precisely because Jin was a Him disciple. He was the one being asked to go. Refusal, he warned, would result in his title, Corrupt Tracker, being revoked. Reluctantly, Jaehin accepted the conditions. He couldn't afford to lose the title. It was the key to advancing the main storyline. Sometime later, he sat alone in the plaza, lost in thought. Everything had happened so quickly. He had only just begun his journey, yet now found himself cornered into undertaking a lethal mission just to retain the title he had barely earned. Frustration bubbled over as he cursed the situation aloud. Eventually, he opened his quest window. The prompt awaited him. Locate the missing Agent Miji and assume responsibility for the investigation into the corrupt stones. The path forward, dangerous as it was, had already begun. The reward wasn't particularly valuable, yet Jaehin had no choice. Losing his corrupt tracker title would mean being removed from the main quest line entirely. Frustration took hold as he muttered complaints about the escalating difficulty of quests. It became clear to him that his strategy of accepting quests well above his level had finally caught up to him. By all reasonable standards, those previous tasks should have been impossible to complete. Somehow, he had managed to survive and advance. But now, the consequences had arrived. Following his meeting at Sururyu Castle, he had been assigned a quest tailor-made for players at level 60 and above. Doubt clouded his thoughts. He couldn't afford to abandon the main storyline, not after making it this far. Yet entering Babura Forest remained an impossible option. As he sat immersed in uncertainty, a conversation between a male and female player nearby drifted to his ears. The man remarked on the possibility that Hydra Guild might soon complete the main quest line. If that happened, they would gain a significant advantage over all other guilds. The man then posed a rhetorical question about the fate of the other active main quest should the corrupt count be defeated. That passing remark struck Jean with unexpected force. A realization surged through him, an idea that instantly shifted his outlook. A smile curled across his face, the beginnings of a plan taking shape. If his assumption was correct, he might not have to step foot into Babura Forest at all. Elsewhere, a noble estate enveloped in dark mist remained undisturbed. A scout posted outside the estate sighed to himself, noting once again that nothing unusual had occurred. The black-haired man grumbled aloud, expressing disdain for the monotonous assignment. Hours spent watching an inactive castle had begun to chip away at his sanity. Beside him stood Nadal, Hydra Guild's 8th-in-command. The brown-haired operative shared the watch duty, and the scout took the opportunity to wonder aloud what reward would follow the defeat of the corrupt count. He speculated whether such a victory might finally propel Hydra into the ranks of the most elite guilds. Nadal dismissed the speculation, reminding his guildmate not to jump ahead. Their mission was far from complete. They were to remain hidden, surveilling the corrupt count's castle in secret. He emphasized the importance of discipline. Any lapse that resulted in information being leaked could prove disastrous. Professionals, he said, knew how to remain calm no matter the stakes. Their vigilance was soon tested. A sudden voice called out to Nadal by name. A player strode nearby, clearly not part of Hydra, and yet had somehow located them. The newcomer was Kim's, a third-ranked member of the Red Bulls Guild. He greeted Nadal casually, seemingly unaware of the sensitivity of the situation. Caught off guard, Nadal hesitated before questioning what a Red Bulls member was doing in this area. Kim appeared momentarily puzzled, then offered an explanation. The mountain was home to a powerful boss monster, and he had come to challenge it. Turning the question around, he asked whether Nadal was also pursuing the boss. Nadal shared a glance with his subordinate, revealing their true objective was not an option. In the end, he claimed they too were here for the boss monster. However, Kim didn't leave quietly. Taking note of Nadal's disheveled appearance, he joked about whether Nadal needed to relieve himself. Nadal's temper flared instantly, though Kim seemed oblivious to the insult he had delivered. As Kim walked off, he casually told Nadal to go ahead and take care of himself. Nadal lost all composure, shouting that it wasn't what it looked like. His subordinates struggled to keep him from charging after the departing player. Nadal remained furious as Kim walked farther away, his frustration barely contained by the subordinate holding him back. Once at a safe distance, Kim tapped his war watch to send a report. He reflected on the surprising accuracy of the anonymous tip they had received. It had been real. Meanwhile, at his own location, Chev lounged with Yahello, casually musing about the improbability of the situation. An anonymous tip had turned out to be valid. Yahello admitted she had initially thought the information regarding the corrupt count's whereabouts was a prank. They had only sent Kim's to investigate out of caution. Shortly after, she voiced a new concern: the motive behind such a significant piece of information being offered for free. Chev wasn't certain, but speculated it might have come from someone inside Hydra Guild who bore a grudge against their own. Continuing his communication, Kim noted that the Red Bulls weren't in a position to be selective about such leads. Hydra Guild was on the verge of surpassing them entirely. He then suggested initiating a diversionary battle to buy time for the rest of their members to move into position. Shev rejected the idea, advising him to retreat for now. If that really was the corrupt Count's castle, then most of Hydra's top forces would be concentrated there. He emphasized that losing a key asset like Kim at this stage would be too costly. Hims acknowledged the reasoning with a joking tone, feigning flattery. He noted that it wasn't as if the Red Bulls would collapse without him, though he appreciated the sentiment. He remained unaware that a shadow was already closing in. A figure had leapt silently into the air, aiming an ambush at his position. An explosion shattered the ground as a blade struck, throwing dust and energy into the air. Back at their location, Shev and Yell leapt up, startled by the sudden blast. They struggled to get a clear view of the skirmish, now pinned with a blade pressed to his neck. Kim murmured with grim amusement that apparently the Red Bulls weren't the only ones who had received the information tip. He relayed to Shev that the Princess of the Thunder Hunters, whom he mockingly referred to as the Crazy Chihuahua, had also shown up. Standing before him with a bright and unwavering smile was Thunder Princess Ho. Without losing her cheer, she made her demand clear. He was to tell her everything he knew or die. Elsewhere in the game, Jan's golem faced a powerful wild bear. The creature attacked without pause, hammering at the slow-moving golem with sharp claws. Yet the golem remained solid, its posture locked in defense. It absorbed every blow without yielding. Suddenly, the golem's eyes lit up with an intense glow. In the brief pause that followed, it reared back to throw a punch, but its motion was glacial. The skeletons, observing from a distance, looked on as if they were watching a clumsy sparring match. The bear regained its momentum and once again slammed its claws toward the golem, which reflexively raised its arm to defend itself, still not having completed the earlier punch. Perched high on a tree branch, Jain paid the clash little mind. His focus remained fixed on his internal calculations. Below, the skeletons munched on popcorn, treating the battle like a theatrical performance. Jae-hing glanced at the search results he had been monitoring. There were no hits. Still, he felt confident. The emails he had sent containing the anonymous tips had reached their destinations. Responses, he believed, were simply a matter of time. Jian mulled over the situation and concluded that the only way to avoid entering Babur Forest was to forcefully end the quest. He speculated that if the corrupt Count were defeated, the quest tied to him would vanish along with it. He recalled that the main quest line in Warlord was divided into multiple chapters. The one currently active was Chapter 1, centered around the corrupt Count. Once the target was eliminated, the chapter would close and all associated quests would be terminated automatically. This logic offered little comfort. Even if he attempted to confront the corrupt Count himself, the odds of victory within the given time limit were non-existent. Time would be far better spent beginning the next chapter, not risking his life in an impossible challenge. Driven by a sense of desperation, he had distributed the information about the corrupt council location to various guilds. He had hoped that someone, anyone, would defeat the boss and bring closure to the chapter. His growing frustration stemmed from the silence that followed. No replies came to his emails, and no action seemed to be taken. Just then, a notification alert grabbed his attention, snapping his focus to the screen. His gaze locked in as the message appeared. Hydra Guild's official channel has launched a live stream. At that exact moment, a loud crash echoed as his golem's arm detached and hit the ground. After enduring wave after wave of attacks from the relentless bear, the construct was far from peak condition, but the bear showed no intention of stopping. It charged forward, claws gleaming, targeting the golem's exposed head. In a blur of motion, Jae-hin leapt from the tree where he had been perched and delivered a devastating punch to the bear. As his fist connected, he muttered for the creature to be quiet. Upon landing, he made it clear that he needed to watch the live stream. The sudden declaration brought silence to the chaotic surroundings. Soon after, Jean sat comfortably with his summoned creatures gathered around him. All of them focused their attention on the broadcast. The Hydra Guild's host greeted the viewers and outlined the plan. They intended to be the first to uncover the true identity of the corrupt count, and a live stream would cover their preparations to conduct a raid. As anticipation mounted, the host prepared to announce the raid date. Jan could only hope that the planned timing fell within his own quest duration. That was all he wished for. After risking exposure by leaking the privileged information from his previous life, just to avoid entering another danger. In a live stream, the host covered their preparations to conduct a raid as anticipation mounted. Jan could only hope that the planned timing fell within his own quest duration. That was all he wished for after risking exposure by leaking privileged information from his previous life, just to avoid entering another danger. Relief washed over Jean the moment the host declared that the raid would commence in 3 days. Though the timing arrived sooner than expected, it fell neatly within his projections. For a brief moment, he maintained the appearance of calm precision, every movement deliberate, as though molded by confidence. They moved according to his orchestration, unaware they were dancing to the rhythm of a single puppeteer. Internally, however, an elation stirred that he could no longer contain. A suppressed snicker escaped as satisfaction bloomed. Everything had unfolded exactly as calculated. By leaking a few carefully worded emails regarding the corrupted countess, he had manipulated the major guilds with surgical precision. When the public announcement passed, Jahin quietly resumed training his summoned golem in a secluded forest clearing where towering bears served as formidable sparring partners. Though made of stone and devoid of emotion, the golem moved with purpose under his command. Meanwhile, the skeletal minions, grotesque figures of bone, stood by, clattering in eerie excitement as they cheered the scene like spectators at a grim festival. Even as he observed the battlefield, his thoughts drifted to the upcoming raid. With only 3 days remaining, anxiety must have begun to fester within the ranks of the Hydra Guild. After all, he had leaked the same information to their rivals. Yet he remained unfazed, having lived a life where the Hydra Guild rose to prominence. He knew their core well. Their advancement in the main quest line outpaced most factions, and their members possessed skill sets refined through countless battles. Ji Hyen speculated that once the main quest reached its conclusion, the burden tethered to his subquest would dissolve. In 3 days' time, freedom loomed, an end to obligations, a step into the life he truly desired. With hope and strategy hand in hand, he believed liberation was close at hand. Time moved with merciless speed, and the day of the raid arrived almost without warning. Driven by urgency and pressured by rival guilds closing in, the Hydra Guild launched a premature assault against the first chapter boss, the corrupted count. Their party struggled through the castle's defenses, barely scraping their way to the boss chamber. By the time they reached the final enemy, their forces were already depleted. One by one, their members fell. Their final efforts were broadcast in real time for the world to witness. Not only had the Hydra Guild failed spectacularly, but Jayan's grand scheme had unraveled with them. The screen that once displayed his triumph now flickered with defeat. His chest tightened. Rarely had disappointment taken such a visceral hold of him. Watching one of the most capable guilds flounder in front of millions shattered his calculated worldview. In a fit of unfiltered frustration, his hand lashed out. His phone struck the floor with a sharp thud, the plastic casing cracking as rage filled the room. His voice thundered in disbelief. Fury surged as he questioned their lack of planning, their reckless timing, their audacity to fail so blatantly. How could a guild of their caliber collapse within an hour? What purpose had his intricate schemes served if the key player disintegrated on cue? Reality had revealed the folly in his overestimation. As silence settled over the room, thoughts shifted. With the Hydra Guild proving unreliable, new paths had to be charted. An alternative was necessary. Another means to escape the constraints of the binding subquest was required. A chime broke through the tension. A notification lit the screen, informing that Red Bull's guild had initiated a live stream. Instinctively, Jae-hyun reached for the phone, eyes narrowing. It had to be Chev Matador after all. He had leaked the same intelligence to Red Bulls. Their appearance at the Count's castle wasn't unexpected. It was inevitable. The camera feed came alive with a sweeping view of the corrupted Count's castle grounds. At its forefront stood Chev, unwavering. The battlefield reflected in his eyes. The signs were unmistakable. The terrain was already restored. Clearly, Hydra Guild had perished here. Chev's moment had come. Unlike his predecessors, he had arrived with a strategy. Calmly, he turned to his comrades and questioned if they had witnessed what transpired. His tone was level but laced with purpose. Unlike the rushed spectacle of Hydra Guild, Red Bulls had prepared. Chev addressed his assembled guild with a measured tone, acknowledging that the corrupted Count was no ordinary opponent. The enemy had already overwhelmed the Hydra Guild, a force regarded with respect and fear. Beyond brute strength, their downfall had stemmed partly from a lack of preparation, insufficient backup supplies, and poorly timed responses. As Chev confessed, the odds were against them. He accepted the daunting challenge ahead. Yet, despite the overwhelming danger, a powerful conviction charged his voice. He thrust his blade into the ground with solemn defiance, declaring that the Red Bulls Guild would rise to the challenge. Hydra might have been strong, he said, but in my eyes, Red Bulls are stronger. The field erupted in unified war cries, their collective roars swelling with adrenaline. These warriors were not fledgling adventurers. They were elite veterans hardened by experience and driven by ambition. With a prize looming before them, no obstacle would deter their charge. Elsewhere, Gene sat glued to the stream, tracking every moment through his phone. The raid's start felt imminent, and the intensity in the air gripped him tightly. Although he recognized the strength of Red Bulls, he couldn't shake the belief that even they lacked the means to bring down the corrupted Count. But then, as Chev spoke once more, something shifted. With a tone both bold and theatrical, Chev introduced a crucial development, a surprise alliance that made Jan's fingers tense around his phone. A glimmer of rage crept across his expression, followed by a subtle twist of disbelief. The name that followed was unexpected: Thunder Hunters, taking center stage. The camera panned to the woman approaching with steady steps, flanked by her loyal elites. The guild members parted instinctively to make way for their master. She moved like lightning incarnate, and with each step came the quiet thunder of awe. The Thunder Queen, Shuru, known formally as Seal Yayan, had arrived. Jean blinked, stunned. Of all possibilities, this alliance had not crossed his mind. He had purposely withheld the leaked intel from Seal Yayan, ensuring that Thunder Hunters remained out of the raid's politics. Whatever deals or negotiations transpire between the upper echelons of the top guilds, he had not foreseen this outcome. Yet here she was, commanding presence, a storm given form, marching along with the Red Bulls banner. The memory shifted to the night before the raid. Red Bulls had encamped just outside the estate. The crackle of firewood echoed beneath a starry sky as Chev sat across from Celian. The fire's glow reflecting off his armor. Her unexpected request for a private audience still puzzled him. Two figures stood behind her, silent and dangerous. High-ranking members of Thunder Hunters known collectively as the Princesses. Their presence wasn't ceremonial, it was calculated. Despite the tension, Chev broke the silence with a half-joking accusation, wondering aloud if Celian had come to declare war. With calm detachment, Celian denied the claim. In her eyes, they were allies, nothing more, nothing less. Chev pressed further, mentioning the unfortunate incident involving one of his members. He gestured to Kim, who still bore bruises from a fierce encounter with one of the princesses. Without missing a beat, Celian dismissed the event as a cultural misunderstanding. A simple greeting, she claimed. The faintest of smirks formed on her lips. Behind her, the princess responsible sneered in open amusement. With the false pleasantries cast aside, Selyayan cut to the point. She confronted Chev directly, stating she knew he had received information on the corrupt account. Chev attempted to deflect, pretending ignorance, but she had little patience for games. With sharp precision, she revealed her awareness that several top 30 guilds had acquired the same data. In her view, the moment a brute like Chev began tracking the corrupt account's domain, the truth became self-evident. Cornered, Chev let out an uneasy laugh. Her deduction left no room for evasion. In the end, he admitted she was right, though he maintained he had no clue about the identity of the one who leaked the information. Selyan's eyes narrowed. She wasn't finished and asked the final question, direct and unrelenting. Did he truly believe Hydra Guild ever stood a chance against the corrupted Count? Chef confessed that he lacked an answer, but Selyan had already drawn her own conclusion. In her eyes, Hydra Guild was bound to fail. Their decision to initiate the raid stemmed not from sound tactics, but from a desire for prestige, to claim the honor of being first. Yet, as she pointed out, the corrupted Count served as the inaugural boss of the main quest. That alone ensured it would be no easy feat strategically. Allowing other guilds to challenge the raid first and collecting the resulting data would have been the wiser path. Of course, Chev wasn't naive. He understood that Cian hadn't come merely to gossip about Hydra Guild's shortcomings. His voice carried a note of skepticism as he pressed her to share her true motive. A faint smile curved her lips, eerie in its calmness, masking the storm simmering beneath. While her outward demeanor remained composed, internally, she was seething. The Hydra Guild's head start had forced her into this alliance with a brute she didn't fully trust. Now, adding salt to the wound, he had secured the leaked intel before she did. The humiliation stung deeper than she cared to admit. Then, without warning, the table shook as she drove her sword into it. Her fury pierced the quiet night. Chev remained unflinching, his face a mask of amusement while Kim tensed nearby, ready to intervene. A raised hand from Chev held him back. Her fingers tightened on the embedded blade as she spoke, offering an alliance for the corrupted Count raid. She didn't mince words. With an unsettling smile, she declared her intent to deliver the first kill into Chev's hands. He recognized the situation for what it was. Whether a ploy or a genuine offer, Selyan had positioned herself well. There was no real choice but to accept. The alliance was sealed in necessity, not in trust. When the raid commenced, the true measure of her strength became evident on the battlefield. Selyan proved that her reputation wasn't built on words alone. With each swing of her sword, she carved down monsters with terrifying precision. Her movements were fluid, calculated, and undeniably deadly. Her placement among the elite wasn't a gift. It was earned. Yet, the corrupted Count was a foe of a different caliber. As the boss of the main quest's first chapter, he towered in strength and intellect above the monsters that came before. This was no mindless brute. His voice echoed through the fortress with malevolence, mocking the intruders and promising utter annihilation. With a single roar, he commanded a tide of corrupted monsters to descend upon the raiding parties. The alliance of Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters soon found themselves overwhelmed. The relentless advance of the Count's forces began to strain their formation. Chev, fighting on the front line, felt the pressure mount. The defensive line began to collapse under the weight of the assault. As vanguard, the burden to act fell squarely on his shoulders. Failure was not an option, not again. Amid the chaos, Selyan held her ground. Her sword rose and fell without pause, cutting down foes one after another. Yet, the horde seemed endless. She pressed forward with unyielding will, but the tide refused to break. Recognizing the turning point, Chev surged to her side. A burst of radiant energy followed his leap. As he landed before her, summoning his strength, he called out her title, Thunder Queen, and pledged to carve a path forward. His blade shimmered with accumulated power, and with a thunderous strike, he split the enemy ranks. A wall of monsters fell away, cleaved aside by raw force. Without hesitation, Selyan dashed through the opening. Her eyes burned with purpose, and the air shimmered with the brilliance of her charged sword. The corrupted Count bellowed in fury. His grotesque form writhed as he summoned his tendrils. They lashed out like serpents, slicing through the earth in pursuit of the approaching warrior. but she was already beyond their reach. Her movements danced on the edge of impossibility. Her feet barely touched the ground. Her blade gleamed as it cut through space. The tendril struck nothing but stone and air, unable to halt her advance. A smile tugged at her lips as the pattern broke, revealing an opening toward the boss. She dashed forward, momentum building as she launched herself into the air. The corrupted count stood directly ahead, the intended recipient of a devastating blow she had prepared with care. Her gaze shimmered with anticipation, fully believing this would bring it to an end. But the conviction fractured in the span of a heartbeat. Tendrils lashed forth with terrifying speed, slicing through the air before burrowing into her body. Her attack never landed. Instead, her torso was pierced cleanly as the tendrils erupted from her back, hoisting her into the air, suspending her above the battlefield. Blood spilled in steady streams, splashing the ground below with every passing second. Chev's voice tore through the chaos as he shouted her name. He understood then that she had been the only one with the speed and strength necessary to truly challenge the corrupt count. Suspended and bleeding, her lips moved faintly, words too quiet to hear passing from her mouth as blood stained her armor and trickled from the corners of her lips. Then, in a single instant, blades of light burst from her hands, strikes that cleaved the tendrils apart. Her body dropped free and immediately charged forth with stinging fury. Despite the pain, she stood tall again. Her body trembled not from fear, but from the rage ignited by the threat of failure. To falter now meant disgrace. Her eyes shone fiercely, a mixture of pride and desperation fueling her next movement. With a swing of her blade, a golden line of her sword descended with terrifying precision, slicing across the corrupted count's head. The monstrous wail that followed shook the air as his grotesque form writhed in agony. His defenses crumbled beneath her relentless assault. That strike served as the turning point. The remaining forces of Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters closed in, now emboldened by the sight of their foe defeated. Behind her, Chev smirked to himself. The Thunder Queen, he mused, had revealed herself to be more formidable than anticipated. When the final blow fell, she stood alone before the Count's broken form. Her breath slowed as she lowered her weapon. The light of victory reflected coldly in her expression. No triumph, only stillness. Moments later, a notification echoed through every player's interface. The corrupted Count had been defeated by the combined forces of Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters. Not every onlooker shared in the elation. Elsewhere, Ji-Hin sat quietly, the defeat settling in with crushing finality. The raid had succeeded, but the glory had not gone where he intended. Selenian of all people, someone he had purposely excluded from the information, had stolen the victory. The resentment built inside him like a fire barely contained. Fingers twitching with quiet frustration, he eventually exhaled, dragging himself toward the capsule as he prepared to log in. He whispered to himself that it no longer mattered. The result remained. The corrupted Count had fallen. That was what he needed, regardless of who earned the credit. Yet the bitterness endured. He muttered with steely resolve that she should savor her fleeting moment. In his mind, the corrupted Count would be her final trophy. His hand clenched tight, a silent vow forming beneath his breath. The rest of it, all of it, would be his. As Tilian stood beneath the fading shadow of the raid boss, basking in the acclaim of being the first to fell the corrupted Count, no trace of concern crossed her mind. The hatred that brewed in another corner of the world did not matter to her, for now the crown was hers. But Jin had no intention of leaving the rest to her. In Jian's in-game persona, known as Herkin, a warlord-class player whose journey had taken an unusual turn after being struck by a truck in the real world, his consciousness inexplicably returned to a previous point in time, reborn into the early stages of the game he once dominated. In this altered timeline, his long-standing rival Tilian had already secured the first chapter's main boss. Motivated by both vengeance and ambition, Jan returned to the field with renewed drive, focusing now on the second chapter's region. Armed with the vast knowledge he retained from his former life as a top-tier ranker, his singular goal was to rise once more to the pinnacle of the game and exact revenge on those who had betrayed him. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him when he needed it most. The excitement and confidence that filled him only moments earlier vanished the instant he stepped into the zone far above his current level. Panic replaced resolve as he sprinted full speed away from a rampaging herd of wild boars. As he fled, frustration mounted. Every attempt to make progress seemed to end the same way. Despite all his experience and insight, moments like this always seemed to find him unwelcome, unprepared, and on the verge of disaster. Only a few hours prior, he had stood calmly before the boundary separating him from the next chapter of his journey. The massive and tall forest line was known as the Bulka's Mountain Entrance, a transitional zone between chapters. Ji-hin stood before it accompanied by his 4 skeletal summons, each lined up in obedient silence as he examined the space ahead. He noted that the area ahead was a blocked field, one that normally prevented players from entering unless specific conditions were met. With a knowing look, he tapped the solid magical barrier with his fingers, as if to demonstrate its resistance to his summoned undead. But his lips curled into a satisfied grin. Thanks to his regression, no player alive understood this world better than he did. The secrets hidden behind that barrier were his alone to exploit. He extended his hand. What had previously been a solid magical wall gave way as if it were mist. His fingers slipped through effortlessly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, crossing the invisible threshold. He mused aloud that Bulka's Mountains served as the central quest zone for Chapter 2 of the game's main storyline. Once the Chapter 1 quest involving the corrupted Count was cleared, the system automatically permitted access. And so, with the earlier quest line completed, he entered unhindered. The instant his foot touched the mountain soil, a series of system notifications echoed around him. The alerts announced that he had been awarded the title called the first to step into the Bulka's Mountains. As a reward, all of his stats increased by 2 points, and his class-related attributes received an additional bonus point. Behind him, the skeletons fell into line as he scanned the landscape. As he expected, no other player had discovered the trick yet. No one else had dared to press through the invisible field. He gave a curt nod and instructed his undead minions to move ahead. With confidence surging through his veins, he stepped forward. This was the beginning of a new ascent, a moment he believed would mark his dominance over the coming content. But reality reared its head in an instant. Before his second step could land, the surroundings erupted with movement. The monsters inhabiting the area, previously hidden in the underbrush, began closing in all around him. A swarm of beasts emerged, each one now fixed on him. They were wild boars, feral creatures with a reputation for aggression at level 60. They far exceeded the difficulty Jae-hin could reasonably handle. Worse, they moved in packs and attacked without provocation. Jae-hin's avatar, Herkin, stood at level 41. Even with the assistance of his skeletons, he would have struggled to defeat a single boar. Against an entire herd, survival was not an option. It was a desperate scramble to avoid annihilation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as the creatures huffed and snorted in unison, preparing to charge. Each breath from the herd felt like a prelude to doom for Jae-hin. The moment stretched unnaturally long, as if the entire world paused to give him a glimpse of what was to come. His thoughts blurred. Regrets, flashes of his past, and the absurdity of the situation all swirled in his mind. Once again, after doing everything right, he found himself on the edge of collapse. And so, the chase began. The wild boars tore through the terrain with terrifying speed, closing in with deadly precision. Jae-hin darted through the trees, dodging fallen logs and jagged rocks, cursing fate as he ran. The mountain, his supposed new chapter, had welcomed him with bloodthirsty hostility. In that mad dash for survival, he couldn't help but wonder why. Why did such cruel luck always seem to greet him at the doorstep of progress? Deep down, Jae-hin considered the likelihood that others had already figured out the barrier to the Bulka's Mountains was no longer sealed. Time was no longer a luxury he could afford. Though the odds were against him, if he truly intended to climb to the top once again, action, any action, was better than hesitation. He needed to try something, no matter how reckless. In a sudden burst of movement, Jin activated the Helmon skill, triggering a change in his summoned skeletons. Their posture shifted as their consciousness faded. Now mindless, they charged straight toward the oncoming stampede of wild boars. The boars lifted their snouts with bloodlust, preparing to drive their tusks into the brittle frames of the undead. The moment the two forces collided, the result was exactly what Jian had anticipated. It was a massacre. The skeletons shattered on impact, unable to withstand the raw strength of such high-level monsters. Bones splintered and flew in every direction, reduced to fragments within seconds. The summoned minions hadn't even managed to delay the boars. Jian skidded to a halt just a few meters away as a series of system chimes rang in his ears. Notifications reported that all 4 skeletons had been destroyed after sustaining critical damage. Yet rather than express dismay, he smiled. This was part of the plan, he mused. That one hit was all it took. All he needed was a single moment to bait the boars into a vulnerable position. During the exact moment they tore through the skeletons, Jean triggered his spell, Curse of Sloth. The effect took hold instantly. The charging monsters slowed dramatically, their momentum vanishing in an absolute stillness. Jan pushed himself to his feet, musing that they would be locked in place for at least 5 seconds, more than enough for what he had in mind. Drawing a blade from his inventory, he crouched briefly before launching forward. His blood burned with renewed purpose, vengeance in every motion. He promised to make them pay for destroying his skeletons. Determination etched itself across his face. But then it happened. One foot landed on something slick and unstable. Before he could process it, he slipped spectacularly, face first, crashing into the dirt and skidding to a humiliating stop directly in front of the paralyzed herd. As if the moment couldn't get worse, the banana peel responsible for his fall flipped through the air and landed squarely on the back of his head. A second of stunned silence followed. Then came the unmistakable sound, maniacal screeching laughter echoing from above. High in the trees, a monster resembling a monkey perched confidently on a branch, clad in crude armor and wielding a weapon too large for its frame. It laughed with glee. It was an armor monkey, a level 50 monster infamous for its tendency to prank both players and NPCs. Jean recognized it immediately. A boiling frustration took root in his mind. He had encountered these creatures before, and each time it had ended in chaos. Fury overtook reason as he scrambled upright, fists clenched, and began hurling curses at the laughing simian. In his anger, he lost all awareness of his surroundings and forgot entirely about the cursed effect. The 5 seconds had passed. As if sensing the opportunity, the boar shook off their sluggish state. The lead boar lunged forward, its tusks aiming for his head. There was no time to dodge. The scene slowed for him. Death, it seemed, was rushing in again. But just as the attack came within striking range, something else broke through the tension. A faint bluish glow streaked across the air. An arrow whistled through the air with terrifying velocity, striking the lunging boar in its side. The force behind it was so overwhelming that the monster didn't just fall, it was blown apart, disintegrated on impact. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. No player should have been able to reach this region yet. Not at this level, and certainly not one capable of firing such a powerful shot. On top of the tree branch, veiled beneath the foliage, a figure stood balanced on a high branch, bow drawn, and quiver still loaded. Without pause, the mysterious stranger loosed another arrow. It sliced through the air, finding its mark with surgical precision. Volley after volley followed. The relentless momentum of the wild boars collapsed under the unrelenting hail of arrows. Each shot fired from the unseen figure above the trees brought down a single monster, as though the archer's power had been crafted for absolute precision and destruction. Not a single wasted motion, not a single wasted arrow. Jan stood rooted in place, a mix of disbelief and admiration settling over him. At this point in the game, there should have been no one capable of such a feat. Level 60 monsters were no trivial threat, certainly not to be felled with a single projectile, and yet this person had done just that, repeatedly. As the final arrow struck true, the remaining monsters fell silent, their forms disappearing into particles. The archer descended from the treetop, landing with practiced ease. Jean turned, curious and cautious, as the figure stepped out from the shadows. It was an old man, not a player, just an NPC, a patrol unit most likely wandering the mountain zone. Somehow, fate had brought this character to Jian at the exact moment he needed help the most. For the first time in a while, it seemed fortune had smiled on him. Elsewhere, far from the forest, Suriryu Castle buzzed with life. Since the defeat of the corrupted count, the region had grown even busier. Players gathered in greater numbers, hunting for quests, sharing rumors, and assessing their competition. Within the central plaza, two players turned their attention to an imposing figure in the crowd. Standing in full view was a knight adorned in the unmistakable Mamba armor set, an extremely rare and expensive equipment ensemble, one only high-ranking players could afford. One of the players wondered aloud if the knight was a ranker, though neither could place him. The knight, however, did not idle. He spoke in a hushed voice to a contact in the shadows, a guild operative named Michelle, hidden beneath the shade of an alley. She reported quietly that there had been no progress in tracking the identity of the individual who leaked the corrupted count's true name. None of the guilds, she added, had any idea who was behind the sudden spread of such vital information. It made sense, she admitted, considering that this mysterious person had knowledge about a secret so heavily concealed that even the largest guilds in the game had failed to uncover it. Whoever they were, they had not only obtained the information, but distributed it freely. Shifting the conversation, the knight asked about a player known by the alias How Mask. Michelle responded that the only content available tied to that name was a collection of hunting videos featuring giant bears, mundane uploads with no apparent connection to any in-game character. This further deepened the knight's frustration. Rage coiled beneath his expression as Michelle suggested that there was no way a new player, one barely beginning the main quest line, could possibly be involved in orchestrating something so elaborate. Without answering directly, the knight turned to leave. Michelle called after him, asking where he intended to go next. He replied curtly that he had joined a sweeper guild for their next helper assignment. Michelle only shook her head, remarking that it would be another stretch of busy work. He acknowledged this with a nod, but told her to stay focused on locating the mystery player. That task, above all, remained a priority. The knight walked off, seething with silent rage. Plans he had carefully laid were now in shambles, thrown into chaos by a single anonymous act. He did not yet know the identity of the one who had ruined everything, but he vowed that when he found them, he would make them pay. Back in the forest, Jae-hyun had been led to a secluded cabin nestled deep among the trees. For reasons he couldn't explain, the area felt safe. No monsters roamed nearby, and even the ambient pressure of danger that hung throughout the Balkaz Mountains seemed absent here. Inside the wooden home, Jin answered with enthusiasm when asked if he was a hymn disciple. His voice rang with pride as he nodded, unable to conceal the grin on his face. This encounter, unexpected and unbelievably fortunate, could change everything. The man before him was no ordinary NPC. It was Maung, the central figure of Chapter 2's main quest line, the very NPC Jean had dreamed of meeting at this stage. Maung handed him a warm cup of something herbal and steaming. He mused aloud that it was lucky he had come across Jean when he did while on patrol. Otherwise, a Himri's pupil would have surely perished there, surrounded by monsters too powerful to overcome. Within himself, Jin recalled Maung's reputation with clarity. In the game's lore, Maung had once held the prestigious position of swordsmanship instructor to the royal prince, a man of unparalleled martial skill. However, due to an unfortunate incident, he had been stripped of his title and banished from court. From there, he took on a new role as the captain of the rangers who patrolled and protected the untamed expanse of the Balkaz Mountains. Knowing that Maung was the pivotal NPC tied to Chapter 2's main quest line, Jean could hardly contain the thrill bubbling in his chest. Fate had led him to exactly where he needed to be. Suddenly, Maung turned serious and told him to return. The abrupt command took Jean by surprise, prompting him to ask why. The old ranger explained that he wasn't sure what had brought a lone traveler this deep into a monster-infested land, but warned him sternly. There was nothing here but danger, monsters, and nothing else. The warning came with a level of concern, and Maung advised Jean to go back before something irreversible happened. Jean fell silent, weighing his next words carefully. From his perspective, this moment was exactly the perfect hook for the main quest to begin. Then, with a faint smile touching the edge of his lips, he broke the silence. He revealed that the corrupted Count had been defeated. While Maung absorbed that information, Jean mused internally that the warning had little meaning. He already knew how to proceed into Chapter 2 and had no intention of turning back now. Following up, he mentioned that although the Count had fallen, corrupted monsters still roamed freely. He added that he had been tracing their presence and was led here. With a steady gaze, he asked if Maung knew anything that might help. At that, something shifted in Maung's expression. A trace of unease flickered through his features, as if dredging up an unwelcome memory. After a pause, he admitted that someone did come to mind, though no hard evidence existed, yet suspicion had already taken root in his thoughts. At that moment, the system recognized Jin's progress. The main quest of Chapter 2 officially began. Maung tasked Jean with gathering evidence to confirm the suspicions. As the quest line triggered, a series of cheerful notification chimes echoed around him. He had received 2 new titles, the first to come in contact with the Bulk's Ranger and Initiator. Together, the bonuses stacked impressively. Every one of Jae-Hyen's stats increased by 14 points. Rare titles at this stage of the game were immensely valuable, and now he had not 1 but 2. Jae-Hyen barely contained his excitement. Without hesitation, he responded with fiery enthusiasm, affirming that of course he would help. With eager eyes, he asked what needed to be done first. Maung told him to calm down. Then, with a more measured tone, he gave the first assignment: investigate the monsters roaming near the area and thin their numbers. The quest required Jae-Hyen to defeat 50 monsters within the Bulka Mountain region. Though the reward offered seemed modest in relation to the effort required, he understood its purpose. This was an introductory quest, part of the main quest line's foundation, essential for progressing into deeper content. A pale stretch of cloud moved slowly overhead as Jae-Hyen stepped out from Maung's cabin. The forest beyond awaited. He took a breath and stretched, muttering aloud how great this development was. The quest aligned perfectly with his immediate goal, leveling up his character. Slaying monsters would bring experience, and experience meant strength. Yet reality soon tempered his excitement. He reminded himself that hunting the higher-level creatures like the wild boars or the terrifying bear warriors was still out of reach. They were far above his current capability. At least for now, he would need to focus on easier targets first. That's when an idea struck. The incident from earlier returned to mind. The wild boar ambush, the humiliating slip, and the source of that misfortune, the armor monkey. It was that level 50 prankster monster that had flung a banana peel into his path and nearly cost him his life. The armor monkeys would be his first targets. With clenched fists and narrowed eyes, he made his way into the underbrush, determined to purge every last one of those laughing fiends from the mountain. If anything was going to serve as a stepping stone in Chapter 2, it would be the creatures that had dared to make a fool out of him. This was no longer just about leveling. It was personal. Beyond the threshold of Bulka's mountains stretched a vast, dense redwood forest. The moment the barrier fell with the corrupted Count's defeat, adventurers poured in to explore the newly opened territory. Yet nearly all of them fell victim to the same humiliations Jean had once suffered. Even among the elite, none were safe. A high-level knight, brimming with confidence, found himself helpless the instant he stepped into the forest, slipping spectacularly on a banana peel tossed onto the path by the mischievous armor monkey. A heavily armored tanker, covered head to toe in iron plating, suffered no better fate. The moment he lost his footing on another of the cursed peels, he crashed face first onto a jagged, razor-sharp rock that protruded out of the ground. Even a mage, who should have been able to sense danger with heightened magical perception, fell for the same trick. She stepped cautiously into the deeper part of the redwood forest, only to have the armored monkey materialize from a branch above, gleefully flicking a banana peel perfectly onto her path. As soon as her foot struck it, she lost all grace, sprawling awkwardly on the forest floor while the monkey erupted in shrieking laughter. The monkey never seemed to tire of its creative pranks. Its cackles echoed through the dense canopy every time a new victim crossed its path. That day, another challenger arrived, an assassin-class player gliding silently through the path. Though her instincts warned her of something off, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was lurking from the branches above. The armored monkey waited, restraining its gleeful snickers with great effort, clutching another banana peel in its furry paw, eager to humiliate yet another intruder. The moment it spotted the perfect chance, it raised its hand, fully prepared to toss the peel in her path. But behind it, a far more dangerous predator had arrived. Jan had climbed quietly onto a nearby branch, his expression twisted in a mix of dread and unrelenting rage. Memories of the humiliating slip and the boar's stampede from days earlier burned through his mind, fueling his determination. The monkey turned its head and froze, startled to find Jay high and glaring right at it, eyes radiating murderous intent. Jay raised a finger across his own throat, drawing an invisible line to signal the monkey's impending doom. The monkey hesitated, a nervous squeak nearly escaping its lips, realizing with horror that its karma had finally come home to roost. Jaehin wasted no time. Drawing his sword in a single smooth motion, he lunged forward across the branch, a lethal glint flashing in his eyes, intent on repaying every ounce of humiliation and blood. The armor monkey, infuriatingly unfazed, paused only to pick its nose, as if mocking Jean one final time before twisting and leaping out of the way, dodging the strike with ridiculous ease. Jan's blade cut nothing but air, and before he could recover, the monkey had already bounded to another branch, its laughter dancing through the forest like cruel music. Infuriated, Jean launched himself after it, hurling insults with every breath. The trees slowed him, blocking his line of attack, while the monkey danced nimbly from perch to perch, taunting him with each effortless jump. Inside, Jian realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to form a workable strategy to catch the wretched beast. Its agility far exceeded his expectations, and every obstacle in the forest seemed designed to protect it. Then inspiration sparked in his mind. Jian abruptly halted on the next branch, taking a steadying breath as he drew back his arm, readying his sword as if it were a throwing spear. His focus honed razor-sharp, locking onto the monkey's next jump path. With unwavering focus, tracking the monkey's next movement, Jian hurled his sword without hesitation. The blade cut through the air with every ounce of his strength and agility stats poured into it, slicing a straight line toward the monkey's exposed back. In the instant the monkey noticed the flashing steel closing in, its eyes widened in panic. Sheer terror overtaking its mischievous grin, suspended midair in its jump, the creature had no way to dodge or twist away in time. As its paws touched down on the branch it had aimed for, the sword closed in, its lethal tip aimed directly for the monkey's side. In a final moment of fear, the monkey clenched its eyes shut, fully expecting to be skewered and finished. Yet no pain arrived. Hesitantly, it cracked one eye open, only to find the sword lodged inches away from its chest, harmlessly stuck in the branch. A triumphant, mocking snicker escaped its throat, as though it could not believe how completely Jay Hyan had missed his mark. It seemed to laugh in contempt, calling him a worthless hunter. However, Jay stood calmly on a nearby branch, unshaken, a sharp grin breaking across his face. With a voice carrying mocking scorn, he informed the monkey that the sword was never the real threat in the first place. In that instant, something massive and unstoppable crashed through the canopy behind the monkey. The stone golem summoned by Jay Hyen and programmed with a mimicry of Jay's own movements swung its massive stone fist forward, carrying with it unstoppable momentum. The punch obliterated the branch the monkey had landed on, splintering ancient wood into flying shrapnel. It then connected directly with the monkey's tiny body, delivering a devastating blow packed with the golem's terrifying force. The resulting shockwave tore through the redwood forest in a straight line, flattening undergrowth and scattering birds in terrified flight. Jayan remained steady, balanced atop his branch as he watched the impact, his expression filled with savage satisfaction. All that training he had forced the stone golem to undergo by battling forest bears had finally paid off. The monkey's lifeless body eventually crashed down to the forest floor, while a familiar chime sounded in Jan's ear. A notification appeared, awarding him the title, the first to hunt down an armor monkey. He reached into his inventory, drawing out the Haho mask and turning it over in his hands as he reflected on how wise it had been to hunt these monkeys for his quest. His grin widened at the thought of all the points he would earn. Next, it was time to chase down the rest of the armored monkeys infesting the redwood forest. At the same moment, far removed from Jae-hin's fierce hunt, a completely different scene unfolded elsewhere. A grand press conference was underway, celebrating the successful alliance between the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters guilds. Their crowning achievement was the defeat of the corrupted Count, the powerful boss that had ruled Chapter 1 of the game. Standing at the forefront, Shev and Celian represented their respective guilds. Their presence dominated the gathering, though they kept their speeches brief and factual, choosing not to brag about their strategy or how they pulled off the raid. As the crowd of reporters buzzed with questions, one voice broke through, directing itself to Celian, the famed Thunder Queen. The reporter politely requested if she would like to say a few words for their fans. Cian answered with a perfectly crafted smile, her voice gracious and practiced. She explained that their victory came down to luck more than anything and promised to continue working hard in the future to deliver even greater results. Once the conference had ended and the lights faded, Celian walked through the long marble hallway. The flawless smile gone from her face, a sourness settled on her expression, a dark contrast to the mask she had presented before the cameras just moments earlier. One of the Thunder Princesses trailed after Saelian, eager to praise her for her commanding performance. She offered glowing words, telling Celian that her courage had been beyond inspiring and that she had genuinely thought they were finished when the final wave of monsters surged in. Watching Celian rush forward alone to defeat the corrupted Count had left her spellbound. Yet even with the genuine admiration shining through her guild members' praise, Celian's mood did not lift. Her expression remained dark and brooding, as if a heavy stone weighed down her thoughts. She responded with a subdued tone, admitting that their victory had ultimately come down to luck, nothing more. The Thunder Princess listened closely as Celian elaborated that they could not have succeeded if the Red Bulls Guild hadn't been there to back them up. She confessed without hesitation that Shev, the warrior who had carved open the battlefield, had been crucial for their success. Without him, her own final blow would never have landed. Celian's mind drifted while she spoke, recalling another player altogether. The memory of Haho Mask, who had boldly posted a video of a solo raid against the Golden Skeleton, returned vividly to her mind. His aggressive, relentless style left an impression on her. That style, she believed, was exactly what her guild needed if they were going to progress through the tougher battles that awaited. Without another thought, Celian turned to the Thunder Princess and ordered her to contact Hatch. The princess nearly jumped in surprise, blurting out her confusion, demanding to know why they would ever need a useless player like Hatch. Saelian's eyes sharpened, and her voice took on a tone of urgency as she explained there was something important they needed to hunt, something they couldn't leave to chance. Meanwhile, deep within the redwood forest, Jin's sword broke off. His skeletons clashed with armor monkeys all around him, bone and steel ringing through the massive trees. A notification appeared before him with a cruel chime, announcing that his sword's durability had reached 0 and that the weapon had been destroyed. Though he had seen it coming after slaying countless monsters, Jae-hin still felt a surge of frustration boil through his chest. He spat out a curse, annoyed at how quickly equipment broke down when it faced true battle conditions. Inwardly, he scolded himself for once again running headlong into the same problem that had haunted him through both lifetimes: a lack of funds. After investing everything he had in gear for both himself and his skeletons, he didn't have enough money left to buy a replacement sword. He paused where he stood, catching his breath as he racked his brain for an answer. That was when an idea sparked in his mind. Gems, monster gems to be precise. They had a notoriously low drop rate, but were incredibly valuable as crafting materials and item enhancers. Even this early in the game, monsters could drop gems with potent effects, like a green goblin gem that boosted dexterity by a point or a werewolf gem that raised attack by 2 points. Other rare stones granted all manner of additional enhancements depending on the monster. Jan recalled from his previous life that armor monkeys dropped a particular gem with high value, excellent for crafting stronger weapons. At the very least, he could sell those gems for quick in-game currency and use that to buy new equipment. Resolved, he called out to his skeletons with renewed energy, rallying them to his cause. A manic laugh erupted from his throat, carried on the wind through the redwood forest, as he declared that they would hunt down every last armor monkey until none remained. In some twisted way, the maniacal laughter of their master left the skeletons themselves looking dejected, as if even they questioned the darkness brimming in Jin's grin. For 9 relentless hours, Jin poured every second of his playtime into scouring the entire redwood forest, hunting down every living armor monkey until none dared show their faces. His skeletons tore through the undergrowth, slashing, smashing, and shredding dozens upon dozens of their kind. Yet despite mountains of monkey corpses piled around him, not a single monster gem had dropped. Exhausted, Jin crawled across the torn-up earth toward yet another monkey body, desperation painted on his face. Maybe he thought, just maybe, the next one would finally reward his effort. His entire luck seemed to have evaporated the moment he met the quest-triggering NPC, leaving him a hollow shell of misfortune ever since. He dragged himself forward, tears practically welling up as he clung to the faintest spark of hope, refusing to surrender. It was in a voice that cut through his pitiful crawl, snapping him out of his spiral. A player in dazzling full armor stood over him, asking if he was truly Haho-mask. Jae-hyun looked up, blinking in confusion as he took in the shimmering figure. The stranger wore a suit of fire lizard gear, its iron plates polished to a mirror shine, with blood-red gemstone accents gleaming at every joint. A matching blade, an orc hero sword, hung proudly across his back. The entire ensemble radiated power and presence, an unmistakable sign of a player who had reached at least level 70. Jae-hin's exhaustion evaporated under a wave of suspicion. A player this powerful coming to find him directly could only be someone sent by the night or the mysterious woman he knew far earlier. Everything from his perfectly measured steps to the controlled air of secrecy screamed that this newcomer was a professional working under orders. The player then introduced himself with an odd flourish, calling out his name as Coyote. Before Jean could process it, Coyote erupted into a series of elaborate gestures, striking theatrical poses as though performing a hero's transformation scene straight from a children's program. His armor glittered with each exaggerated move, flashing rays of reflected light into Jae-hyun's squinting eyes. At once, Jae-hyun knew this man was a complete oddball. With a final dramatic flourish, Coyote raised both hands high and formally issued a challenge to Jean. He declared with pride, echoing in his voice that the name Haho-mask had grown too famous across the video platforms, and he simply had to see what made him so special. Jean stayed quiet, sizing up this bizarre character in silence. Inside, he simmered with frustration. After spending 9 hours in fruitless grinding, now this lunatic had appeared to waste even more of his time with an idiotic dual request. Coyote clenched his fist with determination, concluding that if he defeated the famous Haho Mask in an official duel, his own popularity would soar to new heights. Jin felt a powerful disgust flood through him, instantly labeling the newcomer as nothing but a shallow, attention-starved fool. He turned away, announcing with blunt finality that he was busy and had no time for such nonsense. In truth, he was already on edge from hours of hunting without a single gem drop, and now this showboating weirdo had the gall to barge in and demand a fight. Coyote's desperate voice echoed after him, begging repeatedly for Jae-hin to wait and hear him out. When Jae-hin ignored him, the armored player finally screamed in a panic, offering 5,000 gold if Jin would accept the duel. Jin stopped dead in his tracks, stunned by the absurd offer. For a few seconds, he stood frozen, silent, letting the reality of the numbers sink in. Then, as if flipping a switch, he spun on his heels with breathtaking speed, charging back toward Coyote and practically slamming his hand down on the man's armored shoulder. With a bright customer service smile, he warmly declared that he would be absolutely delighted to accept. Inwardly, his thoughts made a full 180. For a moment, Jin practically radiated affection for this strange fool. He decided there was nothing to hate about a weirdo willing to toss a pile of gold his way. At level 71, Coyote had progressed through Warlord without ever facing real hardship. Backed by considerable wealth, he easily secured the top gear available for his level, allowing him to play with ease and efficiency. Free from the constraints of a job or other responsibilities, he poured nearly every waking moment into refining his in-game performance. Convinced his growing viewership was a result of pure talent, Coyote saw himself as a natural hero, destined to stand out and be admired in any game he joined. Yet, despite his heavy spending, the recognition he longed for never materialized. In other games, his name had spread far and wide, earning him fame across entire servers. But in Warlord, things were different. Though he faced no major obstacles, he remained largely unknown, without a notable nickname or any real popularity. Most players barely noticed him, treating him as just another face in the crowd, easily forgotten. It was during this period of anonymity that Coyote first overheard nearby players talking about someone named Herkin, a newcomer who had single-handedly defeated the notoriously difficult Golden Skeleton boss and was quickly earning widespread recognition. Upon hearing this, Coyote suddenly found Warlord unbearably empty, a world where no one acknowledged or cared about his presence, now overshadowed by the meteoric rise of a stranger. Though still new to the game, Herkin had displayed remarkable skill in the gameplay videos he uploaded, rapidly building a following that far outshone anything Coyote had ever achieved. Consumed by envy and a growing sense of inadequacy, Coyote instinctively rushed toward the second chapter map, Redwood Forest, desperate to escape the relentless buzz surrounding Herkin's success. Consumed by his emotions, he wandered deeper into the unfamiliar terrain. Then a peculiar, manic laugh rang out nearby, instantly grabbing his attention. Coyote froze. He had heard that laugh countless times in the videos he'd watched with growing resentment. There was no mistaking it. It was him, Herkin, known in-game as Ham Mask Herkin. Stunned by the unexpected appearance of the very player he had come to resent, Coyote stood frozen, silently wondering if Herkin had deliberately chosen this area to hunt. What troubled him even more was the realization that he had somehow wandered into a restricted zone, an area that should have been off-limits to ordinary players like himself. Then a thought struck him. If he could defeat Herkin right here and record the encounter, it could be the breakthrough he desperately needed. Herkin was the perfect target, popular, admired, and yet unaffiliated with any guild, meaning there would be no political fallout or revenge to worry about. Taking him down could make Coyote famous overnight. Fueled by this ambition, Coyote stepped out from the shadows and issued a direct challenge to Herkin. But this wasn't just any challenge. In a dramatic display meant to emphasize fairness and attract attention, Coyote removed all of his armor, leaving only his helmet and underwear. To raise the stakes even further, he declared an open reward: 5,000 gold pieces to Herkin if he managed to win. Baffled and irritated by the absurdity of the challenge, not to mention the sight of Coyote standing in nothing but his helmet and underwear, Herkin demanded an explanation for such a ridiculous display. Unfazed, Coyote calmly responded, claiming it was a gesture to guarantee absolute fairness between them. He urged Herkin to fight without holding anything back. Herkin scoffed openly, visibly disgusted by the idea of dueling someone half-naked. The entire setup struck him as both ridiculous and unnecessary. Yet, despite his clear disdain, he found himself unable to walk away. The gold being offered was substantial, and Herkin needed it. Before he could say anything more, Coyote suddenly lunged forward, cutting off the conversation with a shout that there was no need for further words. But Herkin, despite his lower level, sidestepped the reckless attack with ease, ducking beneath it effortlessly. Clearly annoyed, he snapped, telling Coyote to at least wait until others were done speaking. Undeterred, Coyote quickly followed up his initial attack with a swift punch from his right hand, then spun fiercely, aiming a wide kick in an attempt to catch Herkin off guard. But Herkin's superior reflexes allowed him to dodge each move with ease and grace. Frustrated, Coyote swung downward with his left fist, but once again he struck only empty air, his punch landing harmlessly on the ground where Herkin had just been. Herkin had already leapt away, effortlessly evading the strike. Fueled by frustration, Coyote continued to lash out wildly, trying once more with a powerful blow from his right fist. Yet Herkin, reading his movements with uncanny ease, simply shifted his position, calmly sidestepping each incoming strike. As Coyote's anger and desperation grew, he yelled at Herkin to stop dodging and fight him fairly, relentlessly launching attack after attack. Unfazed and increasingly amused, Herkin dodged with effortless grace, even mocking Coyote by telling him to put some pants on. The taunt only served to inflame Coyote's fury further, his anger boiling over as he was openly ridiculed. Losing all patience, he focused intensely, channeling his inner energy. A menacing glow surrounded his hand as he activated one of his signature techniques. In an instant, Coyote's speed surged dramatically, allowing him to deliver an impossibly swift strike directly at Herkin. This time, Herkin couldn't react fast enough, completely caught off guard as the lightning-fast punch raced toward his face. Only at the very last possible moment did Herkin manage to raise his arm in a desperate attempt to block the blow. Despite his best effort, the sheer force behind Coyote's attack was overwhelming. The strike sent Herkin flying backward, his body crashing helplessly through the air. Coyote's enhanced strength, powered by his activated skill, overwhelmed him entirely, hurling Herkin into a tree several paces away with tremendous force. Though Herkin concealed his reaction, he couldn't help but be impressed inwardly by the burst of power Coyote had just unleashed. The warrior class skill designed to enhance both speed and strength in an instant was clearly formidable. Surrounded by a fierce reddish aura of energy, Coyote looked every bit the powerful warrior he had become. Realizing that going head-to-head with raw strength would be futile, Herkin quickly devised a new strategy, drawing on tactics designed to defeat a stronger, higher-level opponent. As he carefully rose to his feet, Coyote immediately noticed a subtle change in his rival's demeanor. Sensing the shift, Coyote felt a surge of anticipation, aware that Herkin had finally begun to take the duel seriously. With renewed energy, Coyote eagerly charged forward, even faster and more aggressive than before. Determined to prove his strength, he readied his fist again, fully intending to repeat the crushing blow he had landed moments earlier. However, just as Coyote closed in, Herkin unexpectedly flung a handful of dirt straight into his face. Though Coyote wore a protective helmet, the sudden, dirty move still severely impaired his vision, leaving him stunned and vulnerable. Temporarily blinded and unable to react, Coyote had no choice but to helplessly endure what happened next. Herkin swiftly ducked low, swinging his leg powerfully across the ground in a sweeping tackle, knocking the warrior cleanly off balance, effortlessly landing on his feet several paces away. Herkin watched with satisfaction as Coyote crashed unceremoniously onto his back. Seizing this opportunity, Herkin immediately pressed the advantage, swiftly moving to capitalize on his enemy's vulnerable state. He understood clearly that if raw strength failed him, he could simply rely on strategy and unconventional tactics instead. Without hesitation, Herkin charged in again, mercilessly kicking Coyote while he was still down. Following up swiftly, Herkin delivered a punishing uppercut with his left fist directly into Coyote's jaw, stunning him further. Before his opponent could recover, Herkin followed this strike with a decisive jab aimed precisely at Coyote's chest, forcefully propelling him backward and sending him crashing again into a nearby tree. Dazed and struggling to regain composure, Coyote inwardly fumed, deeply frustrated by Herkin's use of underhanded tactics. Angry and humiliated, he bitterly accused his opponent of cowardice, claiming that resorting to such dishonorable tricks was both dirty and pathetic. Yet Herkin remained utterly unfazed by these accusations, firmly convinced that in a genuine life-or-death confrontation, concepts like cowardice simply cease to exist. Slowly, Herkin summoned an item from his inventory, its ominous glow illuminating his surroundings as it materialized. Calmly, he explained that Coyote's true downfall stemmed from his obsession with superficial notions of fairness and personal image rather than the crucial goal of victory itself. Without hesitation, Herkin activated his special skill known as skin stitching, confidently selecting Armor Monkey's leather as the sacrificial tribute required by the spell. A surge of sinister energy emanated from Herkin's hands as he prepared to decisively end the duel. Determined to make Coyote understand the bitter lesson he had chosen to ignore, the dark aura strengthened Herkin's fist with a terrifying level of power, enough to flatten any opponent standing before him. Coyote recognized the danger immediately. If that attack connected, there would be no chance to resist. He would be forcibly logged out and flung into the Shadow Realm with no mercy. While Herkin raised his hand to prepare the decisive strike, he reflected briefly that it was Coyote who had initiated the challenge. Now, that decision came with consequences. The aura wrapped tightly around his fist intensified, pulsing with concentrated force as he readied himself to bring down the blow upon the near-naked challenger standing before him. Panic overtook Coyote, realizing the impending doom he had invited upon himself. He pleaded frantically for Herkin to stop, reminding him that he had no armor equipped, no defense to absorb the impact, and nothing left that could possibly shield him from what was coming. Tears welled in his eyes as the fear overwhelmed him. With his voice cracking, he screamed out his surrender, hoping the fight would be called off before the blow was delivered. But Herkin's fist remained unwavering, charged with unrelenting energy. The skill activated, the coalesced power released in a torrent. The destructive beam of energy sliced through the forest with a thunderous roar, obliterating everything in its path. Yet at the last possible moment, Herkin tilted his fist just slightly. The attack missed Coyote's head by a razor-thin margin, leaving him untouched, though the threat had been terrifyingly real. Coyote collapsed backward, breathing raggedly, his entire body trembling as he tried to make sense of what had nearly happened. He sat there in stunned silence, gripped by the sheer panic that had overtaken him. For a few moments, he had forgotten it was all just a game, the fear far too real to be dismissed. As the dust settled, Herkin's voice cut through the quiet. He casually asked whether that meant he had won. A wide grin stretched across his face as he reminded Coyote of the agreed-upon wager, 5,000 gold. Herkin gave him a choice: either pay up peacefully or get forced into a 2-day logout. His tone remained light, but the threat carried unmistakable weight. Coyote continued trembling. The realization of defeat began to take root in his mind. Something shifted behind his expression. He removed his helmet, revealing a blonde-haired avatar. His face suddenly lit with enthusiasm. What was meant to be a duel had in Coyote's mind apparently transformed into a moment of admiration. Herkin could only recoil inwardly in disgust, confronted by a nearly naked man speaking with such excitement and reverence. With sincerity, Coyote formally introduced himself and acknowledged his total defeat. From his inventory, he withdrew a bag of gold and handed over the promised amount without hesitation. But he wasn't done. Alongside the gold, he presented his prized weapon, the Orc Hero's Sword, an exceptionally rare and expensive item that many players could only dream of possessing. Herkin froze where he stood, stunned by the unexpected offer. He immediately recognized the weapon and understood its value instinctively. All feelings of disgust evaporated in an instant. Herkin's mind raced through the stats. A bonus of 66 points to both stamina and strength, along with a special effect that allowed the wielder to ignore 9% of an opponent's defense. He knew well that such a weapon could easily fetch over 15,000 gold at the auction house. Internally, Herkin struggled to process the absurdity of it all. It seemed utterly ridiculous that anyone would give up such a rare and powerful item over something so sentimental. The entire situation struck him as painfully idiotic. But another thought intruded, one he couldn't ignore. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes he had made in his past life. In an abrupt flare of frustration, Herkin lashed out, landing a sharp kick directly between Coyote's legs. The outburst came with a declaration that he would not be taken in by sentimental theatrics or sudden vows of brotherhood. Coyote immediately crumpled to his knees, groaning in agony. Herkin summoned skeletons surrounded the collapsed figure without delay. With an indifferent expression, Herkin gave them the order to stop. The redwood forest echoed with wild screams as a full-grown blond man was subjected to an unrelenting pummeling by a group of summoned skeletons. Moments later, Coyote's face was battered. Despite the beating, he dramatically declared himself as Don Coyote, vowing to return one day, stronger, worthy of standing beside Herkin as his sworn brother. He was left tied to a tree, shouting declarations of reunion into the woods, calling out to Herkin with dramatic reverence. Herkin, still convinced the man was completely deranged, walked off, his squad of skeletons following in line. Yet, as they moved, a wide grin crept across Herkin's face. The OG skeletons noticed the change in his demeanor. Herkin mused quietly about his envy, noting that even someone as bizarre as Coyote seemed to be enjoying the game to the fullest. Still, Herkin had come away with a powerful reward, a rare, formidable sword now in his possession. With it in hand, he felt confident that his days of grinding armor monkeys might finally be behind him. After hours spent hunting them, he was already considering moving on to his next quest. His mind wandered to massive monsters he had previously avoided. But now, armed with newfound wealth and equipment, he believed he could handle it. Just as swiftly, his thoughts took a turn. The temptation of finding a rare gem still nudged at him. Maybe 10 more armor monkeys wouldn't hurt, he reasoned. The drop rates had to favor him eventually, especially with how lucky he had been just now. The skeletons collectively froze in silent horror at the implication. Fueled by reckless hope and the sweet intoxication of chance, Herkin set his sights once more on the armor monkey spawn zone. His skeletons scrambled to stop him, trying in vain to restrain his growing obsession. It was no longer just a quest. It had become a full-blown gambling addiction. After returning and handing in the requested items, NPC Maung says it was 950 armored monkeys, 104 fawn wolves, and 76 venomous lizards. He praises the protagonist, saying he did a great job, adds that the investigation is progressing well thanks to him, but wants to know what's with that expression on the protagonist's face. Herkin gets embarrassed, apologizes, and says he was just thinking about how to spend the money he earned. Wong stands up and says that since the next quest will be especially dangerous. He points to the map and explains that near the mountain peak a warrior bear has appeared. He adds that warrior bears are about 4 tall and are equipped with armor like human warriors. So he emphasizes that if the protagonist can find out where they're getting their weapons from, it would greatly help in discovering the identity of the corrupted one. Herkin stands up from the chair and comments that in other words, Wong wants him to defeat them and bring back one of their weapons. The NPC asks if the protagonist thinks he'll be okay going alone, since even guards have trouble dealing with him solo, and suggests he should look for someone else. But Herkin makes it clear he'll be fine and already knows how to handle warrior bears. Not long after, Herkin arrives at a place near the mountain and thinks this must be the spot. He then calls his summons and, all excited, says it's time to spin a little. When he opens the auction window, the system informs him that he can now participate in auctions with other players. Herkin has in mind that the best item he can buy at his current level is the skeletal snake set. He then buys the skeletal snake shoulder guard, followed by the boots, gloves, and helmet from the same set. The system informs him that his defense has increased by 70 points, mana by 34, and strength by 34 as well, and that his mana consumption will now be reduced by 10% when the full set is equipped. It also shows that he spent 37,996 gold. Kin tries to contain himself, but can't, and starts spinning on the ground upside down, saying that this is what it feels like to have money, and that he'll buy all the skill books for his level with the gold. He is left soon after the system announces that he has bought the skill books for corrosive spirit blindness, muscle modification, false heartbone bomb, and hardening, and that the total for all those books was 17,593 gold. Even more excited, Perkins says he knows he's still a bit below the warrior bear's level, but with all that, he thinks he'll be fine. Then one of his summons taps him on the shoulder, and when he turns to see what it is, he finds all his summons staring at him with a strange expression, as if asking whether he's not going to give them anything. Herkin turns back and admits he forgot about them, and will look for something nice for them. However, the system informs him that he currently has insufficient funds, which makes him worried, wondering if he's already broke again. So, feeling awkward, he turns to them and says, "Looks like his money ran out." Herkin immediately gets scared when he sees that the attitude of his summons has turned creepy. While he tries to explain that it wasn't on purpose, some creatures appear behind him. Without any warning or order, his summons charge at the creatures while the protagonist shouts that maybe he'll get more money when they eliminate them. Herkin feels a bit relieved watching his summons finish off the boars, and thinks thankfully some wild creatures showed up at the perfect time. A few moments later, the last wild boar is tied up with a very sad face, and Boney is licking his sword with a very sinister look. Herkin tells them to stop wasting time and finish off the boar already, as he'll equip them on the way. Then out of nowhere, a powerful attack hits the big boar. The protagonist immediately turns to see who did that, and soon some players appear, demanding to know who he thinks he is, hunting there without permission since that area belongs to the Apollo Guild. Herkin pauses and, looking at the players in front of him, concludes that they're just another bunch of losers. The guys introduce themselves. One says his name is Jiang, the other Wang Jiang, and finally the last one, Il Jiang. And they declare they are the great trio of the Apollo Guild. Hen laughs and says he gets it, but without any mercy or pity, he quickly launches several consecutive attacks on all three. He then makes it clear they're just a bunch of losers trying to annoy him. Turning away, he wonders why he's been attracting so many people lately and considers that maybe he needs to see a shaman or something. As he leaves with his summons, saying he just wasted his time there, the players are left trembling on the ground. But Wang Jiang, using what little strength he has left, thinks that the protagonist actually dared to lay a hand on his guild and that they'll make him regret it. So, he taps his watch and reports everything that happened to his superiors. Not long after, a man next to a giant tiger, upon hearing about the earlier incident, wants to know if the protagonist really attacked his subordinates even after hearing his name. The guild member confirms it and emphasizes that's what Wang Jiang reported. The guild leader then tosses a gold bar to the member and orders him to bring the protagonist in no matter the cost. He then makes it clear that he'll make him pay for disrespecting his name. Meanwhile, Herkin is impressed, seeing a beautiful view and realizing he's reached the area where warrior bears spawn. He turns and calls for his summons, only to see them striking ridiculous poses, and quickly demands to know what the hell they're doing. After smacking each one on the head, he yells for them to stop fooling around. He then declares that they're going to hunt a warrior bear, which is level 70 and has 3 phases, so they need to prepare for this battle. He emphasizes that defeating the bear will put them ahead of the top 30 guilds in terms of main quest progress. He stresses that he expects no mistakes from his summons. They immediately salute, signaling that they understand. Herkin then hears a loud roar, takes a deep breath, turns, and says, "Speak of the devil." The enormous warrior bear appears right in front of them. Herkin activates his watch and quickly equips his battle gear. Confident, he declares that he's going to claim this main quest for himself. Meanwhile, a guy thinks that this must be the Bolka's Mountains and hopes that Heiho Mask is still around since he came to the location right after watching the video about the armored monkey. He takes a deep breath, starts banging his head against a tree, and wonders why the hell he has to go to the ends of the earth since he was supposed to be someone important and ended up being ordered to fetch a rookie. As he starts shouting, wondering how he'll even manage that, because it feels like a crime, a wild boar king is about to attack him. He turns when he hears the noise, but without doing anything dramatic, simply conjures a magic circle and unleashes a powerful hellfire attack on the creature, burning it completely. This is Ballista Hatch of the Thunder Hunter Guild, also ranked 5th among all mages and warlord. And he's just hoping Heiho Mask shows up soon. Back to the protagonist's battle. The massive bear lets out a loud roar. And Herkin remembers that before his regression, when he challenged the bear along with his guild members, they failed 6 times before barely defeating it. But he knows that if he fails again this time, he'll lose his lead in the main quest to someone else. So, he reflects that to land an effective hit on the warrior bear, he'll need to aim for gaps in its armor and remove it. As he keeps thinking that he can do this now that he's prepared with his new skills, the massive bear charges at him in a fury. Herkin smiles and tells his summons to act on his signal. He then charges at the beast, thinking that his new passive skill, leg strength modification, will be highly effective. However, his speed is so high that he ends up overshooting and flying right past the bear. Kin tries to make sense of what the hell just happened while the bear and the summons just watch him soar through the air. But without wasting any time, the massive bear attacks the protagonist summons. And the system reports that the warrior bear completely wiped out the skeletons, which makes Herkin furious. The protagonist looks into his leg strength modification skill, which boosts leg power, allowing faster and stronger movement. He gets even more enraged and yells that there's a limit to fast and strong. He then spots a nearby rock, heads toward it, and once again uses his acceleration, charging full force at the warrior bear, but he's so fast that he crashes straight into the bear, which is left wondering what the hell this crazy human is trying to do. Meanwhile, Herkin marvels at the creature's fur. It's really soft, but he's quickly struck and thrown hard into a rock. While lying on the ground, he thinks that his leg strength is too much and he can't control it. Still, he managed to rip off part of the warrior bear's armor, but he questions how useful that really is. Because if his skills are acting like this, he wonders how he'll land an effective attack. Without wasting time, the giant bear charges at him again, and when it delivers a powerful blow, Herkin is forced to dodge at the last second. He then starts channeling his power and activates Bone Bomb, which creates a bomb using mana, and he throws it right into the creature's face, causing a massive explosion. However, it only enrages the beard even more. Herkin starts to panic, thinking this is way too hard, and that ever since it came to this, he might have to give up on direct attacks. So, he uses his mana to restore and summon his skeletal warriors again. He then states that he has no choice but to fight like a proper necromancer. But he quickly notices the strong distrust in his little summons' faces. So, he shouts that this time he'll do it properly. Next, he summons his golem, which immediately appears and attacks the massive warrior bear. The bear doesn't stand still. It strikes the golem with its powerful attack. Herkin smiles, thinking he still has one last card up his sleeve. He then uses the hardened skill on the golem, making it more durable. With that, he snaps his fingers and orders his summons to attack. They quickly charge at the bear, whose sword is being held back by the golem. The skeletal warriors manage to land their hits, but this only serves to make the creature even angrier. However, Herkin makes it clear the bear shouldn't be mad yet. There's still one big attack left. He then yells for his skeletal mage to finish it off, but both he and the warrior bear get caught in the flames of the skeleton mage's attack. Herkin can't believe he got hit too, so he turns furiously and shouts, calling his summon an idiot and saying it was supposed to wait until he got out of the way. At that moment, the warrior bear lets out a massive roar, and the system reports that the creature used its battle cry skill, allowing it to recover 50% of the damage taken, and it quickly charges at the protagonist, who's still distracted by his summon. Herkin takes a deep breath, turns around laughing, and declares that he doesn't care about strategy. Brute force and numbers are always the best option. Then he throws multiple bone bombs at the bear, causing an overwhelming explosion visible from far away. The summons can't believe what their master is doing, but he doesn't care and continues bombing the warrior bear nonstop. Time passes. On top of the fallen creature, the system reports that he defeated the warrior bear and that the protagonist's experience increased. He also received 104 gold. Thus, the NPC Wong's judgment quest was completed. Herkin looks at his trembling hand and thinks that the warrior bear was the one his entire guild struggled against before his regression. He then clenches his fist tightly, thinking that now he managed to defeat it alone, and that means he wasn't wrong after all. So, he walks over to his summons and tells them they did a great job, and that now he can return to the NPC guard and proceed with the next quest. And striking a ridiculous pose, he shouts that the extermination of the warrior bear is complete. But when he sees his summons talking among themselves, saying that he did it without fighting properly, Herkin goes absolutely nuts and yells at them to shut up. Meanwhile, at the tavern in the western base of Bolkas, while a few warriors are laughing, the mage Ballista is sitting alone in the corner. He takes a deep breath and on the verge of losing his sanity, thinks about how he still hasn't found Haho Mask. He also reflects that he's been combing the mountains for days, and the guy is nowhere to be found. To make things worse, Haho Mask's video has gone viral, which means the Bolkas Mountains will probably be crowded soon, making his mission even harder. He starts banging his head on the table and concludes that if he returns without the protagonist, Lady Syl will kill him. He then questions whether it's not a bit absurd for his lady to ask him to search an entire mountain alone, looking for one man. The mage gets frustrated and curses the Thunder Hunters Guild, not noticing his watch making noise. Then he realizes he's in a call with Syl. He quickly jumps from his seat, trembling, and tries to apologize, saying that's not what he meant. But she replies that he's working hard, which makes him a little uneasy. Syl says she thinks the task she gave him was unreasonable after all. He's searching an entire mountain on his own, and that she understands how hard it must be, even for him. The mage is stunned by her words. He starts laughing, saying he's fine, that it's no problem at all, and asks if he can get back to the mission. Syl then tells him that she sent Hahi to help. Out of nowhere, an explosion goes off in the tavern, blasting a hole in the wall. As Hatch turns around startled, Syl makes it clear that the two will work together to find Haho Mask. Someone walks through the hole and yells at the mage, calling him an idiot. It's none other than the Princess of Thunder, Hahi of the Thunder Hunter Guild, who's furious and tells Hatch that it's his fault she had to come all the way there. Hatch is stunned, thinking she's one of the people who hate him. He screams that he hates this rotten world. Later, someone from above comments that Bolkas seems to be getting pretty crowded and that even a village has formed. It's the protagonist who also mentions that most players have probably realized this is now the main search area. He then takes off at full speed, leaping from tree to tree, thinking he has to hurry and reach NPC Wong until he sees 3 guys coming his way, and upon closer look, notices their clothes resemble those of the 3 guys he saw earlier. So, he wonders if they're there to get revenge for their friends. He closes his eyes and tells them to attack already because he doesn't have time, but he doesn't realize they run right past him without paying any attention. He turns around confused, trying to understand. They just shout for help. Herkin is puzzled, saying he didn't do anything, but doesn't notice something approaching. In a blink, the 3 guys are brutally attacked, and Herkin's face gets scratched in the process. He turns to see what's going on and sees 2 people. It's Hooi, the Princess of Thunder, and the Mage Hatch. Upon noticing the emblem on their clothes, Herkin realizes they're members of the Thunder Hunters Guild, but he's quickly startled by a sword pointed straight at him. Boy demands to know if he's the guy called Haho from the videos. Kin recalls that Hahui is the second in command of the Thunder Hunters, and also a fanatic who would crawl through hell if Syl ordered it. And the other one is the level 3 mage of the Thunder Hunters, nicknamed Ballista, a genius mage who never lets a target escape. He also remembers that before his regression, they were the biggest threats, and he never imagined he'd run into them here. However, he reflects that seeing as they're looking for Heiho Mask, they're probably there for guild recruitment, but he'd love to kill them all, even though he knows that's impossible right now. So, he climbs down from the tree and asks if they're really looking for Heiho Mask. He plays dumb and acts like a fool, asking who that person even is. While putting on a ridiculous act, he laughs internally, thinking he'll just keep playing dumb since they won't be able to do anything without proof. But Hui suddenly approaches him with a sinister look and yells that he's lying. The Thunder Princess's gaze grows even more terrifying as she explains that there's no way someone could cross the Bulkus Mountains without hearing about Heiho Mask, especially since that idiot's video hit 20 million views. She emphasizes that the hood the protagonist is wearing reminds her very much of Heiho Mask, which is why she really wants to know if he's the one they're after. Birkin gets nervous, realizing she's very sharp. The mage steps in and tells them to stop, saying, "That's not the issue right now." He then points at the Thunder Princess's forehead and yells that the problem is her. He starts ranting that she destroyed the inn, killed people just because she thought they were suspicious. And now he wants to know how she plans to fix all this, since everyone knows their guild, and they won't even be able to deny it. Hatch starts shouting even louder, demanding that she apologize quickly before the guild's reputation takes a hit because of her. Hahi also gets flustered and yells back, asking why the hell she should have to apologize. Herkin watches, stunned, wondering if they've always been like this. Eventually, Hui, visibly annoyed, mutters an apology. Hatch watches her walk off and asks what kind of dumb behavior that was. He then turns to the protagonist, apologizes for his partner, and wishes him a good game. But as Hyrin sighs in relief, thinking he narrowly avoided trouble, he fails to notice someone rushing at him. When he sees a fist flying straight at his face, he's terrified, and before he can react, he's punched by the Thunder Princess and slammed into a rock. Hatch loses it, grabs Houi, and screams, demanding to know why the hell she hit someone again. Did he call her a mad dog, or has she actually gone crazy? She replies that she thought the protagonist would at least dodge her punch. Herkin wants to know if they really just assaulted an innocent user who had his guard down, so he calls them out. Then, putting on glasses, he announces that he's formally filing a complaint against the Thunder Hunters Guild. He opens the forum window and explains that first he'll post it on the official forums to make it public, and the title will be Thunder Hunters is a cruel guild that massacres newbies. The mage panics and quickly apologizes, saying they'll compensate him and begging him to just forget about it if possible. So Hatch hands the protagonist a handful of gold coins, and here comments that since the mage is offering 1,000 gold coins as a gesture of sincerity, he'll let it go. Hatch breathes a sigh of relief and thanks him. He then grabs Howie's arm, and while dragging her away, yells that he can't stand her. Kin knows what he just did is pathetic. But for now, it's the best option because he's fully aware that provoking them carelessly would be a disaster. That's why he knows he just needs to endure this a little longer. As they walk away, Hatch asks why the hell she causes problems every single time, and if she doesn't realize image management is vital for a major guild. Slightly confused, Howie wonders if people don't instinctively dodge when attacked. Hatch asks if she's seriously trying to say it's his fault for not dodging her punch. She replies that it's not that, it's just that guy. He looked like he was just annoyed seeing the attack coming his way, almost as if he thought he had no choice but to take the hit. Hatch says he's begging her and asks if she can just be quiet. She tells him to shut up and calls him a loser. Meanwhile, the protagonist returns to NPC Wong's house and hands over a piece of the warrior bear's armor. Wong comments that this was expected and that something is definitely going on. He thanks the protagonist once again and emphasizes that if it weren't for him, there would have been many casualties. However, you want to know if he's okay since he sees him trembling. Hen replies that he's fine, but is thinking that the NPC needs to hurry up and move on because if there's any delay, the top 30 guilds will catch up. With that, the NPC grabs a chest and places it on the table. As he opens it, he asks the protagonist to pick just one. Wong explains that while he was active in the Bulkus Mountains, he marked maps of monster dens. Hin remembers that means they're treasure maps and gets excited, thinking that all kinds of rare items can be obtained from the dungeons marked on them. But just as Hin reaches for one, the NPC makes it clear he has a favor to ask. Herkin gets furious, thinking he knew it. There's no way he'd give something like this for free. The NPC then explains that there have been reports of armed monsters appearing beyond the Bulkus Mountains, too, and he wants the protagonist to go to those places and investigate, just like last time. Herkin takes the map, says yes, and asks where the location is. Wong says it's the Parang Forest. The protagonist makes a face like he just sucked a lemon, and the NPC, noticing, asks if he has something to complain about. Herkin says no. As he steps outside, he takes a deep breath and gets really annoyed because he knows Parang Forest is a level 90 hunting zone, which means he'll need to level up separately on the way there. He then wonders if the perfect hunting ground right now is the Sura Canyon since he knows there are level 75 demon worshippers there. But he gets excited and thinks that since he already defeated the warrior bear, a demon goat should be easy to hunt. However, as he walks a bit further, he gets really startled and upon seeing Chev, the slayer ahead of him, wonders what the hell that guy is doing there. Chev, in turn, is surprised to see the protagonist. Meanwhile, Hatch is crying, calling Lady Syl through remote transmission. The mage says he can't work with such a barbaric person. Syl laughs and says it seems the two of them are struggling with the mission. Hatch tries to explain that it's not that he doesn't want to do it, but he heard that the Red Bulls Guild already took over the Sura Canyon, so he wants to know if they shouldn't start focusing on the main quest, too. He then asks why they even have to beg a guy who doesn't want to join the Thunder Hunter Guild in the first place. Syl thinks for a moment. Then she orders them to stop tracking Heiho Mask and declares that the Thunder Hunters will now enter the main mission. Hatch starts crying even more from happiness and says that's just what he expected from Lady Syl. After the remote call ends, she leans back, smiles, and thinks that the strong are drawn to the strong. And for that reason, she wants to see how long Heiho Mask can keep running. Before the MC met Chev, the Slayer, he was already in the Parang field and encountered his first level 75 creature. However, he eliminated it without much difficulty. His summons were not idle either and kept attacking. As a result, the MC managed to advance 2 levels. He became excited and remarked that he had finally reached level 62 and that everything was going well. While talking to his summons about leveling up a bit more before heading straight to the Parang Forest, some players were watching him from afar. Soon, they were all amazed to discover that the MC was the Heiho Mask. It didn't take long before several of them surrounded Huron, hugging and kissing him as he heard players say they loved seeing him there. He began to get furious. He quickly ran off and called his summons to get out of there. While running, he wondered why this was happening. What made it possible was the success of his video against the furious warrior bear, which became a real jackpot. However, he knew this wasn't entirely good since people began following him all the time. Because of that, he could barely hunt as many people were always surrounding him. So he called his summons and said they would change plans. They would head to the center of Sura Canyon now, since the level range there was high and people wouldn't be able to follow him easily. Then while running, he came across Chev, just like before. He immediately stopped running. Chev smiled and said it had been a while since he'd seen the MC. Once again, Herkin made a face like he had just sucked on a sour lemon. Chev gave Harkin a big slap on the back and asked if he was the guy from the starting town, saying he was embarrassed when he left without saying anything. But he also commented that the MC's leveling speed was impressive since he wouldn't have imagined that someone who had been in the starting town just a few months ago would now be hunting in Sura Canyon. A bit tired from all the running, Herkin asked about Chev, as he knew Sura Canyon wasn't the kind of hunting ground a ranker like him would normally visit. Chev laughed and asked if the MC hadn't heard. The day before his guild, Red Bulls, had decided to claim Sura Canyon, and they needed a nearby base to proceed with the main quest. Herkin thought that in the end, Even Red Bulls was also working on the main quest. Chev got excited and pointed out that he came there wondering if he might get the chance to meet the Heiho mask while the MC and his summons stood in shock. Chev asked if he had seen the video of the Heiho mask against the warrior bear since he had heard a rumor that the Heiho mask was around there and was eager to meet him. Then, getting even more excited, he asked if the MC wasn't curious about this super rookie as well. Chev shouted, calling the MC to go find the home mask together. Without thinking twice, Herkin took off running again with his summons, shouting apologies to Chev and saying he didn't even know who this so-called home mask was. After running for a while, Herkin stopped and, furious, wondered why on earth everyone was chasing him. He thought about how Sil from the Thunderous Hunter Guild and now Chev from the Red Bulls Guild, 2 entire guilds were after him. And so he really wanted to understand what kind of bad situation this was. Hurricane began to feel like he was going crazy and stressed that at this rate he would have to forget about the main quest since he wouldn't even be able to level up and that maybe he should find a new hunting ground. But he knew this was the only decent hunting ground around. Then he remembered some maps he got from Mr. Wong. As soon as he grabbed one, he said he was sure there was a rare dungeon somewhere around there. It didn't take long before he saw that dungeon marked on the map. Upon reaching a waterfall, he thought that rare dungeons were usually hidden in hard-to-reach places and that although it wouldn't be easy to get something great, you had to take big risks. So, taking a deep breath, he jumped into the lake with his summons. The system quickly informs him that breathing is restricted underwater and that the available time will only be 20 seconds. Hiron thinks that if the map he got from Mr. Wong is correct, there must definitely be a secret dungeon around there. As he keeps swimming and his breathing time decreases, he also knows that the question is whether he will make it in time until he finds the place. With only a few seconds left before his time runs out, he thinks it's quite far and fears he won't make it. With just 1 second remaining, Herkin believes it's just a little further. He manages to reach it and bursts out of the water. The system informs him that he has entered the dungeon and that the MC has obtained the title of the one who discovered the secret as well as the title of Dungeon Explorer. Herkin is impressed by the place around him. As soon as he emerges from the water, he comments that it was just as he thought. If people are the problem, just hunt where they aren't. As they walk through the dungeon, Herkin wonders what kind of monsters will appear there. And since it's a secret dungeon, whether there must be some strong monsters. Then he hears a strange noise. A creature appears, its eyes glowing intensely. The MC is a bit startled, but upon looking closely at the creature in front of him, he is left stunned, unable to believe what it could be. The two stare at each other for a while until Herkin becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know if the creature is messing with him and whether by any chance it wants him to defeat it. However, he is surprised to see the creature emitting fire from its body. Hen wonders if this dungeon is the kind of place where elemental-type monsters appear, knowing they are among the rarest monster types in Warlord. That's because the items they drop are materials for attribute gear and are incredibly popular. Thus, he gets quite excited and comments that in other words this means he can make a fortune just by hunting them. The little creature in turn is shocked by the expression on the MC's face. Without a second thought, Kirkin orders his summons to eliminate all elemental-type monsters. The little creature, terrified, lets out a loud sound. Immediately after, a tremor begins to shake the area. Kirkin grows worried, wondering what it could be. Then, a massive level 70 fire salamander appears to protect its little creature. The MC can't believe that this monster has shown up here. The salamander wastes no time and begins channeling its flames, quickly firing them toward the MC, forcing him to run to avoid being hit. Herkin observes the salamander's fiery attack and is surprised as he didn't expect such an opening move. He gets up and thinks he has no choice, knowing things will get troublesome if this keeps up, so he wonders if he should try using his new power. He then activates the Helm of Madness ability on Little Bone. Next, he uses bone armor. Finally, he equips the Black Orc Skull, an item he spent a fortune on to strengthen the skeleton. Thus, he completes the summoning of the Skeleton Knight, which terrifies both the huge salamander and the little creature as it approaches. The skeleton knight points its sword and in the blink of an eye completely slices the fire salamander apart. Hierarchan is thrilled and thinks that the skeleton knight is ready for battle. A swarm of salamanders surged forward, launching a decisive assault on Hyrcanes. Their numbers filled the battlefield, claws scratching against the stone as their hissing grew louder, flames building in their throats. It was an unequal fight, but Hyrcanes stood his ground. He knew, with absolute certainty, that no matter how many came at him, he would emerge victorious. With a fierce cry, he commanded his skeleton knight to charge. The armored undead rushed ahead without hesitation, swords swinging in arcs of bone and steel. In moments, the knight carved through the salamanders, severing limbs, piercing skulls, and leaving a trail of lifeless bodies scattered in the dirt. Ding! Enemies defeated. Salamander pack. EXP gained. Substantial. The victory notification rang in his ears as the skeleton knight suddenly began to glow, radiating light that drew the attention of its peers. The lesser skeletons gazed at him with envy, yearning to reach that level of strength. Hyrcanes felt a wave of satisfaction. Gherkin, watching from the side, couldn't contain his grin. Auto-farming efficiency had soared. The costs of constant hunting had dropped, and with the skeleton skill upgrades, his minions could now hunt alone. Considering the high value of salamander essence, the profits were enormous. Hyrcanes made up his mind. They would continue like this, grinding the monsters until his entire group of skeletons reached peak level. Only then would they move on to the boss and eventually toward the dangerous depths of Parang Forest. But the smooth pace didn't last. After about an hour, the system's calm voice shattered his rhythm. Ding! Dungeon instance discovered. Throne room. Do you wish to enter? Hyrcanes' eyes narrowed. Dungeon instances were never safe. Once inside, there was no easy escape. Death meant a 2-day lockout from the game, a punishment his rivals could easily exploit to overtake him. But the barren lands offered no other profitable spots for farming. There was no choice. Gritting his teeth, Hyrcanes accepted the invitation. He stepped inside the throne room, the doors closing with a heavy thud. The atmosphere was cold and oppressive, the vast chamber stretching before him like a forgotten temple. Rows of motionless stone knights lined the walls, shadows dancing across their cracked armor. Blade marks scarred the ground and walls, silent evidence of countless battles. Hyrcanes' instincts told him that the room was far from empty. Then he froze. At the far end of the hall sat a massive armored body, slumped on a throne. Its head was missing, yet the sheer presence made the air feel heavy. For a moment, Hyrcanes thought it was a lifeless relic. But unease grew inside him. A flicker of fire sparked above the empty neck, growing brighter until a flaming head materialized. The armor stirred, joints groaning as the giant rose to its feet. The knight's spirit had awakened. Panic seized Hyrcanes. "Fall back," he shouted, ordering his skeletons to retreat. But the monster was too fast. In a single slash, its greatsword decapitated his entire squad of undead. Ding! Skeleton army destroyed. Hyrcanes clenched his fists, rage boiling in his chest. Carelessness had cost him dearly. No one could have predicted a level 80 knight spirit in this place. Its intelligence was terrifyingly sharp, its movements precise and deadly. This wasn't just a monster, it was a nightmare. Memories flooded back. In his past life, he had fought such a creature before alongside his guild. Back then, he was at a similar level. Yet even with his comrades, they had been crushed without hope. Retreat had been the only option. But now retreat was impossible. A 2-day lockout would ruin him completely. Grinding his teeth, Hyrcanes acted. He summoned his skeletons again, their bones rattling as they rose from the ground. They charged forward fearlessly, pain and fear non-existent in their empty minds. He ordered a full-force assault. The knight's spirit swung its sword again, cleaving the head from the first skeleton that dared to step forward. Hyrcanes snarled. "Pathetic bastard," he roared, rushing into the fray himself. With his strongest skeleton beside him, he launched a heavy strike. The night spirit caught the blow, blocking it with unnerving skill. But that brief clash created an opening. Another skeleton slipped behind the towering monster, striking its unguarded back with brutal force. The impact landed cleanly, making the night spirit stagger for an instant. Hyrcanes didn't waste the chance. "Out! Fall back now!" he ordered, forcing the skeleton to retreat. The reprieve lasted seconds. A massive explosion ripped through the hall, hurling Hyrcanes and his knight backward. Dust and shards of stone filled the air. Ding! Skeleton warrior destroyed. Coughing, Hyrcanes dragged himself up. His strongest knight was gone. His attack against the heart had failed. The towering spirit stood tall, armor gleaming as though untouched. Not a single scratch marked its body. "Damn it," Hyrcanes muttered. Skeletons and even golems were useless here. Ordinary tactics wouldn't work. For a brief moment, his vision blurred with memory. He saw his former comrade again, shouting in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? Why fight something 4 times your size?" Hyrcanes had only grinned back then, saying he didn't think about such things. If he needed a reason, he could invent one. He even joked he'd starve himself until he had beaten that monster down. His comrade's baffled face flashed vividly in his mind. Snapping back to the present, Hyrcanes gripped his weapon tighter. Strategy had never been his strong suit. "If crits won't land," he muttered, eyes blazing, "then I'll keep hitting until your pulse stops." With a roar, he charged once more, unwilling to back down. Hyrcanes' plan was straightforward: dodge, strike, repeat. It wasn't elegant, but it worked, and every second he survived gave him another chance to land hit. The night spirit, however, was no mindless monster. With each passing moment, its pace increased, forcing Hyrcanes to react faster and sharper. Dodging became harder, and eventually he took a deep cut across his side. Blood spread over his armor, but he didn't panic. The injury had been intentional, part of a greater trap he'd prepared. At his command, the skeleton knight leapt from behind. With perfect timing, the undead warrior's blade swung down and severed the spirit's arm completely. The detached limb spun across the chamber before crashing against the wall. Ding! Critical strike landed, enemy arm severed. The skeleton knight immediately regrouped at Hyrcanes' side, awaiting its next order. But the night spirit didn't flinch. Even one-armed, it stood unmoved, staring coldly at its enemies. Hyrcanes grinned through the pain. "I won't eat until you're finished," he muttered, voice hard with determination. "So I got no choice." Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, a different scene played out. In a village near Asura Canyon, CHB and Yahello patrolled the camp. Yahello spoke calmly, saying the settlement was secure under their watch. CHB smirked, shaking his head. He claimed that even the fabled mask of Haho could appear here. Yahello frowned, accusing him of being obsessed with Hyrcanes, just a reckless low-level hunter. CHB disagreed strongly. "For us, these monsters are weak. For him, there's something else entirely. In a world where pain is real, only maniacs and natural-born warriors take on fights like that. Hyrcanes is both, that's why he'll win." Back in the throne room, the battle raged on. Despite its wound, the night spirit's arm suddenly ignited with fire, the flames knitting fleshless armor together. Before Hyrcanes' eyes, the limb regenerated in moments. "You really think losing an arm is nothing?" Hyrcanes growled. The sight was infuriating, but it only sharpened his focus. He drew a deep breath and ordered his skeletons forward. "All of you attack with me." The spirit stepped toward them, dragging its massive blade. With a sudden crash, it slammed the greatsword into the floor. Cracks raced outward like lightning, and the ground split apart. Chunks of stone exploded upward, scattering Hyrcanes and his army. He landed heavily on one knee, but stayed composed. The spirit wasn't just fighting them. It was using the temple itself to crush them. He forced himself upright and dashed forward, his skeletons at his side, dodging falling debris as they closed in. They began circling the enemy, blades flashing in relentless rhythm. Each strike added to the pressure, the attacks becoming faster and heavier. For a brief moment, It seemed the plan was working. The spirit staggered under the combined assault. Then its flames erupted outward, forming a blazing wall. Ding! Enemy skill activated. Infernal barrier. The fiery aura hardened into a protective shield, sparks bursting into flaming projectiles. They rained across the chamber, forcing Hyrcanes to parry desperately. His jaw clenched. The enemy wasn't repeating its patterns. It was adapting, evolving in the middle of battle. Snarling in frustration, Hyrcanes lunged. He swung with everything he had, aiming straight at the spirit's head to decapitate it. Sparks flew as his blade met burning armor. He turned to his skeleton knight. It's time for the next step move. But before his command could take effect, the night spirit's greatsword flashed in a deadly cross. The slash tore into Hyrcanes' unprotected body, the sheer force knocking him back. Ding! Critical damage received. Pain seared through him, but Hyrcanes grit his teeth. The fight was far from over. The chamber trembled violently as a thunderous explosion hurled Hyrcanes across the floor. His body slammed into the stone, pain searing through every muscle. He groaned, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had been too focused on controlling his skeleton army, and now the night spirit towered over him, greatsword raised for the final strike. At the last possible moment, his loyal skeleton knight charged forward. The blade came down with crushing force, cleaving straight through him. Hyrcanes froze in disbelief as his companion shielded him, taking the blow in his place. The knight staggered, cracks spreading through its bones. Then, with slow, deliberate motion, it lifted its hand in a gesture of approval. Pride, loyalty, a silent message that it had no regrets. Hyrcanes felt his chest tighten. A moment later, the skeleton knight dissolved into dust. Ding! Skeleton knight destroyed. Damn it! Hyrcanes roared, fury rising. He launched himself back into the fray, summoning every ounce of strength. With a flick of his hand, he activated Bone Bomb, scattering explosive shards around the spirit. Fiery detonations rippled across the hall, yet the monster advanced calmly, unbothered. Hyrcanes met it head-on, parrying its strikes with desperate precision. His plan was nearing its end. This was the final stretch. Again, he hurled shards, detonating them against the knight's body. Another explosion rocked the chamber, shards embedding into the spirit's armor before bursting apart. The damage was heavy, but not fatal. Hyrcanes clenched his jaw. One more devastating strike was needed. The knight's spirit lurched forward, its movement sluggish but still deadly. Hyrcanes steadied his breath. Do you even know the truth of this world? He spat. Spirit monsters laugh at magic damage. You thought those bombs were wasted. His lips curled into a grin. I laced every one of them with bone fragments. That was never just magic. The spirit hesitated for the briefest instant, and Hyrcanes acted. He unleashed his signature move, Maximum Skeleton Summon. The ground cracked open as an army of undead poured forth, swarming the night spirit. Dozens of skeletal warriors clung to its limbs, dragging the monster down. Immobilized, the once fearsome knight struggled against the tide. Hyrcanes sprinted forward, sword blazing with determination. This ends here, he shouted. He drove the blade deep into its chest. The fiery aura shrouding the night flickered and dimmed, and at last the crushing presence in the temple faded away. Ding! Boss defeated, Night Spirit. Rewards acquired. Titles, EXP, levels. Exhausted but victorious, Hyrcanes lowered his blade. Relief swept through him as notifications poured in. He remembered the words of his former comrades, mocking him for dragging them into what they had called a death sentence. Back then, they had been right. It had ended in total failure. But now, the outcome was different. This time, he had won. Around him, the skeletons reformed, patching their wounds and scanning the battlefield. The knight who had shielded him appeared again among their ranks, raising its hand in the same approving gesture. Hyrcanes smiled faintly. You've done well. All of you. I'm proud. The skeletons cheered, admiring their master. Yet Hyrcanes frowned. Why hadn't they been teleported out of the dungeon? A sense of dread coiled in his gut. Could it mean another boss was waiting? He turned slowly as the temple shook, walls shifting and rumbling. His heart leapt, but this time it wasn't a monster. Before him, a grand treasure chamber revealed itself, glowing with light. Hyrcanes exhaled in relief and dashed forward, whispering thanks to the gods for finally rewarding his struggle. His eyes darted across the prizes. What wonders awaited him after such a grueling battle? Among the treasures lay a battered old book. At first, he scowled. It was one of the main plot items. He knew it by heart, worthless in appearance. But as he flipped through its pages, his expression shifted. There was something hidden within, something new. His pulse quickened. Moments later, Hyrcanes stepped into Parang Forest, his next destination. The air was thick, the landscape wild and untamed. He studied it carefully, confidence shining in his eyes. He had grown stronger, leveled up, and gained new power. Turning to his skeletons, he gave the order, "Prepare for battle." We march forward. The skeletons responded with unexpected enthusiasm. Instead of standing to attention, they broke into a clumsy dance, showing off their patched armor and bony grins. Hyrcanes raised an eyebrow, baffled. What's gotten into you? Their joy, however, was justified. Among the rewards, he had obtained a powerful new skill, summoned equipment integration. With it, he could now equip his skeletons with real gear, strengthening them independently of his level. It had cost him a fortune, but the possibilities were endless. Make it worth the expense, he warned. Or else. Before they could march on, shadows stirred nearby. Figures stepped forward, clapping slowly, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Well, one drawled. The rumors were true. Another smirked. If you knew who we were, you'd already be trembling. Then, striking dramatic poses, they declared in unison, "We are the romantic bandits, the R2 family." Hyrcanes stared at them, deadpan. After everything, the life-or-death battle, the crushing struggle, it seemed this world refused to give him a single normal encounter. Then he turns and walks away with his summons. But the R2 family group continues following the MC, and the hairy-chested guy comments that the Haho mask is walking too fast. Still, he thinks it's to be expected from someone as skilled as him. Hyrcan begins to get furious, and the guys keep complaining that they can barely keep up with the Haho mask pace and ask him to go slower. The MC completely loses his temper and shouts, telling them to fuck off and get lost. The hairy-chested guy, a little embarrassed, comments that the MC still hasn't given them an answer. So, they ask Hyrcan to join them, and the MC shouts, asking if they seriously thought he would ever join them. The hairy-chested guy asks the Haho mask to at least allow them to officially introduce themselves. He says that they are from the R2 family and are training to reach level 100 in the Parang Forest, but the monsters there are too strong for them. Unfortunately, they're not powerful enough to hunt the monsters in the area, which is why they're going around looking for more members for their group. However, for some reason, no one wanted to join. Hyrcan thinks that he knows very well why. Then one of them grabs the MC's hand and insists again for him to join. Hyrcan, startled by the guy's sudden approach, pulls back and tells him to go to hell. Sometime later, the R2 family group is lying on the ground with several bruises and injuries all over their bodies. Hyrcan stands in front of them and makes it very clear that he doesn't care about their romance crap, because he has no intention of working with anyone. He asks if they understand. One of them, groaning, says that he understands and won't insist anymore. Hyrcan repeats that if they follow him again, he will eliminate them once and for all. With that, he turns and leaves with his summons. The hairy-chested guy takes a deep breath and comments that they've been rejected again and that the Haho mask was their last hope. The guy with the mustache and glasses wonders aloud if they should just give up on the Parang Forest. But the one with the tuft suddenly looks at his watch and asks his captain if he remembers the musical family from last time. The captain asks if he means the group that hung them from a tree for being creepy. The tufted guy replies yes, and tells them that the musical family is asking for help. Meanwhile, the MC is facing a huge ogre with his summons. He quickly tells them to prepare because they will all attack at once. Herkin leaps forward, and together with his summons, they completely retaliate against the monster. The system announces that the Black Ogre has been defeated and experience points have been gained. Herkin deactivates his battle armor and, looking at the defeated creature, comments that this makes 55 Black Ogres. He thinks that since he has already faced the Spirit Knight, most monsters from here on out will be easier, since their movements will be predictable. He taps on his watch and thinks that his progress is good enough, as he is leveling up very quickly. Then he checks the mission given by the gamekeeper Mao, which requires him to find traces of armored monsters in the Perong Forest and report back. If completed, he will be rewarded by Mr. Wong himself. Herkin cannot believe it and questions how it's possible that he still hasn't found a single trace of armored monsters in the forest, especially when he hasn't even begun progressing through the main quest. He starts to grow frustrated, thinking he can't afford to waste so much time. He's sure the top 30 guilds have already begun their own main quest progressions, and he knows it's only a matter of time before they catch up to him. He briefly considers whether he should have asked the R2 family for information, but just thinking about them makes him shake his head. He knows he made the right choice. He'd rather die than work alongside those guys. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the forest. Herkin turns, startled. Herkin, who the hell is blowing up the place? What kind of monster is causing that much trouble? But then, something clicks in his mind, and he becomes excited. He quickly calls for his summons. Meanwhile, one of the R2 family members is defending himself from a heavy attack. Shaken and frightened, he asks himself what kind of monsters these could be. He observes them closely and realizes they're armored. That explains why he can't damage them properly. Not only that, but they form a battle formation, making it impossible to attack directly. What bothers him even more is the fact that these monsters aren't supposed to be in the area. Then his eyes shift to the back of the formation, where something larger looms. He thinks, that must be the boss. A monster intelligent enough to command an army like this. He realizes they can't handle this alone. Suddenly, the skinny, tufted guy arrives and uses his firewall skill, cutting off the Black Ogres and creating distance between them and the captain. The mustache guy appears as well and runs to his captain's side. Mustache guy, Captain, are you okay? Then, with a grim look, he adds, Mustache guy, the musical family is nearly wiped out. I don't think we'll last much longer either. The tufted guy starts panicking, shouting in fear. Tufted guy, shouldn't we just run? If we stay, we're going to die here. The captain silently agrees with the thought. The odds of survival are slim. But then, a memory surfaces. He recalls all the times they asked others for help and were told to stay away. It had always been the same. Every time they reached out, they were met with rejection. In the end, it was always just the three of them. He takes a deep breath. Captain, use all your remaining mana to make a path for the musical family to escape. His teammates stare at him, confused. Captain, you know exactly what it feels like to be abandoned, especially when you need help the most. He turns to them with determination in his eyes. Captain, we can't turn our backs on these people. Now we know exactly what it feels like. The mustache guy and the tufted guy are moved by their captain's words. Without hesitation, the captain charges at the monsters. Captain, I'll hold them off. You two help the rest. He rushes into the battle, landing multiple hits and ending with a powerful charge strike straight to a Black Ogre's belly. For a moment, he gets excited. Captain, thinking it's working, I just need to keep up the pressure. But his momentum doesn't last. One of the Black Ogres counters fiercely, slamming him to the ground. He groans in pain, lying on his back, unable to move. As he lifts his head weakly, he sees the towering Black Ogre standing over him, preparing a powerful kick. Captain, thinking I can't move. The creature delivers its kick, but something shining flies in their direction, and a voice tells the captain to stop pretending to be a nice guy. It's the MC, who arrives just in time to block the Black Ogre's attack. The captain can't believe who just saved him. Herkin makes it clear he only said that to avoid any misunderstanding. He turns and states that he isn't there to help, only to make sure the captain's group doesn't steal his monsters. The captain is confused and Herkin calls his summons. He orders them to attack the monsters immediately, and a fierce battle begins. The hairy-chested guy can't believe the agility of the MC summons and questions whether they should even be able to move like that. Watching Herkin from behind, he realizes this is beyond what a normal necromancer should be capable of. He starts to wonder who the Haho Mask really is. It doesn't take long before the summons defeat several black ogres. The system then announces that the MC has defeated several armored ogres and gained experience points. Herkin breathes in relief and says that now that he's done with the small cockroaches, he points his sword at the ogre boss and calls him out. He asks if the boss is sad about seeing his subordinates eliminated, but tells him not to worry. He'll be joining them soon. The taunt drives the boss into a rage. But before the fight begins, the MC looks at the R2 family's captain and tells his summons to move him aside. He doesn't want any trash in the way of his battle. Suddenly, the boss stomps the ground with full force, causing the entire area to shake. Then the ogre stands before the MC and lets out a powerful roar. This is the level 80 helmet ogre. While receiving medical treatment from the mustache guy, the captain says he thinks it might be hard even for the Haho Mask to fight the boss alone. But someone nearby says it might be too much even for him. The captain turns and sees it's a member of the musical family guild. The man explains that the boss's eyes are marbled black and red, which means it's a corrupted monster related to the main quest. Corrupted monsters are usually 3 times stronger than normal ones. Meanwhile, Herkin tries to block the monster's strike, but is forced to jump back to avoid the powerful sword attack. The MC thinks the boss is very resilient and might even be stronger than his summons. Then the man from the musical family shouts, warning the MC not to get too close. At that moment, the boss begins to release a terrible corrupted aura and charges at full speed toward Herkin. The guild member watches, worried, and says not even the Haho Mask might withstand that. However, Herkin raises his sword, channels power into it, laughs, and asks why the boss doesn't try to block his attack. Then he delivers a powerful strike that opens a huge hole in the middle of the helmet ogre. The boss crashes hard to the ground, completely defeated. The R2 group and a member of the musical guild stand stunned, unable to believe what they've just seen. The system then announces that the MC has defeated a helmet ogre, obtained gold, gained experience points, and leveled up. Herkin deactivates his battle armor and comments that it was much easier than he imagined. Then, the system announces that he has obtained a fragment of the ogre's helmet and now meets the requirements for the mission's completion. Herkin looks at the mission log and says that all he has to do now is return to Mr. Wong's house and continue progressing through the main quest. But before that, he knows he needs to figure out how to divide the drops. He thinks back and counts. 20 black ogres and 1 helmet ogre. He's sure the total value will be a fortune, especially since the helmet ogre was a rare monster. As he sees the others approaching, he recalls that normally the player who first attacked the monster has the right to decide how the drops are shared. But he suddenly gets irritated and questions whether he didn't end up doing everything on his own anyway. He then remembers what happened a short while ago, when the R2 group was cornered. At first, he was going to wait for them to get wiped out, but he overheard their leader saying he would buy time for others to escape. That surprised Herkin, and without realizing it, his body moved on its own to help them. The R2 group approaches, and the captain thanks him, saying they only survived because of his help. Herkin takes a deep breath, thinking that at least they're grateful. But then the captain becomes serious and says he doesn't think they can let the MC leave so easily. Herkin sighs, thinking he should have known. It always comes down to money. The R2 captain grabs Herkin and says he's going to take a picture. But a guy from the musical family interrupts, saying he can't allow that, since he was the first to arrive. Herkin, now annoyed, asks what the hell they think they're doing. The captain replies that they just want proof, pictures showing they were present during the boss fight. Herkin asks if they're not planning to split the drops. That catches the captain off guard, and he turns to the musical family guy, asking if he needs anything. The man is about to say yes, but the captain slaps him on the shoulder and, with a dark aura, says he's sure the man won't mind leaving the loot behind, since they were all saved by the Haho Mask. Embarrassed, the man agrees, saying the MC can take everything. The R2 captain then gives Herkin a thumbs up and tells him to take it all. Herkin stares, confused, thinking that if anything, he should be asking what the hell romance even means to these guys. Sometime later, in the middle of the Parong forest, Herkin and his summons are running back toward Mr. Wong's house. As they move, Herkin keeps thinking about the R2 group's request for him to join their guild, and how their captain said that although they wouldn't get far on their own, with Herkin's skills, they'd always be ready to help if he ever needed them. Herkin thinks that, although they seem like idiots, the game might actually be fun with them. But he also knows that if he accepted, he would never become the best version of himself. He smiles and concludes that he should aim to stand against the top 30 guilds. After thinking about this, he calls his summons to pick up the pace and excitedly shouts that they're about to finish the mission and move on to the next one. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a massive warrior bear is being defeated. Standing on top of its fallen body is Sil, the leader of the Thunderous Hunter Guild. Her guild members cheer, calling her amazing as they see her wielding her sword, until Hatch and Hahi come running toward her. Hahi comments that her master was amazing as always, and that her movements were so elegant. Sil, hearing the praise, asks what the problem is. Hatch replies that he has 2 new pieces of information to report. The first is that 2 of the top 30 guilds have gone to war. The guilds involved are the Triple Wing Guild and the Big Smile Guild. It all started when Burke, an officer of Big Smile, picked a fight with a member of Triple Wing during a monster attack. Since then, both guilds have been pouring huge amounts of resources into the conflict, but the Big Smile Guild seems to have suffered the most. Sil comments that starting a war during such a crucial period of main quest progression is foolish, and says she honestly hopes one of them collapses because of it. Then she asks about the second piece of information. Hatch looks a little uncomfortable, but reports that the Haho Mask has apparently defeated the Helmet Ogre, and once again seems to be ahead of the Thunderous Hunter Guild when it comes to progressing through the main quest. Sil is stunned for a moment, but then smiles. Hatch blinks in disbelief, shocked to see his lady smiling when he expected her to be furious. But Sil only says that they'll need to pick up the pace as well. She makes it clear that they are to receive the next mission from Monster Hunter Wong immediately, because the Thunderous Hunter Guild must now take on the second chapter of the main quest progression. Sometime later, in Bangu Castle, the NPC Aimbri is overjoyed to see the MC, who, in contrast, is visibly disappointed, wondering why he had to come back to that place. Aimbri tells him that he heard from Hunter Wong that the MC completed his mission successfully, and that Wong had asked him a hand over a reward. Then Aimbri pulls out an item and reveals it to be the Ring of the Secret Order. The ring increases all attributes by 77 points, boosts HP and mana recovery by 20%, and raises job-related attributes by 22 points. Herkin, although slightly uneasy, thinks everything has been going smoothly so far. He remembers how, back in Mr. Wong's cabin, he was full of excitement and had said he would join the Secret Order without hesitation. But Wong had simply said no and warned him to think carefully, reminding him that joining the Secret Order meant being prepared to risk his life. Herkin, still caught up in the moment, had boldly said he wasn't afraid of risking his life to fight evil. But inside, he was thinking only one thing, that if he joined, he'd receive the ring with all those stat boosts. At that point, the MC was barely holding himself back from screaming with joy. Hunter Wong commented that he understood, and if that was what the MC wanted, he wouldn't stop him. Then he added that the MC should go meet Professor Ahimri again, which left Herkin in disbelief that he'd have to see him once more. He immediately asked why that was necessary. Wong explained that Ahimri was also a member of the Secret Order and that he would be the one to give the MC the Order's emblem. Herkin was visibly shaken. He knew that Bastard Ahimri wouldn't give anything for free, and he was absolutely right. As soon as he met him, the NPC made a bizarre face and told the MC to say please if he wanted the ring. Furious, Herkin slammed his hand on the ground, catching the professor's attention. He asked if Ahimri was planning to do this every single time. Then, turning upside down and trembling with frustration, Herkin finally gave in and began begging the professor to please give him the ring. Ahimri just kept laughing at his face, clearly enjoying every second of it. After receiving the ring, Herkin couldn't deny that the reward was far too good to pass up. The NPC then told him that now that he was part of the secret order, it was time to receive a mission. Ahimri summoned something into his hand and explained that what the MC needed now was a task that would make him stronger. That's why his next destination would be the war zone. Herkin looked at the mission that appeared in front of him and couldn't believe it. The location was filled with strange and terrifying creatures, and the whole place was in complete chaos. It was part of Chapter 4 and described as a true hellish war zone. After arriving at his destination, Herkin is immediately struck by the intensity of the war zone. He stands before the battlefield, fully aware that this is where an endless wave of monsters continuously emerges from beyond the castle walls. These creatures appear for a set period, making the raid far more dangerous than standard missions. However, the danger comes with opportunity. Rewards are distributed based on how many monsters one can defeat. For those capable enough, it's a lucrative chance to earn a fortune. Herkin checks his mission details. Defeat the monsters coming from beyond the castle walls. The reward rankings will be determined by the number of enemies eliminated. He reflects that, even before reincarnating, he had longed to participate in this event, but the guild members had always held him back. As he walks through the area once again, he decides to begin preparations. Unbeknownst to him, someone is watching from a distance. This observer believes they've found the Haho mask and studies Herkin intently, convinced that this is the person they've been seeking. Elsewhere, a group of men is ambushed. A massive, enraged tiger roars, terrifying one of them into submission. The man drops to his knees, begging the figure in front of him to spare his life. That figure is Apollo, the master of the Apollo Guild. He scoffs, calling them all fools for failing to handle a rookie and returning empty-handed. Furious, Apollo rises from his throne and demands an explanation. One of the men reports that the Thunder Hunters unexpectedly intervened, and they couldn't act further. Those hunters seem interested in recruiting the MC into their own guild. This news infuriates Apollo even more. He opens a system window, muttering that the Haho mask is getting arrogant, likely believing he's untouchable with support from one of the top 30 guilds. Apollo sneers. If that's the case, he'll use a certain measure against him. Meanwhile, in another location, Heavy Bean, a high-ranking officer of the Big Smile Guild, one of the top 30, receives a message from Apollo. With a deep sigh, he wonders what the fat man wants this time. He answers the call, asking what Apollo desires. Apollo gets straight to the point. He wants Heavy Bean to teach the Haho mask a lesson. Curious, Heavy Bean asks if he's referring to the rising rookie and what the reason is. Apollo grits his teeth, explaining that the Haho mask dared to attack his guards and never apologized, making a fool out of him. Heavy Bean is taken aback and inwardly irritated, realizing the matter is trivial. Still, he politely refuses, stating that the Big Smile Guild shouldn't get involved in personal grudges. Apollo's tone hardens. He threatens to pull his sponsorship of the Big Smile Guild, reminding Heavy Bean that his support was the reason they rose to the top 30. Heavy Bean's expression darkens, but Apollo continues. If such a small favor can't be done, then their partnership is meaningless. The guild officer slams the table, his expression shifting drastically, and calls out to Apollo. With a sneer, he suddenly agrees, claiming that now that he thinks about it, the Haho mask is nothing more than trash, and that he'll personally teach him a lesson. He promises to contact Apollo once the matter is resolved. After ending the call, however, he erupts into a fit of frustration, shouting that rejecting Apollo's request could cost the guild dearly. At the same time, he knows that attacking the Haho mask could seriously damage the guild's reputation. Agitated, he wonders aloud why Apollo insists on making his life more difficult than it already is. Just then, someone approaches and offers assistance. It's Cho Wurong, a reserve member of the Big Smile Guild. She casually asks if he just wants her to eliminate the Haho mask. Heavy Bean considers the idea. Since she isn't an official guild member, assigning the task to her might prevent reputational damage. He asks if she truly believes she can handle the Haho mask. With a chilling smile, Cho Wurong assures him to leave it to her. She reminds Heavy Bean that she owes him her life, and to repay that debt, she'll personally take care of the Haho mask. Back in the war zone, a soldier beats a massive drum and shouts for all participants to gather at the castle gate. In response, a crowd of contestants quickly assembles. Belay, the captain in charge of Tubbat Castle's outer wall defenses, raises his voice above the noise. He announces the gate will soon be opened and warns everyone to be fully prepared. Herkin recognizes Belay as a major NPC. The captain stresses that beyond the walls lies a lawless zone swarming with monsters. The castle gate won't open again for 144 hours, and rewards will be based on the number of monsters each participant defeats. He makes it clear, no one will be able to return until the time is up. Additionally, a special mission has been assigned, the Blue Giant Hunt. A powerful mutant monster, the Blue Giant, will appear in the war zone. The reward for defeating it, a unique skill book. Herkin is stunned. He knows that a unique skill book grants a one-of-a-kind ability, something he'd only encountered a few times in his previous life. He can't believe such a rare item is being offered as a reward. Looking around at the stunned expressions of the other contestants, he wonders if perhaps the reward is too generous. The participants begin murmuring among themselves, realizing how valuable the unique skill book is. Their eyes shift toward Herkin, the strongest among them. Immediately understanding that to stand a chance, they may need to work together to eliminate him. Herkin, however, doesn't believe this challenge is about defeating the Blue Giant at all. To him, the real fight lies in the competition among participants. Just then, Belay shouts for everyone to get ready as the castle gate opens. Without hesitation, Herkin surges forward at an incredible speed, far ahead of the rest. His only thought, be the first. The other contestants stare in shock at the sheer speed of the Haho mask and scramble to chase after him, yelling to each other to keep up. Amid the chaos, Cho Wurong speaks up. She says she has an idea. Why not form a team? One contestant scoffs and approaches her, mocking her status as a rookie. He asks if she really thinks she has the authority to decide what they should do. Cho Wurong narrows her eyes as one of the contestants questions her authority. Without a word, she raises her hand and presses a finger against his forehead. "Get out of here," she says coldly. The next instant, with a swift and brutal strike, she sends him crashing to the ground, severely injured. As silence falls over the group, she looks around and calmly asks, "Why is everyone so nervous?" The other participants stare at her in fear. She smirks, guessing it must be because of the unique skill book, but makes it clear she doesn't care about that. Her only goal is to kill the Haho mask. Turning to face them, she offers a proposal. If they follow her lead, she'll give them the book. After all, with their current levels, they'd never be able to claim it themselves. In her view, it's a win-win. Although frightened, the group eventually agrees to join her. From the top of a nearby mountain, the MC observes everything. His eyes narrow in anger. Did they seriously team up to take me down? Already busy hunting monsters, he now has to worry about an ambush. But instead of backing down, he grins. There's no other choice. Meanwhile, Cho Wurong is pleased with her luck at having gathered so many people. She doubts even the Haho mask can win against such overwhelming numbers. Still, she wonders what to do once he's eliminated. Once I take him down, she thinks Heavy Bean will finally recognize my value. I'll be accepted as an official member of the Big Smile Guild. I'll have subordinates praising me. She starts imagining herself being flattered and served, surrounded by luxuries, even daydreaming about decorating her room with all the furniture she could ever want. Her fantasy is abruptly cut short by a voice shouting in warning. The monsters are approaching fast. Snapping out of her thoughts, she gets into position and yells, "Form up. Handle them one at a time." As the horde nears, one of the men shouts in panic, "Something's wrong. There are more monsters than usual." Cho Wurong instantly realizes the truth. They won't be able to maintain the formation like this. Then she spots him. Sitting calmly atop a massive golem is the Haho mask. His eyes lock with hers, and his voice echoes through the chaos. "How dare you show your face in my hunting ground? With a smirk, he lifts a golden gong and slams it, shouting, "Everyone get the hell out of here!" Cho Worong's eyes widen. He's luring the monsters toward us. Suddenly, the horde surges forward. The participants are overwhelmed as monsters pour in from all sides. One of the soldiers, struggling to hold the line, shouts toward Cho, "Miss, we can't hold them off. There are too many. We need to retreat." As she slays a creature, Cho grits her teeth, realizing the ambush had backfired. She'd planned to surprise the MC while he was hunting, but now they were the ones caught off guard. Thinking quickly, she calls out, "Hold on. Just survive a little longer. Once the lure fades, the monsters will lose interest." She then narrows her eyes at the MC and mutters, "I'll handle him myself." With explosive speed, she leaps into action, vaulting off the heads and shoulders of the monsters as she races toward him. Let the small fish deal with the monsters. I'll take care of the main course. Meanwhile, Herkin continues luring monsters with the help of his summoned creatures when he suddenly senses something unusual. A figure rushes toward him, Cho Worong. As soon as she arrives, she calls out to him and boldly challenges him to a one-on-one duel. Herkin smirks. "You seriously think I'd accept that?" Then, eyeing the crowd behind her, he adds, "Are you the leader of that pathetic little group up ahead?" Rising to his feet, he draws his sword and narrows his eyes. "Do I know you? Because no matter how hard I try, I can't recall ever seeing your face. It's strange, isn't it? For someone I've never met to want me dead so badly." Cho keeps her composure. She knows she can't reveal her connection to the Big Smile Guild. "I just want to eliminate a rival for the unique skill book," she replies calmly. Herkin isn't convinced. He lunges at her without warning, forcing her to block the strike. "You're lying," he says flatly. "It's written all over your face. You don't care about the book." Cho grits her teeth, draws her daggers, and counters with a swift attack. Herkin parries easily, but takes note of her form. Not bad, he thinks. She's clearly trained. He drops low and activates his bone bomb skill. An explosion erupts, but Cho narrowly escapes by leaping backward. Herkin raises an eyebrow, impressed. "You dodged that? There's no way someone with your skill level is unknown." He raises his sword again. "So what guild are you from?" Cho smirks. "Why don't you guess?" She taps a dial on her wrist and activates her battle armor. A surge of energy radiates from her body as the gear powers up. Herkin watches with interest. She's going all in. Must be serious if she's using armor this early. Studying her closely, he reflects that defeating her may leave him with no way to uncover her guild affiliation. Still, she's too dangerous to underestimate. "Well," he says, tightening his grip, "we better go all out." "I will," Cho replies. From the very first strike, as the tension mounts, Herkin summons Sit nearby, casually munching popcorn while watching the duel unfold. Cho pauses mid-charge, baffled. "What the hell are your summons doing?" Herkin chuckles. "Don't worry. I ordered them not to interfere." She frowns. "What?" He shrugs. "Didn't you challenge me to a one-on-one duel? Why would I use summons in a duel?" Cho stares at him, surprised. "I thought he was just another arrogant idiot. But he's got some honor?" Still, she steels herself. That's why he has to die. With a burst of speed, she dashes forward, unleashing her full strength in a flurry of attacks, only to be shocked when Herkin blocks her initial strike with ease. He laughs. "What are you doing?" Nothing's changed from before. But in a flash, Cho vanishes from his sight and reappears behind him, this time managing to land strike. Herkin frowns, concerned. Did her speed really spike like that in an instant? Cho glares at him with a sinister expression. "I'm not done yet." In a flash, she unleashes a barrage of rapid attacks, strikes flying at him from every angle in just seconds. Herkin is overwhelmed, forced to defend on all sides until he's driven to his knees. Cho laughs mockingly. "Ah, how cute. You even look like a chair on the ground." Without hesitation, she charges again, shouting, "Die? That's what you get for defying Heavy Bean." Herkin keeps his head low, but just as she closes in, one of his summons suddenly trips her. Startled, Cho tumbles, her eyes wide in confusion. "What the hell?" From his crouched position, Herkin smirks as he rises and channels his power. "So you're from the Big Smile Guild. Panic flashes across her face as she sees the attack coming and realizes she can't block in time. She's hit squarely, and moments later, regains consciousness tied to a tree. Herkin approaches calmly. "Now," he says, "why is the Big Smile Guild hunting me?" Cho scoffs. "You really think I'd tell you anything?" Herkin narrows his eyes. "Aren't you Cho Wurong? Heavy Bean's subordinate?" She blushes slightly and stammers. I'm not with them." "Don't lie," he replies flatly. "I already know everything." Her eyes widen. How did you find out?" Herkin reflects silently. "Before my regression, she was one of Heavy Bean's most well-known subordinates. I never fought her, though took me a while to recognize her." Out loud, he simply says, "Let's just say I have my sources." He then presses further. "Why is Big Smile targeting me? I've never crossed them." Cho sighs deeply. "I don't know." Then suddenly she shouts, "Just kill me already." Herkin shakes his head. "No, that would be a waste. Someone like you shouldn't die so easily. Besides, he thinks she'll respawn in 2 days anyway. Might as well let her rot here for a bit." Just then his watch buzzes. A new notification appears. The blue giant has appeared. He turns away. "If you try anything else," he warns coldly, "I won't spare you again." As he walks off, Cho lowers her head. He saw through everything. He was one step ahead the whole time. And yet, he spared her. Called her life a waste. To be protected, not discarded. Her body trembles. What kind of idiot flirts with the enemy? A strange, unfamiliar feeling bubbles up inside her. Later, Heavy Bean receives a call. "It's Cho." "I'm sorry," she says quietly. "I failed. I couldn't eliminate Masaho." He remains silent for a moment, then replies, "You did well. Rest for now. I understand." "I'm sorry," she says, voice shaking. The call ends. Heavy Bean explodes with fury, slamming his fist down. Even she failed, the one I trusted most. Even so, Heavy Bean tries to stay positive, thinking that Apollo still doesn't know the truth and might give him another chance. But then Apollo calls. He immediately asks if Haho Mask has already been eliminated, saying he heard rumors that one of the top 30 guilds, Big Smile, was defeated by him. Apollo also warns that if this becomes public, he wants to know what Heavy Bean thinks will happen. Heavy Bean is embarrassed, feeling as if his soul just left his body. He curses the Haho Mask, convinced that everything going wrong is because of him. As he continues muttering curses, he suddenly wonders why his ear is itching. Meanwhile, the MC arrives at the Blue Giant's location and, visibly excited, summons his creatures to deal with the monster as quickly as possible. However, the fight lasts longer than expected, and he ends up completely exhausted on the ground. He tells his summons that he barely managed to defeat the level 85 Blue Giant after unequipping his battle armor. He questions why the monster had the health of a level 100 creature, since even going all out, it still took him 30 minutes to finish the fight. He then thinks about a few people and sarcastically considers thanking those idiots who ended up killing themselves, since otherwise they would have tried to steal his summons. But then he remembers Cho, gets angry, and concludes there's no reason to thank anyone. He recalls his conversation with Cho and starts thinking about why the Big Smile Guild is hunting him. He wonders why, since in this life, he's never even interacted with them. He also remembers that before his regression, when his guild rose to prominence, the top 30 guilds saw it as a threat and joined forces to eliminate them. Among those guilds were the Thunder Hunters, led by Syl. This makes him question whether she could be involved this time as well. Suspicious, he tries to come up with an explanation, but quickly shouts that he's no good at thinking about these things. Then he calls his summons and declares that it's simple. If anyone gets in his way, he'll just eliminate them. Afterward, he checks the event timer and sees that 138 hours remain. Excited, he says that now it's time to start making money. 138 hours later, the castle gate opens and the participants return, frustrated and angry. One of them complains that this time it was really tough. Another adds that they never should have messed with the Haho Mask. His companion comments that it all happened because he listened to Cho Wurong. Annoyed, the first guy yells, demanding to know how it's his fault. Just then, the MC shows up covered in money, and casually tells them there's no reason to argue, since the weather is beautiful today. But upon noticing the expression on one of their faces, he suddenly asks what's wrong. Then he starts mocking them, calling them idiots for coming back empty-handed. They clearly don't enjoy being mocked, but the MC thinks it's just karma. Meanwhile, Cho Wooron watches from the shadows once again. Cho grows nervous as she watches the MC closely. She swears to herself that next time will be different. But despite herself, she begins seeing him in a new light. Her gaze softens, and a strange desire to have him for herself creeps in. Flustered, she quickly turns away, embarrassed, and reminds herself that she needs to eliminate him, not fantasize about him. Just then, Bagel shouts that he's about to announce the mission's top contributor. He loudly calls out the MC's name and asks him to come to his office. Herkin gets excited, thinking he's finally being recognized. It doesn't take long before he arrives at the administrative captain's office. There, Begley praises him, saying the MC was truly incredible. He not only defeated the most monsters, but even brought down the blue giant. He thanks him for his outstanding efforts. However, he adds that lately, strange monsters have been appearing, blue-skinned ones with ice energy, and others they've never encountered before, like the blue giant. He strongly believes they're coming from the ice mountain. Begley says that if they had the opportunity, he would like to send an expedition there. But then he notices that the MC isn't paying attention and quickly asks if he's listening. Herkin replies yes, but thinks to himself that he already knows everything about the Frozen Mountain Kingdom map. As soon as Begley mentions the mission reward and talks about sending Herkin there, the MC lights up with excitement. The captain chuckles, saying he's quite predictable. However, Begley continues, explaining that there's a letter from the MC's master, requesting that he go to the Oral Mountains to begin the secret organization mission. To proceed, he'll need to speak with the blacksmith wolf to receive the next part of the mission. The reward is currently unknown. Herkin knows that Urgle Mountain is full of high-level monsters, so he's not surprised, but he still gets furious, suspecting they're just trying to mess with him. Then, Begley takes out the unique skill book and hands it to him, saying it's his reward for achieving first place. While Herkin clutches the book and kisses it repeatedly, Bagel tells him to take good care of such a valuable reward. Excited, Herkin wonders which skill he'll get, though he knows that any unique skill is excellent. He places his hand on the book, and the system notifies him that he has used the unnamed skill book. It then informs him that he has obtained the skill, clay creation. Herkin freezes, confused, trying to understand what kind of skill that is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Thunder Queen demands to know who is responsible. Hatch asks her to calm down, but she's already consumed by rage. She unleashes a massive attack, obliterating everything in front of her. The mage, trembling, can't believe the sheer extent of her power. Terrified, he watches as she stands furious, thinking about the fools who appeared out of nowhere and stole the monster her guild was supposed to capture during their main raid mission. With a terrifying glare, Syl turns to the mage and demands to know who the bastards were that dared interfere with her plans. Hatch explains that the ones who interfered aren't part of the top 30 guilds. Judging by how easily they escaped investigation, he suspects they must be quite high level. Syl clenches her teeth in anger and orders the mage to gather information on their appearance and place a bounty on them. She also demands that measures be taken to ensure no one is around when the monster respawns again. Gripping her sword tightly, her murderous intent flares as she declares that while she doesn't know who they are, if they dare to show up again, she will eliminate them with everything she's got. Elsewhere, someone plays chess and wonders aloud if it wasn't too cruel to steal the monster from the Thunder Hunters, especially since the mission was dangerous and nearly failed. Another person responds that they had no choice. Thunder Hunters arrived faster than expected. A warrior laughs and asks if their next target will be the Hydra Guild. The mage tells him to calm down, warning that if they continue this way and their identities are exposed, things could turn very bad. Suddenly, another person joins the conversation and agrees. He reminds them all that their goal is to balance the game through the shadows and warns them not to forget the guild's purpose. This is Singlet, a member of the Hands Guild. Richard, a warrior affiliated with the Hands Guild, says he understands well, just like Mikule. Weaver agrees too. Then, a woman raises her hand and calls out to Singlet. She brings up the Ha-Home mask, blaming his failure for the MC's rapid progress in the main mission. This is Momo, also from the Hands Guild. Singlet doesn't like her remark, but insists that their most urgent objective is to stop the top 30 guilds. He adds that he'll take responsibility for dealing with the Ha-Home mask later. Mikule cuts in, telling everyone to stop wasting time and focus on the next mission. The group agrees, stating that everything they do is for the master. Meanwhile, the MC is analyzing his new skill, clay creation, which allows him to transform clay into monsters using monster drops. As the skill's proficiency increases, the created creature's stats will more closely match the original monsters. The materials used will be consumed during the process. Herkin realizes this means he can essentially turn a golem into a different monster, including flying types or one suited for combat. Excited, he thinks the skill is incredible. Eager to test it, he grabs a tooth from the blue giant he defeated in the war zone. Aiming at one of his golems, he activates clay creation. His summon begins reacting, and Herkin watches in anticipation, convinced an amazing monster is about to appear, only for the golem to transform into a tiny, miniature version of the blue giant. Herkin stares, confused, trying to understand what just happened. The system promptly notifies him. Since his skill rank is currently low, the transformation will be 50% less effective. Herkin can't believe it. He yells out, cursing the game. Sometime later, he arrives at Urgel Village, still furious. He blames himself for getting his hopes up. After all, he knows from his past life that pets were rare and there was no way to get one so easily. Still, he tells himself he'll slowly level up the skill rank. And for now, he should focus on the main mission. When he checks the mission in the system, he thinks about the blacksmith Wolf, someone he knows well. Since Wolf is part of the Secret Order and the most famous blacksmith NPC, countless epic items with incredible stats have come from his hands. No one can meet him outside of the main mission, which is why Herkin never met him in his previous life. Now, he's hopeful he might finally get some good weapons. After a long walk, he arrives at the place where Wolf is supposedly located. Without wasting time, he opens the door and asks for permission to enter. However, he's immediately confused. Everything is silent, and no one seems to be there. Then, something moves fast. Herkin reacts quickly and turns around, but before he can do anything, he takes a massive punch to the face and is sent flying against the wall. The system immediately warns him that he's lost HP multiple times. Dazed, Herkin tries to understand what's going on. He shouts, asking who the hell is attacking in an NPC area. An old man yells back, asking if that's all the MC has. He slams a huge hammer onto the ground and complains that newcomers these days are weak, saying they were stronger in his time. This is the blacksmith NPC, Wolf. Herkin, still recovering, asks if the old man is really the blacksmith Wolf. Wolf confirms it, and the MC demands to know why he was attacked. Wolf explains that it was just a test for new members of the Secret Order. They're not called secret for nothing. Herkin explodes in frustration, yelling that the old man must be mocking him, who attacked someone out of nowhere as a test. Before he can keep ranting, the system notifies him that he has earned 2 titles. First to speak with Wolf, work-related stats plus 25. First to survive the blacksmith, max HP plus 25%. Herkin is stunned. He wonders if he really just earned 2 titles, and both are excellent. Wolf, watching him, asks if he's still angry. He mutters that newbies these days are too impatient. Herkin then suddenly forms a heart shape with his hands and says, "I love you." He drops to the floor and grabs Wolf's leg, begging, "Please use me however you want." Wolf stares in disbelief. "What the hell's wrong with you, kid? Are you crazy?" The MC keeps showering him with flattery, acting completely over the top. Wolf, clearly freaked out, throws a bag in his face and tells him to get lost. Then he kicks Herkin out and orders him to deliver the bag to the Behem forest. Herkin stumbles down the stairs and falls face first into the ground. As he starts getting up, still sore, he grins to himself. He thinks he'll put up with being cursed at and beaten if it means earning more titles from that NPC. He's determined to make it happen again, whatever it takes. At that moment, a system notification appears, informing the MC that a new mission has been registered. It's a request from NPC Wolf. Deliver the bag to those who reside in the Behem Forest. The reward will be recognition from a blacksmith. Herkin gets excited, knowing that the inhabitants of Behem Forest are elves. However, he immediately realizes the problem. He remembers that elves are generally hostile toward humans, live hidden deep within the forest, and are especially difficult to locate because they constantly move around. He recalls that in his past life, players used maps to find them, but he always found that odd, especially considering he never understood why people were so obsessed with elves in the first place. Still, he figures he has no other option. He heads to the city square, where many players are gathered, and starts banging his golden gong, shouting that he's buying information about Behem Forest. He announces he's willing to pay up to 100,000 gold, depending on the quality of the information. Players begin whispering among themselves, wondering if that's really the Haho mask and why he's out in public. Herkin knows it's a bit embarrassing to draw attention like this, but he also knows that posting a public request for information would likely alert the top 30 guilds. For now, a little embarrassment is a small price to pay to avoid wasting the entire day wandering the mountains. Suddenly, someone approaches. Everyone, including Herkin, freezes in shock as they spot a man carrying a massive, defeated creature over his shoulders. The man walks up to Herkin and says, "You must be the so-called Haho mask." Herkin's eyes widen. He instantly recognizes the man as Pitbull Singh. The surrounding players gasp. Whispers spread quickly as they begin asking whether this is really one of the top 100 ranked players and what he's doing here. Speculation rises that maybe Singh is here to challenge the Haho mask. Herkin remembers fighting Singh in his past life. He managed to defeat him back then, but he also knows that Singh was an extremely skilled and dangerous opponent. Now, he's not confident he could win again. One player asks if the Haho mask is even strong enough to go up against Pitbull Singh. Another chimes in, explaining that Singh earned the nickname Pitbull because of the ruthless way he defeats his enemies, and that his level is significantly higher than the Haho masks. The chatter continues, with some saying that Singh could probably defeat the MC with one hand. Furious, Herkin explodes in rage and shouts at the crowd to shut up or he'll eliminate them first. Then, he's caught off guard when someone mentions hearing that he's buying information about Behem Forest. Singh steps closer, a sinister aura radiating off of him. He says he'll tell the MC everything about the forest. Herkin becomes suspicious. Does this guy actually know about the Behem Forest? Or is this some kind of trap? He decides to ask about the price. Singh begins to speak. Herkin and the nearby players all go silent, waiting in anticipation. But then Pitbull Singh says, without changing his serious tone, that the price is, "I like to confess my love." The MC stares, completely confused, unable to process what he just heard. Around them, the players look away in awkward silence. Murmurs spread again. Did Pitbull Singh just confess to the Haho mask? After leaving the city and heading into the forest, the MC takes a deep breath and asks what the hell just happened back there. Singh raises his hand and tells the MC to calm down and control his breathing first. Herkin loses it and yells, asking how he's supposed to calm down after that kind of humiliation. He says Singh confessed in the middle of the square, and now the entire city is in chaos, which is why they had to run into the forest to escape the crowd. Singh tries to explain, but the MC interrupts him, saying he doesn't like men and has to reject his confession. As soon as he says it, silence falls, and Pitbull gets irritated, asking what the MC is implying, because he never confessed. Herkin is confused, not understanding anything. Singh says that a few months ago, while he was out hunting like usual, something caught his attention, a rabbit. Then someone approached the rabbit, saying it shouldn't be wandering around alone. He was immediately impressed, and says that's when he met her, realizing she was the most beautiful being in their world. But when he tried to approach her, she ran away as if terrified and never returned. So he waited for months in the same place, hoping she would come back someday. Herkin imagines the scene and can't believe it. Sing continues, saying he gathered all kinds of information about elves from local NPCs. The MC immediately asks if he wasn't acting like a stalker. Sing explains that even after visiting every place, the residents only said they had seen an elf once, but he never found anything. Then, when he was thinking of giving up, he heard the Haho Mask shouting in the square about buying elf information and decided to ask for help. Herkin concludes that's why he acted like that earlier, but gets nervous and wonders why Sing didn't just say so instead of starting with a love confession. Even so, he feels like he's gotten involved with someone exhausting, but he needs to finish the mission quickly since Sing is the only one with a lead on the elves. He asks Sing to take him to the place where the elves usually appear. Sing gets excited and says he'll take him. Before long, they arrive in front of a huge waterfall. Sing explains that, based on what he heard from the locals, the place where elves most often appear is Beacon Waterfall. The other location is under the great oak tree. Herkin thinks about what Sing said regarding the residents and quickly asks if monsters also appear there. Sing replies yes, especially large monsters. The MC smiles, thinking it's just as he imagined. Then he says they'll do what they always do, hunt some monsters. It doesn't take long for a massive snake to appear. It's a level 90 bark serpent. Sing says he'll take care of it quickly, but Herkin tells him to wait, saying he'll handle it alone. Sing asks if he's sure, since the monster's level is high and it won't be easy. Herkin asks who he thinks he's talking to, then dashes forward at high speed, shouting that he's the Haho Mask. The serpent, seeing him approach, lunges to attack. Herkin smiles, but the creature is extremely fast and headbutts him, sending him flying backward. Sing sees the MC on the ground and can't believe what he's seeing. Then he asks if the Haho Mask wasn't supposed to be amazing. Herkin takes a deep breath and immediately starts screaming in pain, yelling that his nose hurts. Both Sing and the massive serpent stare in disbelief. While Pitbull wonders what the Haho Mask is doing, the serpent charges at him again. Sing yells for him to dodge. Herkin panics, thinking he's about to be eliminated. At that moment, an arrow is fired, striking the serpent squarely, followed by several more attacks landing on the creature. Sing is shocked. Herkin laughs and explains that NPCs known as residents, unlike players, don't fight monsters. He knows that when residents encounter monsters, they usually run for their lives. So he suspected that when residents were hunted and cornered by monsters, the elves would eventually appear. Sing asks if the Haho Mask had predicted that from the start. Herkin laughs and says it's something like that he thought there was a chance, and apparently, the elves finally showed up. He approaches one of them, introduces himself, and says he's there under Lord Wolf's orders. But while he's explaining that he has a very important mission, an arrow is aimed directly at his face. One of the elves comments that, in other words, he tricked them. Another elf, furious, shouts that she warned them not to trust humans. She adds that humans are liars, disgusting and greedy creatures. Herkin feels every one of those insults is aimed at him. Then one of the elves says there's no way Lord Wolf would entrust an important task to a lying scoundrel like him. Herkin starts to panic, wondering what to do and whether he should try to convince them by force. Just then, Sing kneels down, surprising Herkin, who wonders what he's doing. Sing apologizes for deceiving them, but says he needed to meet one of them because they had already met before, right there in the forest. She's surprised, and Sing continues, saying that he fell in love with her at first sight. He reaches out his hand and gently asks the elf to give him a chance to get to know her. Herkin can't believe what he's seeing, especially knowing how much the elves already hate humans. Now Sing is openly revealing he's a stalker. But to Herkin's shock, the elf replies that it's fine. The other elves begin laughing and teasing her, saying that Selene ended up charming a human. Then they start taking Sing with them to their village, while the MC remains standing there, speechless, still stunned and wondering what the hell is happening with this game. However, in the end, the Haho Mask completed the mission of finding the elves. Thus, Huron and Sing pursue the elves. Meanwhile, the MC is furious, demanding to know if this was supposed to be a dating simulation and why everything is unfolding in such a strange way. Sing, feeling a bit embarrassed, calls Herkin and remarks that he feels like he could die of happiness. The MC grows even angrier and tells Pitbull to go to hell, since they were nearly killed by one of them. Then he asks if he's really going to keep wandering around with the elf he fell in love with just because his confession was accepted. Next, he makes it clear to Sing that the prettier someone is, the crazier people tend to get, claiming he knows someone even more beautiful and completely insane. Sing points out that he doesn't like elves merely for their beauty and emphasizes that elves are symbols of fantasy. Herkin is intrigued and soon suspects that Pitbull might actually be a pervert. But Sing quickly clarifies that it's not what the MC is thinking. He then explains that when he was younger, in all the games, novels, and comics he read and played, elves, especially dark elves, were iconic figures of fantasy, and adventuring through magical world alongside them had always been his dream. Herkin grows even more confused, asking what on earth he's talking about, and what that has to do with confessing. However, he's surprised when Sing asks if he doesn't feel the same. Then Pitbull wants to know if the MC isn't in this game to fulfill his dreams. Huron takes a deep breath and says he doesn't have silly dreams like that. Then he laughs and says his dream is to become the strongest in the game and destroy any idiot who dares look at him the wrong way. Sing listens as the MC says it's just about imagining their faces because he'll be thrilled when that day comes. Pitbull then asks the MC if that doesn't make him the same as those who looked at him the wrong way. That question leaves Herkin completely stunned, as he hadn't thought of it that way before. However, he smiles and, showing his middle fingers to Pitbull, asks what's wrong with that, since he knows the strong always devour the weak. That's just how the world works. Sing comments that if it's natural for the weak to be devoured, then he wants to know if what happened to the MC wasn't natural. Kirkin grows angry, and just as Pitbull is about to respond, Kirkin punches him. A huge explosion erupts, drawing even L's attention. Herkin grabs Sing by the collar and demands to know what the hell he knows. Then he emphasizes that dreams and happiness, those things, are for people who already have something. Next, he asks if Sing knows what it's like to fight to survive day after day, and if he understands what it's like to lose the little he had in an instant. Herkin grips Sing's clothes tighter, and as he starts equipping his battle armor, his anger deepens. He says he knows Sing is trying to give him a sermon, but makes it clear he doesn't want to hear it anymore. Sing is very surprised by the MC's words, until the elves shout that humans always pick fights for no reason. Yet one of them turns and says they have arrived in Behem, their village. Herkin steps forward and asks them to show the way. One elf replies that the village elder is in the largest tree, while the MC walks ahead alone. One elf asks if Sing really fought with his companion. Sing remains silent. Upon reaching the largest tree, the elf calls for the elder and says she brought a human who claims to be there at Lord Wolf's request. The MC takes a deep breath and thinks Sing started the fight and lost his composure. He decides it's better to let it go, knowing it won't lead anywhere and that he must focus on the main mission. The village elder appears and says that since it's a message from Lord Wolf, it must be from the secret order. This is the elder elf of the Behem tribe. The NPC daughter Herkin takes a package and says that's exactly what the elder said. As soon as he delivers it to the elder, the system notifies that Herkin has delivered Wolf's package to the Behem tribe and that the Wolf's message mission is complete. DRA begins untying the package, and the MC is soon very surprised by what he sees, realizing it is an epic item. The Bracelet of Purification that removes all negative effects and status penalties. Then he becomes nervous as he understands what he was delivering and why Wolf didn't let him see the package's contents. He then remembers something and reflects that the next mission is to purify the corrupted elf and discover who is behind the main quest. This excites him because he knows the reward for completing the mission will be the Bracelet of Purification. However, the elven elder turns and asks the MC to leave. Herkin shouts for him to wait and asks if there isn't still something he's supposed to do, like using the item to save someone. DRA replies that there isn't, and that there's nothing else for the MC to do because he knows he is currently too weak. Herkin becomes furious, questioning whether there really is a level restriction. Then he thinks it's like before, where his level is too low to progress in the mission. Next, he clenches his fist tightly and makes it clear to the elder that he will return once he completes his training. With that said, he heads to an area filled with monsters. While eliminating them, he thinks that nothing has been going right lately. After defeating several creatures, he thinks about the Thunder Queen and realizes that at the moment, the main quest progression belongs to the Thunder Hunters. As more creatures rush toward him, he reflects that they recently defeated the ogre, must be in the Urgle Mountains, and will not need to go to the battle zones. Furious at how things had unfolded, he brutally slaughters the creatures, feeling somewhat satisfied with himself because he knows he should have reached level 100 long ago, even if it meant sacrificing sleep. As he continues mercilessly cutting down the creatures, he wonders if he can still make it in time. One of his summons simply watches its master acting strangely. Herkin recalls what Sing said earlier, which only fuels his anger further, and he shouts, demanding to know why he has to listen to such nonsense. In the heat of the moment, he accidentally drops his sword, and several monstrous creatures rush toward him. Herkin glances aside, thinking he must be really tired. The creatures keep advancing while the MC stands still, doing nothing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the elf is showing a strange rabbit. After Sing explains what happened, she comments, "So that's what went down between him and the MC." Sing admits he knows he overreacted and meddled, then takes a deep breath. The elf smiles and asks why he doesn't just apologize honestly, suggesting it might not be as hard as he thinks. Sing is surprised by her attitude, and she asks if that's not what friends do. Back at the MC's battle, the creatures are about to attack when Pitbull suddenly appears and lands a tremendous punch on one of the beasts, leaving even Herkin stunned. Sing turns and says he's there to apologize and that he apparently arrived just in time. Herkin remains very surprised and confused after the creature crashes hard to the ground. Pitbull turns and says he has something to ask. Herkin demands to know what he wants, showing up out of nowhere and acting full of himself. Summoning his own summons, he makes it clear that if Pitbull is there to pick a fight, he should leave. The skeletons rush towards Sing, who stands silently. However, he apologizes, which surprises the MC enough that he immediately raises his arm to stop his summons from attacking him. With swords pressed against his neck, Sing insists that he spoke out of genuine concern. Herkin listens as Sing continues, explaining that when the MC mentioned things he was unaware of, it was merely a lecture, which is why he's apologizing. Herkin is displeased by this. He turns around and says that if Sing feels so guilty, he should help him hunt or something. Sing asks if the MC accepted his apology. Herkin spins around and, mocking Pitbull, threatens to drain him to the bone, adding that he'd better not regret it later. Sing is surprised but smiles, asking if apologizing comes with a price. Herkin erupts in anger, curses him, and says he accepted the apology, yet now Sing is spouting more nonsense. Just then, several creatures attack them, but both clench their fists tightly and simultaneously dispatch the monsters with ease. The system quickly notifies them that the monsters have been defeated. They gained a large amount of experience points and leveled up. After a while, the MC sees another system notification that he has leveled up and lies completely exhausted on the ground. He thinks he's finally reached level 100. Then he notices he currently holds 34 titles. His strength is nearly 10,000, endurance 445 points, intelligence 658, and mana 755 points. Sing, also very tired after defeating several monsters, comments that it was all insane. Herkin agrees, saying he knows that well since they spent 3 days without sleeping more than 3 hours. Sing then says he's going to log out of the game. The MC replies that it's fine, but thinks that now, having reached the level he wanted, he can take the quest without any problem. Though it would have taken an eternity without Pitbull's help, then he gets nervous, stands up, calls Sing over, and with great difficulty, thanks him. Sing takes a deep breath, calls out to the home mask, and before logging out, tells the MC not to be shy since they are both men, adding that it's quite embarrassing. With that, he leaves the game, and the MC can't believe what he just heard. Furious, he shouts, calling Sing an asshole, and vows to teach him a lesson next time, after returning behind the village and speaking with the elder. The elder says the MC now seems capable and believes he can be trusted to find a certain child. However, he stresses that when the child is full of corruption, one shouldn't expect reason from them, which is why he will give the MC the bracelet. Yet, the elder notices the MC's sinister and distracted expression and immediately asks if he's paying attention. Then the MC receives a system notification stating that he has obtained the bracelet of purification and that the quest, corruption of the elf, has begun. While Herkin is amazed by the reward, the indignant elder comments that the bracelet's effect seems genuinely solid. Still, he makes it clear that he's counting on the MC for this mission. Herkin replies that yes, he can rest assured, but he thinks he will finish the quest soon and keep the bracelet. Then he asks the elder where he should go. The elder replies that he has no idea, leaving the MC in disbelief. The elder emphasizes that if he knew the location, he would have already taken Herkin there. Then he turns and asks the MC to handle it himself. Herkin starts shouting, asking the elder to wait and at least give him a clue, but the elder leaves without another word. Herkin can't believe he has to undertake a quest without any information. As soon as he steps outside, he heads to a cliff and shouts, wanting to know how he's supposed to find a corrupted elf that spawned randomly in such a vast area. Then he sits down and thinks that he had thought the level problem was solved. However, more problems kept arising one after another, and it seemed he would have no choice but to exchange information once again. He continued to ponder what to do, but soon recalled the last time and concluded that public trades were quite difficult. He knew that if he revealed the key details of the corrupted elf quest, everyone would go crazy over it. That's why he understood he couldn't make it easy. He had his own methods, besides. Although it wasn't confirmed yet, he knew that the corrupted elf's actual role was to raise a monster army, meaning many monsters would appear near the corrupted elf. With this in mind, he planned that if he bought information about newly spawned monsters, some fools would bring him reports. Then he would gather all of them and use that data to deduce the corrupted elf's location from his quest, while shouting and boasting that he was the greatest genius of all time. Someone quietly approached, wanting to know if he was searching for information about monsters. Huron immediately turned around, thinking the first fool had arrived, and said yes. However, he was very surprised to see that the person standing before him was Shev the Slayer. Moments earlier, at the Red Bull's advance base, Yell had called for Shev, wanting to know what she needed. Yell asked if he remembered the anonymous tip about the location of the elf's corruption. Shev said he did, and Yell told him that a new message had just arrived from the same sender, which surprised him greatly. The message said that a certain person was buying information about where monsters were spawning. Yell emphasized that this person was offering money for information about recently spawned monsters and wanted to know why. Out of nowhere, Shev said it could only be a smokescreen. Someone who knew an important piece of information about the corrupted elf was trying to mislead people and that it wouldn't be something useless at this point. Yell said that made perfect sense. Shev pointed out that anyone claiming to hunt monsters was usually just using that as a cover because they were actually after something else. Yell got excited and, grabbing Shev, asked what he thought about monopolizing the information. Shev smiled and said he'd be back soon, but that he'd be with the goose that laid the golden eggs. As he said this, he thought about the MC back in the present. Herkin remained very surprised, having expected to find some random, worthless guild that would simply hand over the information and then leave, but seeing the overwhelming presence of Shev the Slayer right in front of him, he wondered why it had to be such a powerful, over-the-top figure. He then stood up, deciding that for now the plan was canceled, and he would act quietly, without leaving any hint of suspicion. However, he soon felt intense pressure since the leader of the Red Bulls Guild was standing right before him, seemingly wanting to know if he was considering running away. Herkin quickly summoned his summons, which immediately surrounded Shev. Shev laughed and remarked that the MC had made a smart move, because if he had ordered the summons to attack, he believed the MC would already be dead. Herkin grew worried, feeling quite humiliated because he knew Shev was right. He wouldn't be able to defeat him. Shev became serious and asked the Heiho Mask to respond, emphasizing that he himself possessed physical abilities far beyond a novice and an information-gathering capacity that surpassed even intermediate guilds. He wanted to know who the Heiho Mask really was. Herkin was very surprised but tried to take a deep breath and say something. Shev didn't understand and asked him to be clearer. At that point, Herkin began shouting at everyone. Then he started acting erratically, fell to the ground, and screamed that he was just a stupid novice. And, on top of that, a bad guy from the Red Bulls Guild was threatening him. Heron paused briefly, making a crying face, but soon resumed flailing and shouting that he was only trying to gather information about monsters. Shev remained silent, saying nothing, and the MC wondered if his plan to play the fool had worked and if Shev had fallen for it. Shev took a deep breath and then said that apparently there had been a misunderstanding since he didn't believe the MC was the same person mentioned in the report. Herkin stood up, thinking the plan had succeeded, and said it was just a misunderstanding and that next time he would make sure it wouldn't happen again. However, he was completely shocked when he heard Shev mention a 5 billion bonus, while the MC began fantasizing about that amount. Shev made it clear he had heard correctly and that they would offer those 5 billion along with salary, benefits, and incentives. But the leader of the Red Bulls turned and said that if the MC wasn't the person he was looking for, there was nothing he could do. Hiron ran after him and said it had always been his dream to join his guild. Then he paused for a moment, drooling with the urge to accept the offer, before shouting at Shev to stop thinking he could buy people with money. Shev commented that the MC's actions didn't match his words. Huron said that with that amount of money, he could buy a lot of meat to eat. However, Shev wanted to know what the Heiho Mask thought about being offered the same contract to join the Red Bulls Guild. Herkin was surprised and replied that it was very sudden and that he would never accept. Shev quickly unleashed his incredible power, placing his sword on the MC's neck and asked if even then he would still say no, making it clear that if he didn't join, he'd consider him a rival and eliminate him on the spot. Hirkin swallowed hard but still answered no, which left Shev very surprised. As the MC unleashes his power and dons his battle armor, he makes it clear that he won't depend on anyone else's strength. He intends to grow stronger on his own, even if it means dying right then and there. Shev remains silent, and while signaling to his summons, the MC also warns Shev to be ready, because once he becomes stronger, they'll be the first ones he crushes. Meanwhile, Hirkin is utterly baffled when he sees Shev sitting near the cliff, commenting that the view from up there is quite beautiful. Curious, he asks what exactly Shev is doing. Shev mentions something about the Red Lake, which only confuses Hirkin further. Shev explains that his guild confirmed there's been an explosive increase in monster spawns nearby. Hirkin asks why he's telling him this, since they're supposed to be rivals. Shev laughs and asks if the MC really thinks he considers him a rival. Surprised, Hirkin watches as the blonde man turns around laughing and tells him not to get so full of himself because the Red Bulls are the strongest and bow to no one. Then, standing up, Shev emphasizes that they're only sharing this information with the MC because they admire his solo-playing spirit. Nothing more. With that, he says he's leaving. Hirkin remains silent for a moment before shouting, "Salt Mountain!" Shev turns around, surprised, and the MC confirms that if they're avoiding the elves' territories, then yes, the Red Bulls must be advancing through the Dwarf Tower of the main quest, meaning they're at Salt Mountain. The MC then grows angry and shouts, demanding to know what's going on with the blonde man, if he's getting nervous now, and asks who he thinks he is to call others brats when he's been playing this game longer than all those idiots. Shev is very surprised by the MC's revelation, but suddenly bursts out laughing. The MC demands to know what the hell he's laughing at. The blonde guy responds that the reason is the MC himself, who is a complete idiot all the time. Hearing this only angers Hirkin more, and he immediately shouts, demanding to know who the blonde guy thinks he's calling an idiot. Then he turns and leaves with his summons. Shev quickly contacts Yahello through the system and informs her that his recruitment attempt failed. He also mentions that the goose seemed like it was about to harm itself before joining the guild and might have died if he had pushed any further. However, smiling as he thinks about the MC, he tells Yahello that he's very curious to see how far the Haho Mask will go playing solo. Upon hearing this, Yahello instantly becomes furious and starts cursing the blonde guy with several names, scolding him harshly. He drops to his knees, completely embarrassed, and tries to argue, but he knows that once he returns, he'll be hearing the reprimands non-stop. Later, Han is with his summons at the place called Red Lake, which Shev had mentioned. While the skeletons play in the water, Hin thinks that his summons don't even understand what their master is going through and continue acting that way. He then turns and shouts at them to behave, convinced there's nothing interesting about a Red Lake, until he remembers a time when he was with his guild friends, and they were also playing in the lake and calling him over. Back then, the MC had said this was the intermediate monster area near level 120, and that everyone should eliminate as many monsters as possible to level up, but his friends didn't care and splashed water on the MC's face, calling him a boring addict. This made him very angry, and he ran after them. After recalling that, he realizes this place feels quite familiar, so he calls his summons and orders them to immediately get into formation. Just as he turns around after hearing a noise and sees some people rushing toward him. As they draw closer, the MC realizes the group consists of a warrior, 2 mages, and a priest, and immediately suspects an ambush. Despite this, he remains indifferent and summons his creatures to prepare. He instructs them to attack without hesitation at his signal. He begins counting down, and as the group approaches, he shouts the order for his summons to strike. However, he becomes completely bewildered when he sees the group bowing before him. Puzzled, he wonders what on earth is going on. The priest, tears in his eyes, pleads with the home mass to help them, explaining that they're in serious trouble. After explaining the situation, Hirkin asks if they truly need his help to hunt the corrupted gray rooster. The warrior confirms they do, but the MC wants to know why they don't handle it themselves. The warrior explains they belong to the 2nd division of the Golden Brothers Guild, which, while notable, barely ranks in the top 30 guilds in the game. Being from the 2nd division, they're essentially nobodies. Hirkin tells them to sum it up in fewer than 3 sentences. The warrior replies that if they fail the hunt, they'll be expelled from the guild and want the MC's help to avoid that. Hirkin refuses and declares the matter closed. Instantly, all burst into tears, begging the Ho Mass for help or they'll be truly doomed. They then grab the MC, promising payment. Curious, Hirkin asks how much they're willing to offer. The warrior says about 20,000. The MC turns and says that's too little. The warrior jumps up, clutching the home mask's leg, shouting it's all they have, and that the MC can take any rewards if he defeats the monster. Tired of their begging, the MC figures he still needs to deal with corrupted monsters anyway. So he agrees to accept the 20,000 and all the rewards, asking if they consent. They get excited and repeatedly thank the Ha-Home Mask. Huron simply tells them to pay quickly before walking off. Suspiciously, they thank the MC once more. Earlier, the warrior and his companions have been handcuffed, desperately pleading for more time to settle their debt. They were held at a slave farm owned by Lord Apollo, where anyone unable to repay their debts to him ended up enslaved. After some thought, the fat man said he would give them one last chance. Everyone cheered, but their excitement quickly vanished when Apollo demanded they eliminate the Ha-Home Mask. The warrior asked how they could possibly kill such a skilled player. Apollo said he'd lend them high-quality equipment and didn't care if they defeated the MC fairly or trapped him. He made it clear that if they failed, they would rot there forever. Back in the present, they all know there's nowhere to run. Watching the MC's back, they know that when the Ha-Home Mask is distracted by the monster, they'll strike while his guard is down. So they ready their weapons. Suddenly, a massive claw slams into the ground, terrifying them. The level 120 corrupted gray rooster has appeared right before them. Herkin comments on how noisy the creature is, then turns and says he'll strip the creature's armor while they handle the rest. Han places his hand on the ground, activates muscle modification, and charges toward the creature at high speed. They're surprised by the Ha-Home Mask's speed and, watching him fight alone, wonder if the MC will duel the creature solo. As the rooster attacks with its sharp feathers, Herkin dodges and thinks the creature has long-range attacks. Then he leaps at the corrupted rooster, shouting that it's slower than he remembered. With that, he delivers a powerful slash to one wing, then the abdomen, and finishes with the leg. The corrupted rooster lunges at the MC, but he had already anticipated the attack. Utilizing his incredible speed and the muscle modification ability, he delivers several rapid slashes in quick succession, shouting that the creature is incredibly slow. As a result, the MC completely shatters the armor of the corrupted gray rooster. The warrior's eyes widen in surprise, amazed that the home mask was able to do it so effortlessly. Herkin shouts a warning that the creature's body armor is gone, leaving only the helmet intact. He then braces himself, but the warrior signals the mages to launch a massive fireball. Startled, Herkin turns just as a huge explosion erupts. The warrior urges the mages to attack again, and simultaneously they unleash another fireball, then another, and yet another. Amid the dust, they wonder if they succeeded. Excitement then breaks out as they celebrate, shouting that they will finally no longer be slaves. However, the warrior becomes utterly terrified upon hearing someone say it was just as he suspected. Amid the dust, Herkin says he knew something was wrong from the start, because they were all supposed to be poor, yet had high-quality equipment, and even sent a necromancer to fight on the front line. He makes it clear that it's a good thing he was prepared. At that moment, the system notifies that the ability skin change has been activated, granting an additional 388 points to armor, followed by the activation of the ability False Heart, which increases HP by 120 points. Finally, the ability Boiling Blood activates, boosting the recovery rate. While getting ready, Herkin emphasizes that he doesn't care if they're the Golden Brothers or the Beagle Boys. As soon as he finishes equipping himself and summoning his summons, he declares that he hopes they're all ready because they're already completely dead. Terrified, the warrior shouts for the mages in his group to use magic immediately. Then the cockatrice suddenly appears behind the MC and his summons. He asks if the warrior group is sure they want to continue. They become very scared when they see even the cockatrice is on the MC's side. The MC wonders if they realize how screwed they are, until the system informs him a corrupted elf is nearby, which surprises him greatly. The elf looks furious and soon runs off. The system warns he's fleeing and that the MC has 3 minutes to capture him. The MC wonders if the elf was after the cockatrice. And why now? He calls the warrior group a bunch of trash and, while chasing the corrupted elf, tells them to at least distract the cockatrice until he returns. Then, turning back with blood in his eyes, he stresses that if they run, he will make sure they die slowly. After pursuing the corrupted elf, the system says less than 2 minutes and 32 seconds remain before time's up. Herkin believes this is his chance, thinking catching the elf will save a great deal of mission time. Excited, he concludes it's only a matter of time before he reaches him and easily takes first place. With less than 1 minute left, he pushes forward and charges at the corrupted elf with all his strength. trying to land a punch. The MC senses something is wrong, even by activating everything and forcing his body. He still can't reach the corrupted elf, so he prepares a skill and throws a skeleton bomb at the elf, who flinches at the incoming attack, followed by an explosion. Yet the MC can't believe the corrupted elf dodged his skill. He chases him again, thinking the game is rigged since this is much harder than he expected. With only 10 seconds left, he's surprised at how fast time has passed. As time runs out, he keeps questioning what else he can do. He readies his skeleton bomb skill once more, knowing he cannot afford to fail the main mission. From afar, he launches the skill at the corrupted elf, who dodges again, but is startled when he hears the MC say it's not the time for the creature to be giggling. Then the MC appears where his skill landed, with just 3 seconds left before time expires. He uses the explosion from his skill to propel himself forward and charges at the elf, explaining that the sole reason he threw the skeleton bomb was to gain momentum. He manages to place his hand on the elf and believes he has succeeded in the end. However, the corrupted elf bites his own tongue, leaving the MC baffled. Without hesitation, he grabs the elf and slams him into the ground with full force. Furious, the MC demands to know how the corrupted elf had the nerve to bite his own tongue, but the elf just laughs in Herkin's face. Summoning the tiara from his inventory, the MC urgently commands the elf to wake up immediately. He places the tiara on the corrupted elf, insisting that he must awaken for the main mission to be completed. At that moment, the tiara activates its power, and the system announces that purification of the corrupted elf has begun. Hoping it works, the MC watches as the elf pulls out a map and hands it to him. Hurricane is surprised by what it is, and the elf dies shortly afterward. Still, he lasts long enough for the MC to complete the corrupted elf mission. Huron takes a deep breath, thinking the elf was destined to take his own life. Until he remembers what he picked up, he concludes that if things are going to end this way, he wants to understand the purpose of the time chase. Then, crushing the paper he had picked up, he yells furiously, cursing the game. Meanwhile, at the site where the warriors group is still battling the cockatrice, the warrior call for the MC summons to assist them. Just as the warrior realizes his sword won't hold much longer, the MC appears, summoning his golem, which crashes down on the cockatrice, crushing it. The warriors group cheers when they see it's the Yahello mask, with tears in his eyes. The warrior says they had been waiting for him and knew he would forgive them. However, after a moment, they are all defeated by the MC, who then demands to know if the Apollo Guild truly ordered his death. The warrior confirms this, explaining they had no choice because of their debts. Herkin grows angry upon hearing this, and wonders if the Apollo Guild has really stooped to hiring assassins to kill him. Noticing that the items the Warriors group is using are unique and rare, he realizes that although the Apollo Guild is wealthy, acquiring those items must have been difficult. Thinking of Cho Wurong, he grows increasingly frustrated, as it seems all these guilds have united against him. Reflecting on the situation, he concludes that if this is truly the case, he has no choice but to act. He then tells the Warriors group to stand up and, wearing a strange expression, orders them to hand over everything they have. He makes it clear that from now on, he expects 1 million from each of them every week. They are utterly shocked, thinking the MC is 10 times worse than Apollo. Meanwhile, at the Big Smile Guild's headquarters, someone listens to music. Completely relaxed, enjoying elegant classical music, he thinks that being able to unwind like this is the only joy in his life. Until someone bursts through the door, shouting for his lord and announcing urgent news. The man replies that it's his relaxation time, and says the news can wait. Upon hearing that the Red Bulls had just declared war on them, Heavy Bean immediately panics and shouts, demanding to know how this could be possible and why it is happening. A guild member explains that the Red Bulls claim it is revenge for the attack on the Yahello mask, which makes Heavy Bean wonder if the Yahello mask has any connection to the Red Bulls Guild. He then instructs his assistant to say there must be some misunderstanding and that they would like to talk if possible. Suddenly, another guild member arrives, yelling that something urgent must be said, and looking very frightened. He reports that the unique items his lord lent to the Apollo Guild days ago have appeared for sale. Heavy Bean can't believe it and shouts, demanding to know what is going on. The guild member mentioned that the items were listed above market price and feared it would be very difficult to retrieve them. Heavy Bean immediately wanted to know why the items were being sold and who was selling them. When he learned it was the Yahello mask himself, he became completely nervous. Gritting his teeth even more tightly and thinking about the Yahello mask, he began cursing him in various ways. A few hours later, in the forest behind the Elven village, the MC was very frustrated. When he had returned the diadem to the NPC DRA asked him to leave the purification diadem behind, saying he did not trust him. As he walked away, the MC muttered that the NPC was stingy, since they would be seeing each other often from now on, and could have simply given him the diadem. Still, he knew he had at least secured the next mission, the Elven Remembrance mission, where he needed to uncover the secret of a place marked in the corrupted elf's memory. The reward would be someone's memory, which the MC assumed must be the letter the elf had given him moments before dying. Then he saw that the place was guarded by waters, with blue clouds covering the sky and a village hidden among them. He becomes angry and shouts, calling the elves idiots because they write everything in riddles. Then he takes a deep breath and realizes there's no way around it. Although he doesn't want to, he knows he must ask a favor from the man who understands the elven language very well. So he goes to where Sing is, who is surprised to see the home mask after some time, surrounded by several elf women. Sing asks what brings the MC to his paradise. Hirkin becomes furious at the sight and yells at Sing to die. Then one of the elf women offers Sing a delicious apple, but her friend grows jealous, saying she knew Aisha was Sing's favorite. Sing holds her chin and says it's not quite like that. He then approaches her warmly, emphasizing that they are all important, which makes all the elf women there completely fall in love with him. Meanwhile, the MC approaches Sing, grabs his hair, and demands to know what the hell is wrong with him, and if he's messing around with the elf women. Sing denies it, explaining that to stay in the elven village as long as possible, he needed the residents to admire him. He stresses that he was simply doing his best. Hirkin asks if everything Sing is saying is part of a mission, until the elf women become nervous, point arrows at the MC, tell him to stay away, and demand to know how he dares to touch Sing with dirty hands. The pitbull urges them to calm down, saying they need to avoid violence. One of the women accuses the MC of trying to hurt Sing, but Sing asks them to be quiet and questions if they really think the MC would be capable of that, which makes them fall even more in love with him. Hirkin, his eyes bleeding at what he's witnessing, thinks he's risking his life on a mission while Sing's mission is simply flirting with the elves. He finds all of this incredibly unfair. While Sing apologizes, explaining that staring at a man for so long frustrates him, Hirkin suddenly punches Sing in the stomach and tells him to shut up and translate a riddle. After seeing what the main character brought, Sing says he believes the paper refers to the Blue Mist Forest. Hirkin wants to know how he understood it so quickly and asks if Sing really studied the elven language or something similar. The pitbull replies that everything is written on the paper. He then explains that if the place is watched over by eagles, it must be somewhere very high, and if there are blue clouds, it can only be referring to the blue mist of the forest. Taking a deep breath, he calls for the Haho mask and teasingly asks why Hirkin doesn't take some time to read a few books like he did. After a moment, Hirkin begins to remember this and becomes furious. He punches a tree repeatedly, yelling that he wants to know what the hell Sing has become and that he also thought elves hated humans. Until one of his summons approaches and pokes him. When the main character turns around, he sees his summon trying to comfort him, implying it's okay to be single, which only irritates him more. He demands to know if his summons really think he's angry out of jealousy, since he also read many books as a kid and can make his own harem if he wants. At that moment, a huge creature approaches, a level 110 Smogrian with many terrible sharp teeth, which charges at the main character with full force, biting the ground powerfully. Then the creature looks up and notices something as Hirkin counterattacks with all his strength along with his summons. Wanting to know why everyone insists on treating him like an idiot, after defeating the Smogrian, Hirkin levels up, and while wiping the creature's blood off himself, he wonders if he is in the right place, because so far he has only seen Smogrians. Then he recalls Sing warning him to be cautious because one of the 30 largest guilds, the Sweepers, controls the area where the MC is headed. Remembering this, Hirkin thinks he is prepared well for being there. But so far, he hasn't seen a single sign of any human. Frustrated, he yells, demanding to know if Sing lied just to act tough. Suddenly, a creature begins emerging from the mist between the trees, asking who the MC is and to whom he belongs. Hurricane watches the creature step out of the forest with a sinister aura and realizes it must be the one Sing mentioned earlier. He replies that he is not affiliated with anyone. The creature, wearing an iron mask, declares that the MC must be an intruder. After saying this, it unleashes a terrible power. Hirkin immediately notices the field around him has changed completely. As the creature advances, it makes clear that intruders must be eliminated. This is a corrupted comrade named Ian, of unknown level. Hirkin becomes excited upon realizing the creature is connected to the main mission, but doesn't notice he's being attacked. Quickly, he draws his sword and blocks Ian's charge. The MC senses his opponent is full of energy, then jumps back and launches an attack, telling his summons to take the opportunity. However, they all receive a powerful blow and are completely destroyed. Hirkin does not stand still and rushes forward. Wanting to know how his opponent dares destroy his summons, with incredible speed, he delivers several consecutive strikes to Ian, then looks back and calls him a weak piece of crap. He is very surprised to see Ian healing rapidly and the system warning that physical attacks do not work. Hirkin becomes worried, wondering what kind of monster cannot be harmed by physical attacks. He then yells for the skeleton mage to attack, but On quickly turns and charges at the skeleton mage, destroying another of the MC summons with a single strike. He smiles, aware that physical attacks don't affect his opponent and that his foe dodges all magic as well. He wonders how he will manage to defeat him. Watching on, he realizes he has never encountered anything like this before, not even in his past life. Gripping his sword tightly, he thinks this is no different from suicide. Yet, given the situation, he knows he must give it his all. So, he summons his golem and activates the skeleton fragment from the Helm of Madness on his summon, which immediately charges it on. As all the MC summons prepare to strike, he also activates the Curse of Sloth from the Spirit of Corrosion. Avin is attacked from all sides, but remains calm, and, in the blink of an eye, counterattacks all the skeletons simultaneously. Hirkin grows worried as he sees his skeleton soldiers destroyed again with a single blow. At that moment, On pushes forward and delivers a powerful charge against the MC, who tries to block with his sword. The MC grows nervous and attempts to counterattack, but his opponent dodges. He concludes his skeletons are still not strong enough. Knowing this, he rushes at Avin, shouting that he will handle it himself. While fighting fiercely, he analyzes his opponent and thinks he only needs to land one hit. But Avin lifts his leg and delivers a powerful kick, sending the MC flying. Hierarchan tries to brace himself on the ground and, furious, charges at his opponent again. This time, he calls for his golem, which grabs Avin. Hierarchan takes the chance to prepare his attack, but before he can finish, he is counterattacked with everything by his opponent. He spits out a lot of blood but ends up smiling. Holding Avin's sword, which is lodged in his stomach, he declares victory, explaining that his curse skill had temporarily restricted his opponent's movements. In response, Hirkin summons his skeleton mages and orders them to attack with full force. Hirkin then points his finger at Avin and shouts, "Boom!" triggering a massive explosion that engulfs the area. After the dust settles, Hirkin is seen sitting on the ground, admitting he can no longer continue. At that moment, the system notifies him that he has completed the Corrupted Elf's Remembrance mission and earned the title of Corruption Destroyer. Still frustrated that the creature he defeated was immune to physical damage, he wonders what flaw in the game allowed such a being to exist. As he drinks a healing potion, he feels relieved to have escaped in the end, until someone slowly approaches, leaving him utterly stunned when he sees On walking toward him. Quickly drawing his sword and feeling a bit frightened, he questions how the creature could still be alive. On then raises his sword high and drives it straight into his own head, collapsing to his knees. The MC, bewildered by what he just witnessed, wonders if On truly stabbed himself, as the iron mask and a pool of blood fall to the ground. On asks Hirkin to eliminate him before the power of corruption resurfaces and takes control once more. He reveals that he was once a member of the Secret Order, like the MC, but during a mission, he was captured by the founder of corruption and, after severe torture, was indoctrinated. He confesses to becoming a monster who killed countless humans. Then, he begins screaming that his only desire was to protect everyone, which is why he wants the MC to eliminate a man without honor, until he suddenly realizes Hirkin is standing right in front of him. The MC calls Avon, saying he's never fought anyone as strong as him, and believes Avon must have been extremely powerful when still human. Yet, he stresses that the true culprits are those behind the corruption. He asks if all he needs to do is kill them, and wonders if purification might cure Avon. Avon is surprised by this, and soon replies that the MC is a good person, then, grabbing Hirkin's sword, Avon drives it into himself, leaving the MC stunned by what just happened, before vanishing. Avon asks Hirkin to take care of the rest, and then disappears. Hirkin looks at the sword Avon left behind, and the system informs him he has completed the inheritance mission. The MC questions if that really was a mission and calls the game crap again. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Syl, upon learning the Haho mask is with the Red Bulls, wonders why. Walking with her blood-soaked sword, she contemplates if she can simply give the Haho mask everything he wants. Hahi grows worried about her lady, Hatch becomes intrigued, having thought Sil was only recruiting talented players, but watching her from behind, he concludes that's not the case. Her obsession is clearly with the Ha-Ho mask. He calls her, suggesting they return quickly, but is interrupted when Singlet arrives. Wanting to talk to Sil, Hatch and Ha-He quickly prepare for confrontation. Having not noticed Singlet's arrival, observing him carefully, they realize his presence is undetectable. The Thunder Queen asks why she should talk to a stranger. Singlet kneels and quietly asks the Thunder Queen if she doesn't want to eliminate the Ha-Ho mask. Sil smiles, clearly excited by Singlet's question. A few hours later, the MC brings Avon's sword to the hunter Ma Wong, who trembles as soon as he touches it. He then says he was a good friend and believes that's why he stopped sending updates. Herkin simply watches the NPC lament. Soon after, the NPC thanks the MC, saying that thanks to him, he can finally stop worrying. Then he asks Herkin to keep the sword. While looking up information about the sword in his system, the MC finds it odd to use someone else's memory, but when he sees On sword, a unique weapon granting plus 77 strength, plus 66 vitality, plus 55 intelligence, and plus 44 magic power, as well as ignoring 15% of all monsters' defense. The MC is completely stunned, declaring the sword insanely powerful. He takes it and stresses that if it's from Veteran A, he will gladly accept it. Then he celebrates wildly, saying it's like winning the lottery. Leaving the hunter's cabin, he thanks Veteran On, knowing that with this sword, he won't need to buy another for a while. Still drooling over the sword, he wonders what he'll spend his savings on. Until several people in front of him start shouting and immediately rush toward the MC, yelling that the Ha-Ho mask must be eliminated while dodging attacks. Herkin wants to know who the hell they all are, and how they know he is the Ha-Ho mask. Then the MC hears Romani asking through the watch if he's alive. She says he's extremely screwed because there's a 100 million gold bounty on his head posted on the dark web. Herkin can't believe the amount and wonders what the hell is going on moments. Earlier, the Thunder Queen was with Singlet. She asked why he had offered to help eliminate the Ha-Ho mask, and Singlet replied it was because the Ha-Ho mask is a variable. He then compared his point to chess, describing the Ha-Ho mask as an uncontrollable pawn, an illegal entity breaking the rules. He stressed that such a being needed to be eliminated swiftly, noting many guilds had already agreed on this. However, he added it would be easier with the help of the Thunder Hunters. Sil smiled and said she shared the same thought. Just as Singlet was about to ask if he could consider an agreement, she suddenly lunged at him, striking him and violently throwing him to the ground. Sil then stomped hard on his chest, causing him to spit up a lot of blood. The Thunder Queen asked if Singlet's guild hadn't been the ones who stole the boss last time, emphasizing this was a serious issue. With her sword pressed against Singlet's stomach, she made clear she did not negotiate with those who steal what is hers. Singlet said apparently the negotiation had failed. He then drew his sword, attacked the Thunder Queen, and quickly retreated. Ha-He became furious and shouted she would go after the insolent man, but Sil told her to let it go, stressing it was useless to chase a rat. She then asked them to contact all the guilds. Both Hatch and Ha-Hui were surprised by the leader's request, but as she thought about the Ha-Ho mask, she smiled and said she had too many rivals, while the two remained puzzled by her request. Sil told them to inform all guilds that the Ha-Ho mask was hers, and that anyone who dared touch him would be completely eliminated. Meanwhile, Singlet was running at full speed without stopping. He contacted someone, apologized, and said negotiations had failed. He added he would accept any punishment, but wanted to know if he should eliminate the Ha-Ho mask personally. The person he was speaking to said no and told Singlet not to get involved personally because they needed to keep him as their trump card, especially since they had already made their move and only needed to wait. He then turns around, smiling as he looks at a large screen displaying several events involving the Ha-Ho mask. He points out that time is on their side, then tightly squeezes a chess piece. Watching the MC flee from the players chasing him, he wonders how the pawn will respond and simply observes the outcome as it unfolds. Meanwhile, back with the MC, he is running and thinking about how incredibly frustrating this is. Glancing back, he realizes that even if he takes one down more immediately, up here, Romani comments that it's almost like chasing a lottery ticket and asks who the MC has pissed off this time. He replies that he hasn't done anything, but when considering some people, he thinks maybe he did one thing or another. Then he speculates it could be Sil from the Thunder Guild, since she's a billionaire and 100 million is just pocket change to her. However, knowing her terrible temper, he doubts she would send others and would instead come to eliminate him personally. As the MC keeps running, Romani asks what his plan is, fearing that at this rate, they won't make any progress in the game. She stresses that the MC's commissions have been her livelihood so far and warns that if he dares quit the game, she will haunt him to death. Herkin asks who said anything about quitting, then opens the auction window and quickly buys the wyvern skull. He then turns and yells that he will find out who set up all this crap. After saying this, he summons his golem, which stands before the players chasing him. The players begin shouting, telling everyone not to panic because golems are slow and they just need to stay calm and focus on taking down the Haho mask. Herkin instructs his system to invest all attribute points in a clay manipulation. The system responds that clay manipulation has risen to rank. Herkin then uses the wyvern skull, and the system informs him that clay manipulation with the wyvern skull is being cast and that the golem is changing shape. The MC takes a deep breath, thinking about premium Korean beef, lobster, high-end sushi, and all his future expenses, fully aware that all of that money is gone after purchasing the wyvern skull. Meanwhile, the golem's transformation completes, and it becomes a massive wyvern standing right in front of the players. It begins laughing and taunting, eager to see which fool will be the first to be eliminated. After that, the MC flies on his wyvern, visibly irritated, while the players below keep shouting at him, demanding he come down immediately to be eliminated. Herkin looks down, thinking they're nothing but small fry, yet they keep attacking him as a group. Because of this, he cannot progress in the game. He takes a deep breath and reflects that he must eventually reach the root of the problem, but wonders if what he is thinking is the only way. So he sends a message addressed to the Thunder Queen Syl of the Thunder Hunters Guild, requesting a private audience. Several hours later, now at night, the MC lands on his wyvern where someone is waiting for him. Upon seeing the Haho mask, the person says he has finally appeared. It is the queen and leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild, who immediately says she had asked to meet him earlier, but he did not reply. Herkin becomes nervous, thinking he is facing Kylan, the person who tormented him the day before he regressed, and the one who caused his group members to betray him. He clenches his fist tightly, consumed by the urge to kill her, but forcing himself to calm down, he asks if she was the one who placed the bounty on him. Syl's expression turns serious as she replies no, then asks if that's the only reason he came. Herkin smiles and says he can't imagine anyone else who would have done what was done besides her next. He wants to know if she truly hates that he left her guild and took everything for himself. Syl is taken aback by the question, but the MC suddenly starts shouting, demanding to know if she enjoys betraying people. While Herkin trembles with anger, Syl remains calm and then smiles, asking if his answer really matters. She then grows serious and insists that no matter what she says, he won't believe her. At that moment, Herkin recalls her uttering the same words before he regressed. Surprised, he thinks to himself that he's sure he heard her say that before. Syl takes a deep breath and explains that not long ago, an unknown ranker visited her and told her the MC was causing chaos, suggesting that the top 30 guilds should exclude the Haho mask. Herkin is utterly shocked and wonders if such a thing could really happen. He then remembers the last time before he regressed, when the queen of the Thunder Hunters Guild said she would exclude him from the game. The MC concludes that something significant did happen before he regressed. Just as he's about to speak, he's interrupted. Syl says she refused that unknown ranker's proposal and asks if the Haho mask really thought she would do something like that, because seeing how they interfered with the main mission he was undertaking, she believed the MC is not the only target. Herkin grows intrigued by this and reflects that an unknown ranker bold enough to meddle with the Thunder Hunters must surely be the same people he saw before. Syl wants to know if the Haho mask at least believes that part, since he was acting as if he wouldn't believe anything she said. The MC replies that he only believes it halfway, but that's enough. Then he turns to leave, still thinking that at least it doesn't seem like Syl is the mastermind behind the incident. Suddenly, he hears her calling him, asking him to join the Thunder Hunters Guild. Herkin quickly spins around and yells that she's already getting on his nerves, because when someone refuses something, they should learn not to insist. He interrupts the Haho mask, saying that apparently he doesn't like her. Then Syl emphasizes that she doesn't know why, but she's always felt that many people hate her for no reason. Herkin is surprised by her words. Syl also stresses that she's saying this for the Haho mask's own good. She asks if he really thinks he can endure alone when there's a 100 million gold bounty on his head. She insists he must trust her so she can officially protect him and promises she won't force him to do anything. Herkin considers this, but soon turns away and says he'd rather die than join her guild. Syl replies that this isn't the time for him to be annoying. Herkin yells that he doesn't want to join any guild and makes clear he intends to become the strongest on his own because he promised himself that. Syl is very surprised by his promise, but calls it childish, She then asks if he's really saying he'll become the strongest all alone. Herkin grows nervous and yells, demanding to know what's so wrong with that. Sil smiles and tells him to do his best because she'll be one of his strongest competitors. The MC climbs onto the wyvern, takes a deep breath, and thinks the Thunder Queen is truly insane, declaring war with nothing but a smile. Then he flies away, and Sil keeps smiling and waving goodbye to the Haho mask, who keeps looking back, telling himself he needs to stop dwelling on this because chasing her was normal even before his regression. Still, he suspects something must have happened before his regression. He intends to find out once he finishes off the person behind the bounty, until Romani contacts the MC again, demanding to know what the hell he did this time. Romani then says there is now a wanted poster of him, and whoever eliminates him will get a huge reward. While the MC can hardly believe it, Romani keeps yelling that this will have everyone busy hunting him. She then asks if he found a sponsor or something like that. Herkin takes a deep breath and replies it is not a sponsor, but something else. He thinks he still has to deal with this crazy woman. The next day, in Miss Sandra's castle, someone takes a direct blow, a man, while kicking the boy, asks him to hand over the request already since he won't be able to complete it anyway. The boy trembles with fear and says he will just steal from him again. As soon as he finishes saying that, he takes a kick right to the chest. The warrior, preparing his punch, says he thinks the kid needs more beating to start thinking again. Until someone grabs the man's arm and asks what the hell is going on. The MC looks at the boy and wants to know if he is the guy called Git from the missions. The very scared blonde boy introduces himself and says his name is indeed Git, but knows nothing about that mission guy. Herkin says he understands and thinks that means it hasn't happened yet. He then calls the boy to come with him, making the others nervous. The warrior immediately charges at the MC, wanting to know who the hell he thinks he is to meddle in other people's business out of nowhere. Without difficulty, Herkin takes all of them down in a single hit. After all three collapse to the ground, Git was quite surprised to see the MC take them all down at once. Now he wonders if the boy is curious about who he is. Then Herkin shakes the dust off his clothes and hears a choked voice. It is Git, who quickly thanks the MC for saving him but starts trembling with anger, saying he had already given up on everything. As he begins crying, he emphasizes that if it weren't for the MC, he thinks those guys would have robbed him. Crying even more, he thanks the MC again. Herkin wants to know if the mission they almost stole from him moments earlier was the exploration of the ruins dungeon, because once it is completed, the blocking field will be undone. Git becomes a little embarrassed and asks how the MC knows that. Herkin smiles and, taking advantage of having saved the boy, asks him to hand over the mission. Git keeps thinking that once again he'll have to go through this, and that in the end the MC is just another bastard. After that, Herkin receives a system notice informing him that he has entered the Ms. Zandre Ruins dungeon and that he now has one more member. However, if a party member dies or leaves the dungeon, the mission will be invalidated. Knowing this, the MC becomes furious while carrying Git in his arms. The boy keeps saying he thought he would finally complete a mission, only to find out this is how they get stolen. Herkin grows even more nervous and shouts at the boy to shut up. As Git continues crying, the MC asks how long he's going to keep whining and points out that if he hates having his things stolen, he needs to be braver and less fearful. Git tries to explain himself, but the MC ends up hearing that it's useless, which nearly makes his ear burst from hearing such nonsense. He loses his temper and asks if the boy is kidding. Git replies that he always tried, but it never worked. Herkin is surprised to hear that. Git continues, saying he knows he's pathetic. He then starts crying even harder, asking what he's supposed to do when resisting no longer works because he's so weak. He explains that whenever he goes exploring, he just gets in the way and ends up insulted. Even when he ventures out alone into the field, he inevitably gets killed. Eventually, he gave up and spent his time wandering around, doing the village NPC's trivial missions. After a while, the system notified him that it had discovered the hidden conditions of a mission. Git points out that this is how he received the mission they're currently undertaking. A mission to dissipate the blocking field. Because of this, he felt genuinely happy. For the first time, it seemed like the game was telling him he might actually be worth something. The MC hears the boy ask if he really thinks the mission would be stolen from him. Git continues, admitting that he's the kind of person who gets beaten by anyone and can't defeat anyone. Hiram grows irritated again, hearing the boys whining. Then he drops him to the ground and, as he walks away, tells the boy to keep living as he does, crying about everything, because he will clean up the dungeon's mess. However, he suddenly stops and makes it clear that just because the boy has lived as a weakling up to now, it doesn't mean he has to continue that way forever. With that, he walks off, leaving Git confused by the MC's words. Git then starts thinking that just moments earlier, the MC looked like he would kill him if he didn't hand over the mission. But suddenly, he changed, offering advice before really leaving. Then Git wonders whether he should log out of the game, but decides against it because he doesn't know what the MC might do afterward. So he resolves to get up, thinking he'll just stay at the dungeon entrance doing nothing. However, he doesn't notice a large insect right in front of him. As soon as the creature makes a noise, Git can't believe what he's seeing right before his eyes. From afar, Herkin hears the boy's screams as he rushes over and clings to the MC. Herkin tries to push the boy away, while several creatures quickly approach them. Suddenly, a huge scorpion appears and grabs the boy, who screams that the creatures are going to eat him. The MC kills one of the monsters and frees Git, who immediately runs off, screaming that he doesn't want to die. The boy is desperate, begging to be saved. An hour later, after the MC defeats the creatures nearby, both are exhausted. Herkin grabs Git and shouts, asking if he did it on purpose and if he was trying to mess with him. The boy apologizes, saying the monsters are too scary. Herkin lets him go, saying he doesn't care at all. Then he leaves, telling the boy to stay right there and warning that if he gets in the way during the boss fight, he will eliminate him. Git thinks the next room must be the boss's lair and realizes he ran so much he didn't even notice. He asks the MC if he'll be fine alone, knowing the next room houses the giant spider's lair, which is famous for being very difficult. He also mentions the smaller spiders that explode on contact, and that the boss, the giant spider, has a shell as hard as metal. The MC says he doesn't care and asks if, after defeating it, the boy would want to enter. The boy replies that he won't, apologizes, and wishes him good luck. The MC turns around and tells the boy to stop being dramatic. While equipping his sword, he makes it clear that as long as he doesn't waste time on the smaller spiders, he thinks he can easily solo the boss spider. Having said that, he runs off at full speed. He quickly arrives in front of the boss spider, surprising the boy by reaching it without touching a single web. At that moment, the boss spider prepares to attack, and Hurricane remains focused. Sliding beneath the creature, he delivers a slash, cutting off some of its legs. The spider screams loudly, and the MC gives a slight smile, pointing his sword and commenting that one is already gone. Then he charges again. Git gets excited, thinking the giant spider is being dominated, and that if the MC continues like this, it might really be possible to defeat it. However, when he looks down, he realizes he has stepped on one of the webs. While worrying about that, he doesn't notice a smaller spider climbing up his body, which soon explodes. The boy falls to the ground, crying out in pain. Several other smaller spiders approach. His system repeatedly reports that he has taken damage, and he feels intense pain. Just as he decides to run away, he realizes it's already too late. He's completely surrounded by several smaller spiders. Desperation sets in as he knows this will be his end, and several chain explosions begin. After the dust settles, Herkin lies badly injured before the boy, saying he is truly useless. Git stands up, surprised, and asks why the MC protected him. As more spiders crawl over the MC's body, he tells the boy to shut the shit up and run to the entrance. He warns that if the mission fails because of him, he will really kill him. With that, the smaller spiders start to self-destruct, leaving Git unable to believe what he's seeing. Still, he decides to follow the MC's orders and runs toward the dungeon entrance. While running, he keeps questioning why he's so pathetic, always causing trouble for others. Yet, he only manages to run until he trips over a stone and falls face first to the ground. As he tries to get up, tears start falling as he wonders why. Even in his situation, all he can do is run. Still, he knows he has no choice. There's nothing else he can do. Then memories come back of times when people asked why he never quit the game. In one of those memories, a man told him to accept his place and live accordingly. Thinking of that, Git crouches down, repeatedly apologizing, but soon recalls the MC's words. That he should keep living as he had, crying over everything. And that just because he had lived as a weakling didn't mean he had to continue that way forever. Git keeps reflecting on what he heard. Meanwhile, the MC is trapped inside a cocoon spun by the spiders. When a smaller spider crawls over it, the MC quickly kills it, then cuts through the cocoon with his sword and jumps out. He comments that if the boy had died, the mission would have ended immediately, so he had no choice. But he concludes that no longer matters and prepares to summon his skeletons. Until he's surprised by someone shouting. It's Git, yelling and waving a torch to draw the smaller spider's attention. Though trembling with fear, he keeps doing it. Hirkin asks what the boy is doing. Git shouts he'll lure the smaller spiders away, so the MC can focus on killing the boss. Hirkin replies he doesn't need the boy's help and tells him to get out or he'll be killed. But Git shouts back that he won't die, holding the torch and saying he's good at running away. Then he points out that if the MC kills the boss, they'll be even. Hirkin takes a deep breath, turns, and says the boy really has a lot of courage, calling him a bastard, but asks how many times he's saved him for the boy to think this makes up for everything. In the end, he thinks this is actually very good, since it's better than seeing the MC crying and lamenting. Having said that, he charges at the boss. Git shouts, telling the MC to leave it to him. But while watching the MC fight the boss, he honestly feels his whole body trembling because monsters are still scary and he is still weak. Until a smaller spider explodes very close to his face. Despite this, Git tries to endure it. Thinking that this is the first time the trembling he feels doesn't seem bad, he starts setting fire to the smaller spiders surrounding him. After some time, Git drops to his knees, very tired, and realizes they have finally cleared the dungeon as the system notifies them of completing the Misandre Ruins dungeon. Git is happy, thinking he managed it, though he finds it a bit embarrassing to call this a clearing since he didn't kill the boss in the end. Even so, he thinks maybe he has grown a little. Suddenly, someone appears right behind him with a malicious look. Hurricane hears the boy scream. The newcomer puts a dagger to Git's neck and comments that he didn't think it would be possible for the MC and the boy to clear the dungeon. Then, with several lackeys, he laughs and says apparently they even have some skill. Hurricane wants to know what the man thinks he is doing. The man replies that if they have good stuff, he wants to know if they shouldn't share. Having said that, he shouts, demanding the MC hand over the title that dissipates the blocking field. Hirkin asks if he is refusing to do that. The man licks his lips and shouts that if they don't do what he asks, both will be killed. Git shouts, asking Hirkin not to hand it over, because both worked so hard to complete the mission. But as soon as he finishes speaking, he takes a punch right in the middle of the face and, while falling to the ground, is called pathetic trash. The guy approaches the boy, grabs him, and asks if he still doesn't understand the situation, insisting they should lower their heads and obey. At that moment, Git spits right in the guy's face and, laughing, remarks that compared to those spiders from before, all of them have fairy hands. Enraged by the insult, the guy raises his dagger to kill the boy. However, Hirkin shouts that he will hand over the title, causing the guy to immediately stop his attack. Git can't believe what he's hearing and asks the MC to wait. But Hen points out that he will only hand over the title once they defeat them. The guy laughs and asks if the MC has gone crazy. Yet, as he mocks that they won't be able to do anything alone, a bloodbath unfolds right behind him. When he turns around, he is utterly shocked to see all his companions completely wiped out by several armed skeletons. Git demands to know where the creatures came from until he hears the guy shouting for Heiho Mask. As Hirkin approaches, the guy continues, stating there's no doubt the MC is Heiho Mask, the only solo player who summons skeletons, the one rumored to have guild-level combat power on his own. However, the guy wonders why he would be here. Hirkin steps forward and replies that it's none of his business, telling the guy to hand over everything he has. Seeing no way out, the guy starts shouting loudly, realizing he's gotten himself into a serious mess. After that, Hirkin obtains the guy's ownerless war watch. As they leave the dungeon, he comments that those guys who appear out of nowhere always like to act tough. Git keeps watching the MC, thinking that he had only imagined the MC to be a slightly stronger player, but in reality, he is a named player. Herkin turns around when he hears the boy call him, and Git thanks him for saving him once again and for helping him clear the dungeon as well. He then emphasizes that if it weren't for the MC, he believes he would never have been able to complete the mission, neither physically nor mentally. After saying this, he becomes a little embarrassed and stresses that this was all he wanted to say before he leaves. He asks the boy to keep something, which leaves him confused, but the MC explains that he will be giving him a title. Gil wants to know why, since he feels he doesn't deserve it, but the MC says he needs it at least so he doesn't get beaten up so much out there, and he wants to know if the boy will continue playing. Git is surprised by the question, wipes his tears, and runs after the MC, saying he will do his best.